It looks like Nitro is going to be over this B site, and his goal is to make sure no one can push B, right? He has a wall, he has slows, he's going to offer a quick rotate to come in. I'm sure we're going to see a wall if Steel spots anything, but we're not going to see that. And Omen's putting so much pressure on mid. GMT is aggressively taking this stand.
Yeah, GMT lining up the paranoia there for Catwalk and Tree, and that's going to allow his teammates to enter, or maybe not. The counter utility there from Asuna, the paint shells will actually deny them, and that's a great win early on here for the likes of Genji. Asuna, though, playing around in the smoke, trying to see if he can find something. He was spotted there. Could be some spam that might find a kill, but very tentative action here. Very scary things, but a reset, just buying some time, and it looks like they want to re-exec in towards that tree position. But Genji, they're still holding on to this. They don't want to give it up.
What a great smoke coming in from Ethan. And the triple cat setup versus the cat hit. Genji is coming out on top.
Rushing straight through to the side as well. So it's looking pretty good for them in terms of the side take. But of course, you know, the post plant, the retake is now on. See Hiko just maintaining control of rafters. And 100 Thieves will just set themselves up here, readying themselves to coordinate in for a push.
Well, this is going to be such a hard retake here for 100 Thieves. They have the paranoia still. They do not. So this is going to be almost impossible without an A main smoke.
And there we go, straight through the door, making the action happen. Genji only with the side to defend from, but they are connecting the bullets that they need to win this round. Great stuff there from Genji to hold that retake against 100 Thieves. And already, I'm liking what we're seeing, Sean. We're seeing plays, we're seeing counters, you know, action, reaction, and it's not looking too one-sided. Every sort of situation looks like it could go either way. That, to me, signals good things going forward here.
Yeah, I love the play out of Genji. I mean, I mentioned Ethan's perfect time on the counter smoke, but here's the thing. If they just jump through that smoke on a pistol round, the likelihood of them getting, you know, two of them taken out is so unlikely. You get vision so quick coming out of that Omen smoke. They just plow through it, take the A site, and they get the frag on Omen. So there's no smokes for A main, there's no paranoia into the site, and the hold just becomes so much easier for Genji. Really sick take there.
Here.
And I'm really happy. I'm always happy to see, especially the underdog team in a matchup at the beginning of the series, on the attacking side, winning the pistol and getting to start to set the pace, maybe condition their opponents. They get to play their game plan. And then in that sense, I like to see that because it's just really cool to see what a team is prepared without having too many problems thrown in the works early on. Now, of course, we have a pause at the moment, so we'll get to talk about the setup, or what we should expect, at least from Genji. You know, they've just won the pistol round. We can actually see there that Steel's bought a Bucky, and we know, of course, he loves playing with the Bucky, especially around the A site. But it's a stack towards the B site otherwise for the rest of the 100 Thieves members. So that seems to be the place where Genji would find the most problems. But Genji tend to be a team, Sean, I've noticed on Ascent, that they play their anti-ecos fairly predictably. And that has actually been punished in the previous matches that I've seen from them, once the team kind of realizes that the kind of flow that they have throughout the kind of early to mid round.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Steel with that Bucky. It's terrifying. It's terrifying watching him because he knows the optimal distance for that right click. He pings the ground, you know, gets X meters away where he can one-shot people with ease, and he plays it so well. He plays it like some kind of weird mad scientist that's trying to make all of his opponents mauled by one-shotting them with a Bucky, right? And then he has a turret holding his catwalk, and you can see he placed that turret in such a way where if the enemies smoke those stairs, the turret won't get smoked off. So it's in the exact little corner to dodge that. And then the molly he has at the A site, that's by the switch. So if the team does an A strat, and you know they're rushing the A site, he'll back off and he'll pop that Molotov so that way no one can close the door. It's actually brilliant. His setup right here at the A site, because he's all alone, it's an eco round, he's going to have a Bucky. He's just trying to do a lot of damage and make people go the other way. Meanwhile, these other four guys on 100 Thieves are going to stack the B site. It could get scary. It could get scary if Genji doesn't take this correctly. But if you look at Genji, you know, their turret's deep outside of B main, so we're probably going to see something more passive over towards B. They're honestly looking like they're going to gravitate more towards an A control type anti-eco.
And one of the things I've noticed too about Genji's approach in the anti-eco is that they tend to kind of late finish around market and after, you know, gaining information. Obviously, it always depends on the info that they've gained as to how they will make decisions around that. But, well, the action is about to kick off, and it will give us the answers we're looking for. And
little HUD glitch there with Win on the Viper. Only in our dreams. Only in our dreams, Dan. Look at this aggression. The arrow through the smoke.
So we'll be able to defend that. So definitely we're anticipating early round aggression. And, well, they might not walk into Steel now, having killed a bunch of players towards the main. Hiko, that's actually a really great kill to get, especially in a forward position. No one's going to really want to push into B main now, especially because Kusa's alone. He will be the only person to do it.
Yeah, and they just spotted Steel on Catwalk, so they know both players are 1-1 split right now. If they make a move quick, Gen G will have a 1-on-3 out of sight. You can see GMD lurks out A main, and he's doing this because he knows 1 Cat, 1 B, so he knows A is open. This team is rushing B right into these two players, Dan.
Oh god, it's starting to get a little bit scary. Another headshot coming in from Hiko with that Sheriff, and it's going to slow things down. And they're going to have to wait for GMD. Indeed, that's that late lurk through A definitely paying off. This is a lot of damage, and it just goes to show why Gen G gave so much respect to Under Thieves here, because despite winning the round, that was pretty losable. And just 2 players left. Very dangerous situation. But regardless, it will be a conversion, 2 rounds to 0 now in favor of Gen G, moving into the first buy round.
Yeah, I really like how Gen G's approaching these early rounds. They had a safety net, right? That's why I like to call these, GMD's lurk, right? Typically, you don't want that lurk across the map, but on these eco rounds where you're going to run into stacks, people taking heavy risks because they don't have the utility. They don't have the weapons to take the one-on-ones like they would on a normal round. So you're going to see a lot of stacks, a lot of aggression, kind of similar to what we saw at 100 Thieves. So how do you combat that? You leave people on the opposite side of the map to take ground while you push the side you're on. So GMD acts as, a safety blanket. They fall back into him and he secures the round.
Going into the first defaults in his buy rounds, because we have some Spectres still in play for Gen G, what would you want to see them actually try and accomplish here? Are we looking for a faster round to kind of make good of those Spectres? Is that too predictable? Does Gen G just want to start, setting the pace for how their defaults are going to look in the 4 buy rounds? What should they be up to here?
There's really no right answer, right? Because if they go slow, they bleed out utility from the other team. That's costing them money. If they take armor away from the other team, that's upgrades to them. If they rush all in one spot with the Spectres have a better chance. So they have a lot of approaches they could do here, but you can see they left enough money in the bank. They didn't bolt buy out fully because even if they lose this round, they can buy again next round. Oh, wow, that's a lot of info. Win pushes through the one-way smoke at A main, Dan, breaks the boombot, one-ways himself into safety, takes the orb. That's a big play from a Jet alone in A main.
Yeah, and we can see that GMD's actually gained some forward position in mids, and he's going to be throwing that paranoia. We saw that previously to clear out position.
Oh, no.
Catwalk, Asuna, though, able to defend, able to pick up the first kills. It's looking a little bit scary, but nice trace coming through from Michael, and GMD able to punish the rotation. That's what he was always there to do after that paranoia, so it's working out quite nicely so far for Gen G, but Hiko, always a problem, especially when he's by himself. He gets even stronger, takes down Michael. 2 more players on the side to go as he starts to try to work this Gen position. Very difficult finding the 1v1s, isolating players, but there's simply too much to do before Steel is arriving. And arrive he does, and with the Bucky no less. Straight through the smoke! You saw it happening, but GMD, he had the sense, he knew something was awry, and he manages to pick it up. 3-0 for Gen G.
Yeah, I pointed out early in the round, when taking control of A main, Dan, that was huge, because if you saw the minimap, 300 Thieves players really wanted to take A main this round. They threw a one-way smoke, they had a boombot, Hiko was there as the Sova, they were ready to push A main, and 1 Jet pushed them off of it, right? Which means they probably are assuming more people than just the Jet or A main, but they're wrong. It's a fast cat split, and it caught them massively off guard. Great round by Gen G.
Very promising to see such a solid start, but his early days still, of course. And Under Thieves once again on the eco, looking to get aggressive in mid around Cat. You can see they have players positioned fairly close by, all around market and close mid. Michael with the
Steel
drone.
is dead. Steel is dead, Dan. Oh, but
That's a big
there's a
pickup.
lack of punishing, and the drone misses Steel. It's terrible.
Uh-oh, it's starting to get a little bit scary. Genji, going to be defending pretty effectively, though. Still, damage has been done. We can see the situation is reset. 2 versus 2, and a lurk from Win into that A site is going to give Genji an opportunity to get the spike planted, which is going to be a very, very difficult scenario, I would expect, from 100 Thieves. And Win has that forward positioning on rafters, so he's going to be able to get info, fall back. He's going to be able to shut them down. He's got Cloud Burst available, the dash as well.
Beautiful position, Dan.
And there it is. Gets the kill, plays it safe, dashes away, and then he knows precisely where Hiko is. And Hiko's, of course, going to give his position away with the recon dart. Very difficult position to find yourself in. Hiko, no stranger to a clutch. Sheriff in hand as he tries to find the first player. There is Win, and he's going to finish it off. Genji 4-0 up, but another anti-eco that's very scary, Sean.
Whew. I don't know how I did it. I talked about Genji a lot in the pregame with you, and we didn't really mention much Win. He is such an impressive player when I watch him. So many experienced plays, like lurking out of A right there. I mentioned the round before on an anti-ecos, have lurks on the opposite side of the map that can take ground. He did exactly that in the 2-on-2 and then pushed further into heaven to secure the round. I think if I had a word to describe him, it would be slippery. Like, he's very slippery. You can't find him, you can't catch him. He's so good with the movement abilities on Jett.
I'm liking how he's also representing once again that he's by himself doing this A main control. You can see his teammates are sort of lagging behind him, and that is part of their default. So it's always the case that, is it just Win or is it the entire team, question mark? Either way.
If you caught that, Dan, so he got paranoid, and GMD threw a counter paranoia to protect him in case anyone was pushing. But no one else is making noise. So 100 Thieves has no idea that 5 people are in A main right now, because it looks exactly like that cat split from the prior round. Look how out of position 100 Thieves is right now.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a full retake scenario for 100 Thieves here. They've completely given up control of the A site by design. We've got the lockdown destroyed. Steel. If he gets the kill, he actually has a lockdown available himself. That operator, though, it's awkward at the best of times on a retake like this. Oh, so scary. A full 5-on-5
fight, Dan. That's a huge win from Mikael on catwalk.
Hiko now railing onto the A site. There comes the Showstopper as well. That's going to find Win in hell, and it seems like all the ults are going to be used in this round for this retake. Michael and Kusta just stuck behind this dark cover. It's going to be so difficult. They're going to have to try to force the issue here because Esselik is coming. Michael, can he get it done? Finds the second pistol, comes out, and Steel's going to find it. Has to get off the spike to do it, but he will get it. And that's the first round awarded to 100 Thieves. Crazy scenario there, Sean. Just a full 5-on-5 retake with so many ults used.
Yeah, that's a bonkers round right there. And 100 Thieves absolutely needed that to stop the bleeding, right? Wasting those ults that we saw, Hiko pop. Now they're in a pretty decent spot. Steel on that operator, he has the lockdown in his back pocket, so they could play passive on one of the sites. Nitro 1 orb away from the res. Even though the economy is lying in Genji's favor, these ults are shifting now into 100 Thieves' favor.
Once again, we see Win sort of representing that he might be the solo control around A main, but as we can see, the entire team of Genji is behind this A main take, and they're going to go for the swing. Ethan spots it. Orb is collected. Win, he's definitely looking to find a moment to go in here. The drone will go in first. Positions wine will be cleared, and now that's the go for Genji. Straight into the site. Once again, though, it's going to be given up, but Genji, 100 Thieves have the lockdown now that can be placed around Cat, and that's what Steel's about to do. There we go. Is there anything to destroy this?
Immediately countered by Mikael. He's so ready, and it's down. It's a 5-on-5 retake again, Dan, but no ults this time.
And we have those knives out for Win as well, so I feel like that's going to be very dangerous. It'll be so much harder to clear out these closer positions against him with no showstopper. There's so many players rafters.
They're scared to go.
And they should be. They should be extremely scared. They're gonna have to force the issue there. There goes the turret, and it's starting to swing together. Win stuck in the cloudburst, sprayed down by Asuna. It is very difficult here for 100 Thieves, and it gets just worse and worse as Gen G are able to defend all of these players coming out rafters, leaving Steel in a position where he just has to save, and might be able to get one on the exit, but it's another round for Gen G.
He needs to save this. Yeah, this is a scary spot for 100 Thieves, Dan, because what I'm seeing early is they have found a weakness in 100 Thieves Ascent. And the weakness is that this A main control is very lacking. It's not coordinated enough on 100 Thieves. And Gen G's just strolling right up and getting it with a jet every single round. You know, there's not enough aggression on 100 Thieves right now to stop this A main. And then they're trying to play retake on A, which is a huge fail in these 5-on-5s.
And you can see 4 players for A main control here for 100 Thieves this time around. They've got Asuna's attention on that position. Of course, it is somewhat of a save round, still carrying what he had through previously, that operator. But otherwise, it looks like Gen G are in a pretty good spot here. And that said, Steel is pretty good at finding these kills by himself, and the operator is the perfect weapon to do this with. And if he gets a pick and is able to fall back, that's going to be a massive, massive win for 100 Thieves in this round. Oh, that's
what a peek from Kusta. That's insane. And then they're waiting on the opposite side. Holy cow, Kusta with a 200 IQ jump play.
Oh, that's so good. Because if Steel gets that pick and is able to fall back somehow, it could certainly buy a lot of time. But that's it. Operator is down, out of the picture. And 100 Thieves, they're starting to look pretty desperate, Sean, but I completely agree with you. It feels like they have to aggressively win a main control at the start of their next gun round. It feels like there's nothing else that makes sense at this point.
Yeah, they have to win a main against Win. And it was too easy. You're saying but when Win spots, Nitro pushing a main at the stage, he also feels the Omen's pressure. He feels the pressure from, I believe, one other player. His impact is incredible because he's spotting this push, and you can tell that the pace of the rest of the Gen G players is coming in based on his comms, right? He's calling, they're pushed aggressively A main. What does that mean? That means probably mid or B is really weak right now. Let's take advantage of that. So Kusta's aware, hey, they saved an op last round. I got to be really careful around these angles because the rest of the guys are A main and the op's not there. Let me jump peek this B main corner. And once they find him, it's just over. Once they find out exactly whoo, we're trying to switch it up and go into Steel, and that's not going to work. That's the first time I think an early pick has gone in 100 Thieves' favor.
It feels like Gen G expected there to be heavier aggression A main as well, because it looks like they were in positions to just burst onto B, expecting maybe 3 players pushing A main, but that's not the case. They just had Steel there. So it seems like now, because of that, Gen G are coming out really behind in the mid round because there's 3 players to slow them down from 100 Thieves. And there you go, Asuna finding the kill pizza. And I love the ice orb there to help Asuna reclaim the ground in mid. And that completely destroys this split. Nitro playing around the wall as well. It's a desperation push at this point from Gen G, and it's failed.
Wow. And I mean, we see it a lot in EU. If you've been watching EU lately, the Sages at B with that wall exactly like that, and then slows where they could chuck them into mid or slow down B if people try to come through the wall. And then the wall creates an extra angle for you to hide behind if you're Nitro right there. There's so much difficulty for attackers coming into B when that wall is up. I mean, I can't even state how difficult it is, right? Because he is creating new angles that you now have to be aware of when he puts up this wall. And then he's slowing the other side of the push. So you can't really pinch him properly, and you have to use utility to clear out these angles that your strats probably aren't really designed to clear out. So, I mean, Nitro plays the Sage role so well when I watch him in this B side. It's another great example of it.
Yeah, great stuff. And I want to know, how many times was Sage nerfed and she's still amazing? It's
yeah,
it's amazing.
If you see here, he slows like that, and then Asuna has paint shells ready to nade if he sees any pressure. But the timing!
Oh, just contacting straight through. Nitro was not expecting that. No tell at all. Just straight out in there, in his face. And that's the B side under control here. Gen G switching up the pace on 100 Thieves. and they'll even drop the lockdown, so that's going to really slow things down for 100 Thieves retake. Ooh. Everybody's in spawn here now for 100 Thieves.
Still has the showstopper damage. Other than that, get in the sight. Paranoia on the Omen, maybe?
There's the showstopper. Wind goes down. Also logs. Asuna with a good entry. It's looking not too bad right now for 100 Thieves. Gen.G starting to fight back though. There's the fake TP from GMD. Finds the timing onto Asuna. And that's going to lock down the round. Another one in the bag for Gen.G. What an incredible start from there. 7-2. That is a huge lead. And GMD actually, 13 for 3. He is fragging out. So always good to see your Roman fragging out.
There's nothing better in this game than when an Omen breaks the ankles off of someone with a fake TP, Dan. There's nothing better when Asuna turned his head not knowing where that TP went to. Oh, I love seeing that out of GMD. Gen.G is playing so loose, and this is what I was worried of for 100 Thieves, because they're breaking the timings with this aggression. Oh no, Nitro misses the wall, I think, a little bit right there. And the fights continue at A main.
And 1-for-1 at least, as far as Gen.G are concerned, that will have them at an advantage. Quick information play coming through from Ethan, regaining control around A main. But as I say that, the peek from Steel in mid is punished.
So that means alarm bot down, Dan. Turret down. No impact from a Killjoy. Oh, scary 3-on-3 for 100 Thieves.
They get the drone tag, but there's over a minute left. So going for the frags, and I don't know how Sean wins that one or how that even missed for Nitro, but it is what it is, and that's a 4 versus 2 advantage. Make that 4 versus 1. Hiko in the 1 versus 4. I don't know about this time, lads. We'll have to see, but it's a tough one.
Look, we've said in the past we're not going to count Hiko and clutches, Dan. 8-2. I'm counting him out. I'm counting him out. Not possible.
I feel like that is reasonable. And he's down to 10 HP. Shock Dust coming through. Now there is an operator that could be saved, but I believe, but he will go down to Sean. So, you know, you mentioned Sean needs to have some impact in this game, and I feel like Sean's been doing a pretty good job. But really, for me, it feels like it is a team effort. Despite Win not having that many kills, it doesn't matter, because what he's doing in terms of creating space for the team, his part of the default, and entering sites has been extremely impactful. So everybody, it's absolutely a team effort right now from Gen.G. They are looking well oiled.
Yeah, and the confidence on the duelist, right? When taking A main super aggressively. Sean, even though he's tagged by drones 2 rounds now, I've seen him take challenges while tagged by the dog. I mean, look, these peaks coming out of the duelist. They're playing with immense confidence right now. And they are busting 100 Thieves setups and winning the gun duels. What I'm seeing out of Gen.G is the perfect counter to 100 Thieves game plan.
Yeah, you love to see it. And what's interesting is there is the monkey on the back for Gen.G insofar as this element that they to their game that they do struggle to close the big matches even when they get big leads. And I feel like they're definitely in a position to not fall to that demon of theirs and to, you know, set it all straight going forward, but that still exists in the context, so we'll keep an eye out for that. But with that said, of course, we do see a kill in middle as we get a mid-round convergence of players towards Cat as Michael clears out Cat and Tree, and that will give access to the A site where a single player lurks. It's Nitro with the Sheriff.
Spike planted.
Ooh, they didn't actually clear him out. I don't think it should matter too much because he can't have much impact unless he slimes out on the left side here and dodges the A main guy. Is he gonna do it, Dan?
Player standing.
Versus 4 for Nitro. There's the first frag, and Win is going to knock him down, so no chance for Nitro there ultimately. Another round in the bag for Gen.G. They are 9-2 up. It's crazy. This is the best I've seen them look on an attacking side, and they've definitely been doing a lot of work in anticipation of this game.
They have. I mean, this is a dominant performance from Gen.G, and perhaps the best performance I've seen the Gen.G Valorant squad put up in the recent months. They have been on a skyrocket type rise in the scene in NA, but this is special. Beating 100 Thieves 9-2 right now in attack, showing this kind of aggression. 100 Thieves has no answers right now. Super quick mid control coming out of Gen G. They're gonna break this alarm bot in a couple seconds.
Bot coming back.
And there's so
Drone
much
coming out
time.
of Michael.
Yeah, there's so much time in the round, and I feel like Gen G have so much control already. Hiko with the pick, and Steel getting aggressive through A main, and
Spike
Asuna
down
able to
A.
just make things a little bit slower towards that A site. So then Steel's able to capitalize as they're slowed on that catwalk position. It's all coming together for 100 Thieves. Great follow-up from Steel with that operator. And nice little flourish at the end to finish the half with at least 3 rounds to their name. 100 Thieves,
Switching
certainly
sides.
not in the best of positions, but that is going to give them something to work with going into the second half. And the second half, everything could change here. 100 Thieves are on the attack now. 100 Thieves get to set the pace. Of course, it all starts with the pistol, but this is definitely not over just yet.
No, I don't think it's over yet. But like you said, the pistol means a lot right now for both of these teams. I mean, Gen G could just close this first map out so quickly by winning the pistol. By the way, I never thought I would see a defense-sided lockdown in tiles, but here we are.
Here.
And this is, I mean, 100 Thieves has no one on the B side of the map right now. This is definitely gonna be a cat split, very similar to what we saw, on the eco round from Gen G. I think we're gonna see Hiko drone up cat, drone up A main with Ethan following it. These 3 guys going up catwalk together. A smoke at garden for them from Ethan.
Oh, Michael, I like this. Playing for A main control. And, oh, that's the spike as well. Down from Michael. The trade from Win. That means Gen G have spike control. And although, yeah, you got the A site 100 Thieves, you got to go back to A main now. And Win can waste time. He's got a cloud burst, drops it. He can fall back. He can even rotate up catwalk, which looks like he might be going for that. And this has bought time for Gen G to get onto Rafters. And now another choke point for 100 Thieves to have to contest, but it's just simply too difficult. They are caught on both sides. The paranoia there. There goes the dash for a win to shut it down. Gen G are going to take the pistol, and oh man, it's so, I can't, Sean, it's so smart. I love when teams, when the attackers going up catwalk, they just take A main control and give up the site. I love that so much.
God, I'm grinning ear to ear right now, Dan. It's so good to see a team like Gen G come up through the ranks, and that might be an anti-strat because I've seen Hiko and Ethan do the same exact play previously in this bracket. So this is definitely a counter play, but I love how they recognize 100 Thieves had to wall heaven, so now they have to go back and get the spike. We should break this and be posted on them when they come out. Don't give them any respect. Don't let them have any free time to, do their setups and allow them to run their strats. They're playing so disruptive.
And it's the Sheriff's back at it again here for 100 Thieves. Feels like we've been in this position a bunch of times in this Ascent game already. On the attack, they've gained some forward ground already towards mid-markets. Sean is still there, and he's got a crossfire.
Oh, they'll never expect this Omen, Dan. They'll never expect it. Great bait from Sean.
He's not trying to oversell it as well.
And then the guy shut. Oh, he overcommits.
Well, GMD has to try to close this down with a Spectre. He'll get both kills. There's the spike on the ground in control for Gen G. As Michael finishes off one player top mid, Ethan's remaining. He is quite a beast with that Sheriff. We'll have to see if he can find any more action, but he'll get shut down as well. Gen G not allowing any space to breathe for 100 Thieves as they go 11-3 in the lead.
Again, I mean, I can tell Gen G has put in tons of homework. This is a lot of anti-shrouding going on. When we saw 100 Thieves previously approach their attack side of Ascent, Nitro would work up mid with this boom bot coming from Asuna, and then he would wall off CT spawn. They would break the door. They would cause a big ruckus. So you can see this setup was an exact counter to what 100 Thieves is running. And the pistol round, I could say the same exact thing. It's a perfect counter. 100 Thieves is just getting hard counter right now. They're running the same game plan, and Gen G is super prepared. Hey, look at the disrespect to the turret he made. They're just...
Cool. Expecting to walk through the smoke there. Sean, as well as GMD, just doing so well in these forward positions, and oof, it's really tough right now if you're in 100 Thieves shoes, of course. Very Very slim pickings.
Remaining.
No margin for
Spike down
error
mid.
at this point. Nico just with the ghost in the 1 versus 4. And Gen.G haven't shown signs of letting up a single time so far, playing everything with such a degree of focus that they seem like they have leveled themselves up. I haven't seen them looking so confident so far in this tournament until this moment. It looks very good.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, this looks beyond very good, Dan. This is like a showcase Gen.G is putting on for everyone right now, that they're a contender to win this tournament. They're definitely a dark horse based on what I'm seeing right now. Coming into the tournament, I mean, we all thought, Sentinels, 100 Thieves, FaZe, all these teams are going to be the ones to look out. Envy. No one really talks much about Gen.G, but they're now capable of this since adding Kusta, since making tiny changes to their comps, and just the style of play I see. Like, they're so proactive. Like this.
Wow. Yeah, Ethan taking down Win. Michael's in the 4th position. He doesn't want to give this up, though. He's going to be forced to eventually, and there is a paranoia used, actually. It's great to get that out of the hands of the attackers, at least. Michael falls back. Asuna, some space gained towards that B side as well. Spike being picked up by Nitro now as they'll all go back, but GMD in mid, this could actually cause problems because they have to cross these angles. They are rotating towards B, and Gen.G know absolutely everything that's happening. They are 2 against 4 though, so of course they are working from a great disadvantage in numbers, but again, holding the cross at GMD can, oh, well, there's the dark cover, so that ruins that one, but he's gonna go forwards through this one. So confident, you said it, Sean, but it won't work out for him this time. Ethan with the shutdown, leaving Michael alone with the operator in the 1 versus 4.
Oof, and absolutely, I mean, clearly a must-win round for 100 Thieves. They're down 12-3. They can't lose anymore. On the other hand, for Gen.G, you can see this is kind of a throwaway round. We mentioned it last half. They had Spectres. They didn't really invest everything they had into this round. And Mikhail's coming out of it with an operator. I mean, he picked this up off of Steel's body. So this is actually quite a successful round. Coming into the next round with an op for Hwin. He won't have to invest into it. I mean, 100 Thieves has a lot of work to do before I'm a believer in the comeback.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But this is a good start at the very least. As you say, it's kind of scary because you don't really know what Gen.G is. Oh, they actually got him beautiful there.
They full spammed him.
That's a huge win. I mean, well, speaking of Win and the operator, another one will be in the hands of Win, but that's a lot of money spent, of course.
Yeah, you can see that actually puts GMD on a Spectre, because what would have happened was Mikhail dropping the operator over to Hwin, and then Hwin dropping a rifle down to Mikhail, and then, Mikhail someone giving a gun over to GMD, probably Hwin, actually. And now look at the buy. It's very hobbled. That's a big find.
Jump Peak will find Win in mid, so some information.
Look at this bait setup, Dan. This Reyna sitting in the corner. They know the turret's there. The second contact is made. Omen blind, swing.
Great kill from Steel. There's the blind, though. There's the swing, just as you said, Sean, and the trade is through for Gen.G. And that's actually, even though they go down 4 versus 4, that's a lot of info for them now. So there are some benefits to that, and you can see that 100 Thieves know that. They're going to speed things up, going for the push, but it's going to be difficult. There are 2 players on site. Nitro will deal with one of them, with the wall behind the smoke that we've seen so many times before. And actually, after all is said and done on the A site, Gen.G are left only with 2 players who are looking to be saving on that B side already.
Yeah, you mentioned a lot of info for Gen.G. It was also a lot of info for 100 Thieves, right? The second Steel gets that frag, he knows 1's B main. The Omen paranoia comes through the wall. He knows 2 are B main. The Killjoy swings to take him out. He now knows they did a 3-person B setup, right? So that means across mid, across catwalk, across A, there's only 2 players. There's 2 players covering all the rest of the map. So 100 Thieves speeds it up super quick. After Steel realizes that, you can see the speed in which 100 Thieves approaches the A site. They pounce on it, the Omen ults into it. It's just too much to handle. They have a 4-on-2 in the A site, and it could have gone a little bit better, but everything goes 100 Thieves' way on this given round.
Yeah, I think you described it really nicely, and that is definitely that's the difficulty when you're playing against a team who's defaulting, because they have the ability to react on the fly to what they see. And We'll see if Genji decides to start playing more passively, start playing a bit more standard themselves as we go into the following gun rounds. And we're going to see a Bucky on win. Of course, some of the saved rifles, but ultimately they're not going to be spending their last dime. They'll be keeping enough money for the following rounds. And looks pretty standard from Genji's side of things.
I think when the turret makes contact at B main, he shock darts. So it just made contact. He's shock darting right now. I'm kind of curious if that... Oh, there it is right there. Yeah, that kind of hurt them a little bit.
I like it.
He's timing it off of the turret.
We saw 2 there. That's actually pretty big information, as opposed to just a killjoy. Holding ground, but GMD spots the spike. He is on another level right now. Takes down a second player. Huge information there for both teams once again, but it's Genji that surely come out the better. Win in the cap position there with that Bucky can be extremely dangerous. And with a minute to go, 100 Thieves aren't necessarily pressed for time, but it does feel quite desperate for them as they start to rotate towards this A site. And it's a complete retake setup from Genji. Genji opting not to play for info just yet. They've got the forward position in win. They're happy to give up the A site and play that retake game. And there is no lockdown available, but Michael has the Hunter's Fury.
Steel is going to put down his lockdown. They have the showstopper on Austin. I'm curious if he's just going to run in with that. They have Ethan on smokes, but they lost Hiko's vision, right? They don't have a recon, they don't have a drone, they also don't have a wall, and they always use that wall on these A hits. So the hit seems a little bit hobbled coming out of 100 Thieves, but they're going to secure the site at very least.
Oh, the timing is beautiful from Asuna. So intelligent from him. And there's 3 versus 2 on the retake now, and it's a couple of sheriffs and a phantom. It's not looking great. Ethan able to take down Sean, and all of a sudden it starts to look very favorable for 100 Thieves, defending the spike. Lots of time on the spike, lots of time for the defenders to work this retake. The resources aren't there, but oh, a distraction. Michael punishes Ethan, turning away, and it's down to Steel with the operator. We've seen great things from him. He's got to do it again. Finds the shot, the 1 versus 1, and again, he will not miss the Red Bull clutch for Steel, as he always is going to lead by example for 100 Thieves.
Whew. What an impactful round coming out of Steel. We've seen him a lot on the lurk. We haven't seen him opt this much, actually. This game, he's opt a lot. And I mean, people have their doubts on if this can work. When I read a lot of comments, not having that jet main on the opt, they previously had Dicey. That's so good for an operator, having those jet movement abilities. Seeing it on Killjoy seems a little clunky, but Steel's kind of making it work so far.
There's the turret. Win will shoot that one down. 2 players B main, 2 players A main here for 100 Ds on their default. With Steel just looking after mid with that operator. So they've got a lot of vision, and they spotted nothing so far from Genji, Sean. So they don't really know what Genji are working with on their defense just yet.
No, they have A main, like you mentioned. GMD is throwing some smokes there, and Genji has this insane triangle setup on Catwalk. If 100 Thieves takes this round into Catwalk, they would be in big trouble. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the intent of 100 Thieves this round. It looks like they're probably going to end up gravitating a little bit more towards the B site. I mean, Nitro looks like he wants to wall up and look into the site. He might make that play soon. I think he is.
Kusa does have a lockdown as well. So this is... yeah.
Omen's going to TP in the site, Dan. He's going to TP in.
Oh, let's see it. Oh, love the Ice Orb as well, trying to punish the B stairs player. That is Kusta on the Killjoy. He's in a pretty difficult spot, but that's some good damage from Kusta. He's surely got to be aware of this wall situation. Nothing's come of the walls just yet in terms of actual frags, and in fact, it's going to go the reverse. Nitro falling off of the wall thanks to Sean. However, the trace come through, and it's hard to see exactly what's going on, but with Sean's double, that will change everything. They can't get through the choke point, and 100 Thieves have no time to do anything else. It's just Steel again with the operator, and, well, he's going to go down, and that's the 13-6. Gen G with an extremely confident showing out of the gate, smashing 100 Thieves, putting any doubts to rest on map 1. prematurely.
Yeah.
Just because you expect the other team might have an answer, but you might want to test it first. So I would expect to see the same, and we'll go into that because we're jumping straight into the pistol here between Gen G and 100 Thieves, and Gen G Win's going to start things off nicely.
So aggressive. Mikhail's so aggressive over here. He's droning in B lobby on defense. How is 100 Thieves going to break this B site? They're pinched.
Yeah, it's looking quite difficult, but it is a pistol, and they can certainly shoot their way out of a situation like this, although they are losing firepower by the moment. As Asuna goes down, Steel now joins the ranks of the Fallen. Nitro with a quick double to respond, but it's just too much damage from Gen G, and I gotta say, it looked like Gen G were very prepared for that. That wall mid-strat and go under tube into the B site. That is something that I've seen a lot of teams really like recently when they are running that stage.
Yeah, and if you looked at the A site, what you saw was a wall over there. So Sean, who was playing the Reyna on the prior map, is now playing Sage. What an insane difference in roles. He walls the A site to allow a quick rotation. Meanwhile, Win's playing so aggressive at B. That opening frag at B really, really hurt 100 Thieves because it made the hit super one-dimensional, and they're in the center of the map. So there's people in long B, there's people in B site, there's people in market, there's people in spawn, there's people flanking mid from A, and it's just too many angles at that point for 100 Thieves to take care of. Ooh, farming the orbs. Man, Gen Z looks really good.
Yeah, they definitely do. Just have to deal with this eco round, and they'll be good to go into that first gun round. Kusa able to maintain lots of control by himself here, using the turret. He's got the alarm bot on the left side too, in case he has to fall back and they can timing through. Don't cover there to deny Kusa's vision. Kusa can't really afford to go closer than he already is, lest he risk too much.
He has that alarm bot though, so he has an alarm bot telling him if someone gets any closer than this start cover. And there's a turret also spotting.
Marshall is extremely strong. And it will give Kusa a couple kills. And 2 for 1 there is huge. They haven't gotten any position yet, the attackers. So getting a 2 for 1, certainly something that they will find to be quite acceptable. In the meantime, Nitro able to walk up into kitchen. He might actually find a timing where they don't know, or where they are not aware as to his position, and he could use that element of surprise to turn the tables here. Nitro has the ability to somehow find a way for 100 Thieves to win this round, but he's got to find some kills. Spots one player, he goes straight for it. No trigger discipline, just go in for it, trying to find the next play. He knows there's got to be somebody else around, and he's scouting out all this information. Spotted out another one, but Sean is quick to the frag. Eco, though, able to trade, and that's going to allow the spike to go down. So that's money in the bank, but can they actually win from this position? It's not looking too bad here. They managed to get time to get into post-pass positions by B long, by yellow. There's Window. I love that. The dash on top. That's so smart. What a move from Win.
Every play Win made in that 2-on-2 was excellent, right? As him and his teammate are running up middle into the B site, he up traps into the site. What does that do? It creates 2 different elevations. So he's peeking up top, Mikhail's peeking below, but he's doing this so quickly on the fly. And then as Mikhail's dart tags the guy behind yellow, he dashes on top of it, knowing he can get a really crazy one-on-one with the guy along B. Because the guy below him, I mean, he knows exactly what's going on below him. That guy has been pinged by a recon dart. So he's safe from that fight. Everything he's doing is not only very aggressive, it's very calculated. And I really like how he's approaching this jet roll.
Yeah, totally agree. And it's going to be a massive bonus here. The 3 pistols being carried through. Not really going too much investment, but 100 Thieves going aggressive here to meet this in the A site. And it's looking kind of crazy. Win on a Spectre.
They walled up. That's so sick. They walled up.
Oh, that's beautiful. I actually missed that too.
I've never seen that.
Oh, I love that. It'll be interesting to see if we...
so fast.
I wonder if we'll get more of that in the rest of this half.
Quite unlucky, though. They take out the 2 players that really don't matter much on Icebox, right? If they took out the Omen, hitting this B site would be almost out of the question. It would be so difficult to hit this B site without smokes. But he's alive, so both sites are open. You can see Gen G is kind of fishing around, and they're going to get caught off guard on this rope.
Ooh.
Enemy remaining.
Eco able to take down both players, finishing it off. Only losing 2, but again, the investment from Gen G was quite minimal. So I don't think that they're going to be too disappointed by that.
I loved that wall, Dan. That wall was amazing. I've never seen a Sage aggressively wall, herself and a teammate up onto the catwalk so quickly. Those guys were up there immediately, and 100 Thieves was super aware. If they didn't have all 5 players there, I think Gen G might win that little skirmish.
Let us hunt.
I just love the creative Sage walls. It's just beautiful to see. Recon dart to the back of A. Recon glass exchange on A. Lots of presence around mid though, going up the tube.
Ooh, op versus op, Dan.
Oh, Steel is ready for that one though. Better position on him. GMD now, does he want to make a play? He's going to hear some movement, so he could decide to just talk to his teammates and tell them what's going on. He could try to get the flank going. He's just going to stay passive and hold on to the tube position as 100 Thieves go to finish on the B site.
So Mikael just droned A and saw nothing. He's cheating over to B now. They'll have 3 people here before the hit. Yeah, like you said, this kill fail. Oh. Recon gets a ping, and now we're in a 5-on-3. Things get real difficult for Gen G here.
Ooh, is he going to make it? Oh no, GMD can't get out of the radius in time. He did get a kill though, and he's not going to get punished. So that actually was a pretty strong play, but the res comes through from Nitro. 100 Thieves really wanting to make sure they'll secure this one. Michael taking down Steel though. That makes it a 3 versus 4 in this retake, and right now the defenders are knocking on the door and the spike was only just planted. There's lots of time. The paranoia goes out and the swing behind yellow commences. The trades are not looking good though here for Gen G. 100 Thieves looking to convert this one. Michael though wants to kick Sting at least. Able to get anything more. So lots of powerful ultimates burned there from 100 Thieves, but they do come away with the victory, and they still have a Hunter's Fury and a Showstopper. So not looking too bad now, 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and for those watching at home, kind of wondering like the pace, who's winning this match. When I've been watching Icebox lately, it seems like the map is super attack-sided. Particularly when you have a decent comp and you have a Sage in play, so you can wall at B, wall at A, kind of get the plant down and then play a post plant. So I think things are falling right into line where you would expect them. If Gen G starts running away with this half, I think then we end up in a weird scenario where I would heavily favor them.
See right now how passive 100 Thieves are. They're expecting with the anticipation that their opponents have that eco rounds, that's Gen G would get aggressive somewhere, and they're just not doing it. You know, we had that wall on A previously to get aggressive, but this time around, nothing doing for Gen G. Somewhat forward positions, but they're letting 100 Thieves make the move. And 100 Thieves, of course, at this point, they've burned quite a lot of time off the clock. They've got to start moving towards the site.
Yeah, they've got nothing. They've wasted a lot of time. They have nothing, Dan.
They're going towards Win here as well. He has the knives out. This is scary. Oh, he's going to get spotted. And with that drone spotting him, he wants to go aggressive. He's going to drop down into this cubby. And there's lots of cubbies here to work from for Win.
Yeah, they're going A. They're terrified. They're definitely going A here. You can see the spike rolling back to A. 3 players going there. Mikael's droning. He's going to spot this, but these guys have no chance of making it into the site in time.
Nightmare's over.
So we'll take down GMD as well. So
30 seconds
things
left.
looking a little bit easier. The Hunter's Fury is available for Michael, but you don't want to commit that unless you feel like you have a good chance to win the round. Oh, huge pick from Steel. Absolutely massive picks from Steel. He's not stopping just yet as well. On that operator, on the Killjoy, he's been something of a revelation for 100 Thieves. And although they're supposed to win this round, there were a lot of landmines laid out by Gen G that 100 Thieves managed to evade.
I mean, things looked really scary for a second there, especially when Hiko's drone missed Win. He got really close. You just felt, the Korean jet vibe, just right click, dash, like just chaos, right? We all felt it coming, but 100 Thieves thought better. I think Hiko maybe gave some good comms from that drone info, and they just rolled back to A and just take a free site. Good mid game from 100 Thieves to stabilize there. Op versus op again here at A. Oh no, Win has a rifle here. So Steel's gonna end up peeking into him, and this is interesting because this is a cool little smoke setup.
Hunter's Fury coming out there. Nice find by Win. Takes down Steel. That's a massive pick. Another one, the trade attempt late from Hiko fails. That's gonna leave 100 Thieves in a very bad position. They have to work B now, and there's gonna be sound cues there for GMD, who's sitting in middle by Orange, so he's going to know exactly what's going on. The rotation's coming through.
Ooh, how does 100 Thieves stabilize here? It seems so difficult in this 3-on-5. Get the spike down, that's a huge win, but Nitro's still really low.
There is a showstopper available for Asuna, but Ethan's going to take the forward battles. They know they have to get some early wins here on the fights to make this even possible, but it's not looking too good. We've got Nitro playing by the wall here in this gap. Really scary position. Asuna caught throwing the paint shells, and although Nitro gets that pick and is playing around the wall so well, there is only so much that he can do. And that's going to be Gen.G with the retake, surviving with 3 players, so pretty good look for them.
Definitely good look. And there's the res for the Econ. Wynn's about to lock it in once everyone gets their weapons. I think he's going to go look for that operator over at the A site. You can see Kusto's booking it. He's trying to get to the operator that Steel had. So they're going to get Wynn that op for next round. Really smart play to not stick the defuse. On the other side of the coin, though. Oof. 100 Thieves. You know, it's that phase syndrome I'm getting right now, right? Where Quinn took those fights to people on 100 Thieves, and he's conditioning them to not want to do that anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, he's playing so aggressively. He's making them want to use utility more than they probably want to, more than they planned on doing, because he's aggressively just winning the fights.
And we have a 2-man setup here on B-Long. Again, it's going to be this operator from Win, they may not expect, plus GMD early in the early timings, but nothing going on there, so GMD rotates. Oh, and it's a very fast push through mid here, going straight overboard. Let's see what can be found with his showstopper. Oh, the rocket sent, but it will not find its target as Gen.G are defending extremely well right now. Steel with a nice double to give a chance here for 100 Thieves. And he's going to be able to make his way into the site as well. But there's only so much that he can do. Win with such a good pick. And it leaves Ethan in the 1v3 now. And the spike's in the middle of the open here, and that's going to be very difficult for Ethan to recover. He's got a smoke now available. Need to take the fights though, and a win with one straight inside of his head. 4-3 and Win. Just as you said, Sean, you know, it's crazy we didn't talk more about him in the pre-game, but he's looking very decisive on Icebox so far.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous rotate. I mean, that's exactly what you would want. If your Jet is opping B, right, and totally out of the picture, and you have this insane mid-A split coming in for 100 Thieves that you rarely see, right? A wall, and then a pre-slow on Boiler, the ramp. Asuna, you know, ulting up, satchelating into the spawn. It was so aggressive. But when repositions deep in defender spawn on top of that little roof, and he just outplays them perfectly. Oh, dear.
That's nasty. Not sure about that Cloudburst, but it's cool at least. And oh, hello. Oh.
Yeah, I hate to see that.
Well, at least Win escapes with his life, and 100 Thieves again left in a position where they're in trouble. Steel is lurking towards the A site, but it's a very delicate dance, and you can see that Sean is anticipating that this is possible. Right now, Gen.G leaving a player on A tells us they know that Steel likes to lurk those spots. And Asuna, though, he's so deep towards Snowman, getting these frags that's surely going to convince the rotation. But the running's hard of Steel, and it looks like it was a beautiful hold from Sean. He waited long enough to catch Steel out. With that said, though,
a huge miss from Hiko. Now we're in a 3-on-2, and this could literally go either way.
Yeah, it's looking very tough. Nitro, oh, he's going to find this kill, and he will. Takes down Sean, leaving Kusta. 1 versus 2 now. And they're going to play this so disciplined. I say that, the swing comes through from Nitro, and he's good off the first shot, and that's going to be a wrap. Very back and forth here now, 4 against 4.
Very, very back and forth right now. I mean, it is 4-4, but if I'm observing this game from an analytical point of view, it does seem like Gen.G's ahead. And it takes a miracle out of Asuna, pushing through a smoke, you know, finding this blind opening onto the B site. He has no help. No one's with him, right? He has to find these frags to bring his team back in the round, and luckily he does. He had so much impact, though, on that entry.
Well, we're going to get a fast one, it looks like, towards the A site, though. Just Sean there. The rest of Gen.G are pushing mid and well, at least position around B long. So they are in retake territory, whether they like it or not, if the pace continues here from 100 Thieves. So for Sean, you know, he's dropped that wall And you can see a contact here from 100 Thieves. They don't want to give the game away, but with that said, the positioning of Gen.G, they should surely know exactly what's going on right now.
Ooh, that's a lot of info on a drone. The drone clears all of the site. You can see 100 Thieves just walks on in, plants the spike. Now we just get chaos here. They're going to break the wall so it's a little bit easier for them to defend the site.
Drone going through as well.
This retake is very tense. It means a lot for both of these teams, Dan.
Both Killjoy ultimates coming down, the lockdowns in play. Sean trying to lurk out there. He's got the ability to just get out there a little bit and get back behind the radius. Ooh, Win going in though. Again, trying to find the difficult timing. Nitro, he's going to get traded off of that. So it was probably worth it though, taking down Win with those knives. Asuna defending close by the spike, able to get traded out as well. So Gen.G are making ground. They're making distance. The trades are going their way so far, but it's a 2v2. And it's going to be Ethan to just take it all. 100 Thieves winning that by a hair.
Ooh, he got the 140 Phantom Dink and clutched out the round. Oh man, Ethan winning that round, just clawing through, bringing 100 Thieves to 5 rounds. That's a big round too, because if you look at the economy on Gen.G, this is where 100 Thieves starts to stabilize. If they just secure their economy here, have a clean round, they likely run away with this half at this point.
More of a mid focus coming through this time around for 100 Thieves, and that might catch this tube walk that we're about to see, or maybe vice versa. Not expecting to see a Bucky right there at that time of the round, and now still is with him going down there, dropping the operator as well. GMT's going to use the dark cover to absolutely crush with the Bucky, and I don't know how the hell he's getting so much value. Asuna dropping off to find Win at least to give some kind of a chance here, but that is outrageous. And you know what? I feel like it is just desserts for Steel, being on the receiving end this time of the Bucky.
That is very true. He deserves it. He deserves it. That's karma. That has to be karma, right? Just getting buckied like that.
Yeah.
For all the bucking we've seen out of him.
I feel like if we could see his face, he'd just be nodding and just be like, yep, that makes sense.
These guys are going to walk into the A site. And again, Gen.G is playing full retake on this A site. And I think if 100 Thieves just, walks into the site and everything goes like it seems like it's going to go, we're going to see a lot more A hits in the future. Because they're now realizing the A site is a little bit weak.
The showstopper is up for Asuna, so that does actually make this quite scary. Being able to defend and use that showstopper as the defenders come in to retake through these choke points might give opportunity for at least one free kill out of that ultimate. And then it's a 2v3, and they're going aggressive actually around screen. I love this. Instead of falling back, like you might expect, they know they have to get early kills. Oh, the jump peek is genius. Showstopper out. Incredibly key frags coming through from Ethan. Asuna though in the 1 versus 2, very doable. Playing around 410, seeing what he can find, looking for the 1v1. And he's going to find it. My God, Asuna! That's insane! Just one more to go as he buys time, working his way back around 410. And he's going to see Sage, and he's going to take him down. Great play from Asuna for the Red Bull clutch. My God, Sean, this guy is nuts.
That was absolutely beautiful from 100 Thieves. It's one of the few times we've seen them bring the aggression. And again, it comes from the young star in Asuna, right? They take that push towards screens. You said it was such a good play. I couldn't agree more. They could not have fallen back and played that 4-on-2 passive and won it. They get proactive. Ethan gets the 2 frags. It then is in Asuna's hands to close out the last 2. And who better on 100 Thieves than him to do that right now?
Big plays. All started with the Bucky this time. The operator! Oh, looked like a collat almost. But it is traded out this time. You can see that 100 Thieves are adapting to the shenanigans around Tube, and they get the res off too, securing the 5 versus 4. Meanwhile, Eco's getting that info. He's clearing out those positions towards A, and it's got to feel very confusing for Gen.G because right now, 100 Thieves kind of resetting the situation. They could go anywhere right now.
Yeah, and they walled mid to peek into B. Steel goes down again. Opening death twice in 1 round. I can't feel too good. But Asuna, this man is mad right now.
Yeah, but he just doesn't care. We get the res coming out from Sean, though. That puts it back to a 3 versus 3. It's kind of crazy. Kusa with the swing. That elevated position around B long. And Nitro, easy punish onto Michael, trade through from Sean, and now it's up to Sean to try to clutch with Sage. He's got an Ice Orb. That's basically it in terms of utility. He has full HP at least. And right now, you know, there's 30 seconds, so not too much pressure on 100 Thieves. They've got time to get this spike planted. Sean might get caught here on the rotation. The flick comes through. Ethan is not going to whiff that. That's going to be the the 7th round in favor of 100 Thieves.
And the importance of that 4-on-2 eco, you can just feel it right now. You can just feel how important that round was to just how this match is playing out right now. We go from potentially a tied game to now, you know, ending the half at maybe 8-4. I mean, this doesn't seem like an 8-4 half for 100 Thieves, but they won the important rounds and they won a couple huge clutches. They're battling back, especially Austin. I can't state that enough. He is having so much impact.
Strong grenade out.
Kusta still, you know, trying to keep control of this B-long position. It's a very difficult position. Gonna have to fall back here. Does have support from GMD on the site. 100 Thieves look pretty committed towards this. They've got Steel in mid, as you'd expect. And Win is walking down cheap as well, so he might find Steel. That's in the meanwhile.
GMD is spotted by the recon, Dan. Little bit of a misplay right there. He thought he could slime away, go on the left side of the yellow. He just didn't work out. Still about to get shotgun twice in a row in the same way.
I feel like...
Oh, dear. The mold will be building.
I want to see it. Oh, he whiffs the shot. He even gets the shot
He
off
is
too.
full mold.
And that's the job of the operator to win, no less. The Jet. That's fantastic for Gen G's chances here. Equalizing into a 4 versus 4. The spike still needs to be planted in this position. Oh, peeks through the nano swarm. Kusta, what a genius. So confident, is knocking every player down. There's only Hiko remaining. Out comes the Hunter's Fury. He wants to find Kusta. He knows he's low. He wants to destroy that lockdown. But you know what? He's going to get absolutely annihilated by Sean. And that is going to be 5 rounds for Gen G at the end of the first half. This Icebox is on right now for both of these teams. We're seeing so much great stuff either way, and I love it.
Yeah, I mean, Bach did mention this is the coldest map, Dan, and Revenge is indeed a dish best served cold. Oh. Sorry, I'm sorry I had to do it. I had to do it. The shotguns coming in onto Steel. It feels so poetic. It feels like he should be getting shotgunned after what we've seen lately.
I respect, but also hate you.
Yes, I know.
All right. I mean, you said it on Ascent as well, and a pistol is always extremely important. Gen G obviously trailing here, and are we looking to see any shenanigans off the bat here from these initial positions? Doesn't look like it.
Looks pretty standard from 100 Thieves, if I'm being honest. Steel alone at A, though, kind of interesting. We don't really see much Killjoys soloing A like this anymore, but he has some help from Ethan with the smokes. Gen G is going to come into him, though. They're definitely coming A here. Probably behind Mikhail's drone.
Oh, and there's a push garage as well from B long, and Kusa, he spots it, so he's able to at least fight. They push him, and they're not going to push him just yet. The rotation is very far away at this point. Kusa's trying to... Oh, no, he's going to go down. Didn't disengage quickly enough, and Sean with the wall there to try to get something go. Oh, the classic, the jumping classic from Sean. That stings for Steel. Didn't know what hit him, and now 4 versus 4.
On the flank, Dan.
And the spike is planted, and as you say, up on the belt, so it's a pretty difficult position to deal with. Asuna can just toy with them. He doesn't even have to commit to any fights to be an absolute pain in the ass for Gen G, but Gen G have the man advantage right now. Here comes the push straight through. Ethan opens it up nicely, and Asuna's paint shots come through as well. So great stuff from 100 Thieves, able to pick it up. But spike did go down, so I wonder if we'll see some force buy action in the following round.
Yeah, I mean, the last time that I really took an in-depth look at Gen G playing Icebox, it was around the Stinger meta time, and they had a ridiculous mid-B split. It looked amazing. I hope we get the chance to see it again at some point this game, but it might be like one of those Stinger exclusive type strats. It's a treat. Honestly, they just basically fly through mid with a Sage wall. I think they might be doing it. Oh my god. This is going to be epic. Are you ready, Dan?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Strapped in. I'm ready to get in the brace position. Up mid they
Walking
go.
up.
Revealing area.
Dark cover there. Oh, that's a big recon. It will get taken down though. And they're going
Oh,
up
this is
tube
just
into
a slimy
kitchen.
strat. They're just all sliming into kitchen right now.
And that kitchen position. Steel's getting close with the Bucky. Looking for that revenge. Here comes the Bucky. Steel's not going to find anything with the Bucky. 2 kills going towards Genji, but here comes Nitro. They have the Spectres. They should be able to clean up most of these players. Spike's planted though. That's a lot of money again in the bank. Going to help out Genji, regardless of what happens here. But still, Nitro's looking to see if he can find that cleanup. That Spectre. Of course, you don't want to overexpose yourself here. And there goes the Bucky. Dropped by Steel. Put to great use. Looking really scary here now as Ethan tries to find his way onto the side. Gets tagged by the drone. Oh no. He does manage to take down Win though. Another player around the corner. Ethan still picks it up. Alone now against Kusta in the 1v1. Time is starting to be a problem. There goes the Nano Swarm. Oh, Kusta with the Ghost. It just does too much damage. And Genji, good for the Thrifty. He said they slammed their way up into the kitchen, and it certainly worked.
Wow, yeah, that is not at all what I expected. When I saw them all gather on mid, I thought they would have this explosive utility usage where they just run through mid. They just kind of lurched their way into the kitchen and just, you know, overwhelmed all the players on 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves never, ever saw that coming. At no point were they ready for that amount of people that pushed up. And it looked like, you know, Genji would just swarm a player. Whenever they see someone, they would just swarm them. And 100 Thieves just kept getting taken out in unfavorable duels.
Oh, getting the mid aggression going straight back out from under Thieves. Getting up close to that dark cover. Kusa's here to watch plays. I don't know if he's going to be able to take down all these players.
Whoa.
He's getting pre-fired before they come through the smoke. Sean, though, is ready. Great angle. Really favorable angles coming in here for Genji as they take the fight back to 100 Thieves. And
Oh.
Sean, pop, and they're all gone.
Whew. Whew. My doppelganger just literally flicking on heads over there. Genji, Sean. Gathering the res too. So it's important that someone like Sage gets plants in. They get easy eco frags because the res is so important in pro play. You know, getting these rounds where you can have a throwaway life, someone can play super aggressive. You can have Win, take this operator and just updraft onto the railing right now and take a super aggressive fight. And normally you would never want to do that in a round like this. So this is gonna be really cool. He did it. He updrafted right away. Meanwhile, GMD's also being aggressive at B. So you can see the power of the res. The power of the res is just freedom to have aggression.
GMD is actually so scary right now what he's doing. He's
Yeah, look
not
where he is.
stopping it at all. He's just pressuring so hard right now, and that's going to really feel very strong. And I like this though. 100 Thieves trying to actually respond by taking mid control, but they're getting punished for doing it.
Both B players are down, and someone's already in B that they aren't even aware about, Dan. There's already an Omen here, and he's killing Hiko in the side of the head in mid. The round is over, Dan. It's a 5-on-2. These two players are on A, and Genji has no intentions of heading that way.
What a
Great
great
round
play
by Genji off the back of that frag from Kusta.
Oh, they're just Genji are playing so much. I feel like they're playing so much better across the board. It's from just a week ago. I really felt I didn't feel underwhelmed a week ago, but I didn't feel like they had that dark horse or that potential to be a good dark horse pick. But right now, as you said, they're looking fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, they did this round with the polar opposite aggressions, right? A GMD pushing through B, Win pushing by A, and the plan was initially to go to A, but that changes when people come mid into Kusta, right? People actively tried to find Kusta, and they paid the price. He shut down the star fragger Asuna on a Killjoy lurk roll, right? And that changes everything. People come back to B, they catch Steel in the middle with an Odin, not really a favorable duel if I'm being honest. They take him out. I mean, the round's literally over at that point because of GMD's position, though. Genji looks really, really good.
Win on that operator is such a scary prospect too, and it doesn't feel like because we're not seeing that Jet on 100 Thieves, they don't have that same kind of danger factor that a Jet gives you. Like it's such a you can condition opponents so effectively with Jet because it just feels like everything could be scary.
This is gonna be fun.
Whereas I don't feel that way about how 100 Thieves have their composition right now. So it's That's just part of the nature of this.
Yeah, I think the scary thing with these Jets in pro play right now is they could play aggressive, they could play passive. Look at this wall. Oh my goodness. Ethan TP is on top of Nitro's wall. It doesn't matter. We're already in a 5-on-3 yet again.
Yeah, these eco rounds. It feels like 100 Thieves have had so many eco rounds across these two maps.
Gen G, it seems like they've had the right answer and the right setup, the perfect counter every round so far. You can tell they've done their homework coming into this matchup. And if I'm being honest, like I don't see how 100 Thieves comes back into this game because they're such a structured team that in order for them to win this game, they have to break that structure. They have to go into the unknown. They have to take the gloves off of some of their players because everything they normally do is very readable right now.
Well, as you say about taking the gloves off, Sean, Nitro has taken everything off. He's just out there right now, exposed, but doing everything to keep this round alive for his team. Lane Screen's aware that there could be that mid lurk, just giving up some of the sites so that he can play with his team. It's a 3 versus 2 in favor of 100 Thieves, thanks to Nitro with those 2 quick kills. Time is a problem now as well. Win. The flick missed, and oh my god, the res comes in. Wins in a 1v4. He's got to get the spike. He's got to plant it, and he's got no time. The round is over. The round is over, and if Win survives this, that would be a miracle. Because what's up? It's Asuna right around the corner for the Thrifty. 100 Thieves were just literally just when they're getting counted out, Sean.
Yes.
I'm
literally live counting them out as they're bringing back this insane eco. But they did it in the way that I said they would need to, right? Nitro making this individual play. He's able to swing, right? The round has broken down. We're in an eco. And people are making individual plays for 100 Thieves. They need to do that on gun rounds. They need to have that approach moving forward and not just when they're saving. I mean, they have that random style when they're saving because they know they have to catch people off guard to win the round. And that's a beautiful 3-on-5 they just won. But I still lack the confidence in them closing out this game from what I've seen, which is crazy for me to say because 100 Thieves coming into this tournament, I thought they were the favorites to win it.
Yeah, they won first strike.
Yeah.
It's like they know how to win. All these players,
insane.
the lineup that they have, all these players are closers. All of them at big tournaments. There's a lot to be said for the experience on their team, and I completely agree with you. But for Gen G, that's just bringing such a great level to this. But with that said, it's not over just yet. And this is just map 2. If you're just joining us, you might be in for a ride here because Win pulls out the knives, he pulls out the blades.
He's coming at Hiko. He's coming at Hiko right now.
And he's looking for it. He gets it. Shears his head right off with those daggers, and that is a problem. You've lost your Sova straight away. Great pick to find.
It makes them all go to mid, Dan. 100 Thieves is massively out of position for either site right now. Gen G has so many options after a pick like that. They're going to drone into B. The good thing for 100 Thieves is that the star player Asuna remains at this site.
One drone, but there's no info on A as well for 100 Thieves. They have to guess. As you said, they've got some play in mid to try to put the pieces together, and 100 Thieves do have position. Towards this site, there goes Asuna. Rocket comes out, Asuna, what can he find? He can't even pull the trigger. Win takes him out of the skies, and that's going to be a huge win for Gen G. Win is not done just yet. Darting all over the place. The frenzy's in hand now that the blades are gone, and it's really no chance left in this one for 100 Thieves. They've got 2 players. And I don't think Ethan, he's out here because if he gets given a couple easy kills, they can maybe decide to try to do something, but it's just not being given. The discipline from Gen G is there, and Win is looking to find the backs of one of these players, and he might just be finding both of them. Ethan is right below him.
Ethan has to save this weapon. Ethan absolutely has to save this weapon. You can see Sean on Gen G's side is on the hunt. He is right behind Ethan.
Oh, that was close to it. We have 5 bullets left. He's not confident to be able to save that. He does have a couple dark covers, so there is, I think, was a possibility for that. But Kusta takes him down regardless. 9-9. We have a hell of a game on our hands here, Sean. And again, this is just map 2. And for those who missed the first map, Gen G did manage to take down 100 Thieves on Ascent, which was Gen G's map choice in convincing fashion. Gen G looking phenomenal.
Yeah, it was such a convincing first map, and that's part of the reason why I think we're doubting 100 Thieves coming back into this game, even though we're sitting at 9-9. I mean, this is literally a tied game, but it feels like Gen G is ahead.
You're completely right. I can't really understand the scoreline given that feeling. You're so right with that. But moving into this one is we're going to see Win actually moving towards A actually with the rest of his team. They've left GMD once again lurking towards that B-long position, entertaining the defenders who are looking for information, clearing these positions. They want info. And GMD might be giving it to them. He's going to back away though, and steals force out of the site pretty much.
If you look at this, then I mean, this is a Killjoy and Opera. He doesn't have many movement options here. Like if this Jet pounces on him, he's in big trouble.
Nitro, that repeat, I feel like he wanted to try to get a wall or something here to slow this down, and the wall comes through, and that will allow him to put his attention elsewhere. Spike is planted. The mid play is actually being diffused by 100 Thieves, so 100 Thieves definitely looking a bit better on the retake than otherwise. They would have let these players up mid, and Asuna, he's going to find the duel against Kusta, who is going to win it.
Wow, again and again, Kusa's winning this mid battle, Dan, and he takes out the star player on the retake.
We've got a res available on Sean as well, and there's no ultimates here for 100 Thieves unless Hiko gets a kill. Nitro picks off Win, going aggressive on the stage. The battle stage coming through for 100 Thieves. Can he do it again though? Can he make the difference? He's doing it so far. Another headshot from Nitro as Michael goes down, hits the ground hard as Kusta is now just the only man left standing. He's going to have to try to get there in time, but Hiko, speaking of time, has none of it, and that's going to be the round for Gen G, going down to the last.
Fall to it looked like 100 Thieves was going to retake that site. Everything was going so well. I think Nitro is keeping his confidence level high despite, you know, all of these unfavorable situations that keep happening to the team. His experience is allowing him to realize that he has to take over the game. That's what I'm feeling when I watch Nitro. A lot of peaks that he normally doesn't have, but he's doing it because he feels like he has to take his team over the finish line. And this is scary. This is scary for 100 Thieves. Look at their money. It's dwindling, Dan. They're going to have to save and give up 11 potentially.
Very scary situation to find yourself in. And man, it's crazy. It's just such a crazy game. We need it to go to 3, Sean. I think there was a fundamental need that we have.
I mean, out of all the options in the series, right? Like 2-0 100 Thieves, 2-1 100 Thieves, 2-1 Gen G, 2-0 Gen G. I feel like the 2-0 in Gen G's favor would be the least picked option if I were to do a poll in the community before this game. It is, no one would say that. I mean, you would have no logical reason to say something like that. So this is a stellar performance we're seeing right now from Gen G.
No, the operator, great kill onto Ethan. The jump heat comes through. You thought it was nerfed. Think again. Not in the hands of Win. And that's an very early 5v4.
Here.
And let's look at it this way too. With the ecoing team, one of the ways that you can mitigate a disadvantage that you have in weapons is with your numbers. And having a player picked off early like that makes it so much better for the attackers. Such a big relief for Gen G to get that early find.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at 100 Thieves right now, 1, 1, 1, 1. They're all split across the map. You mentioned having numbers in areas could help on ecos. They're doing the exact opposite. But part of the reason is because of that opening pick. It puts so much doubt in your heads, right? You have to spread out and figure out what's going on.
And Gen G, they're playing it perfectly. They're just using the time to suggest that they could be doing anything. And there it is. They show their hand, moving up B long. When able to clear some of these close positions, and if they can get to yellow, then the wall actually goes up. That's an interesting one. That might help buy time for this rotation for the defenders. There's 30 seconds, so they can't go back to the other site. Great pick from Asuna. 100 Thieves might be slowing this down just enough to give themselves a chance to win this round. There goes the Hunter's Fury, and this is now looking extremely bad for Gen G. They've got to get the spike planted, but it's looking almost impossible. Asuna's putting the pressure on. Nitro is behind the wall, and they don't have time. The ult comes through, but they don't have time to get the spike there.
I don't think there's time.
There is no time. So long as they stay alive, as long as Asuna lives, the round is over. He's going to do it. He's going to be alive in time, and that's the red ball clutch coming through. My God. The delay was so important. That wall was genius.
What an amazing wall, but then Asuna finding the pick over the wall, Hiko ulting to slow things down further, paint shells, you know, Boombot rolling around on the ground. It's just, it doesn't stop because Gen.G didn't give themselves time. And then when, unfortunately, I mean, GMD had the right play to ult to A, but he probably should have taken the spike with him because the spike couldn't make it. I mean, oh, very unfortunate round there for Gen.G. We're at 10-10, and I mean, again, this is anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, I was wondering about the TP there in this fight, but that's a conversation for another time as we're into the thick of it. And a lot of pressure towards the A side of the map. This looks very default for Gen.G right now. GMD, you know, working the garage lure, keeping 100 Thieves honest, not being able to push that position against him. And right now, actually, you know, Gen.G, it feels like a lot of pressure, but they are still just pretty slow around this mid position as well, looking for any picks. And you could see that 100 Thieves are looking for something, but they've got to be so careful. You can't give up that first pick.
They have to be really careful, especially because, so Mikhail, every time he's droned, they've gone to that site, is what I've noticed. But he just droned B, and they're now grouping A. So they've set a precedent of having that be a thing in their strats. And they are further faking this B strat. They bring the Killjoy all over. And look, Dan, look at the rotations on the minimap. The only person left is Nitro.
Oh, but it looks like they realize what's going on here. This is not going to be all of the way. Win gets the opening pick. Asuna goes in, but Win responds in kind. Great stuff with the operator. Gen.G looking pretty damn good right now. It's only one player left. So even though 100 Thieves didn't fully buy the fake, it doesn't matter because they moved out of position enough that Gen.G were able to take them out. And maybe there's something to be said for the fact that 100 Thieves just were hesitant. They didn't know precisely what was happening, that they couldn't even think to just be playing for retake. That gave the picks there to Gen.G to give them that round.
Dan, I think it's very, very telling. And I mentioned it in the first eco. But it seems like, I think 2 out of the 3 rounds 100 Thieves has won this half have been eco rounds. And it's because they're playing with a looseness to them on those rounds where people they don't have defined utility and they're just playing kind of freely. But on these gun rounds, it just looks like Gen.G is so drilled. They're outplaying them every single gun round I watch.
And they're just going to try to contact up B, and this is such a break of the default from Gen.G that this will not really be expected.
I think they're doing this because of the economy. It's like they just don't think that 100 Thieves has the economy to take these lines.
And so far, so good. Some of the early challenges will go the way of Gen.G. Nice shock dart kill from Hiko. And if they can find anything out of Asuna's operator, anything out of these sheriffs, maybe there's a world where this can happen. And he's going to go down by the crates. Asuna, you talked about not having much to fight the lines. They have that one big gun, and it's so far delivering. Asuna, will he try to go more aggressive with this? They're going to be forced to try to peek this. The dark cover comes through to block Asuna off. He's got to go forward as the spike defuse is coming in, and it's going to be defused. There's nothing that they can do about it.
Enemy remaining.
GMT is going to be able to take down one at the end, but 11-11, Sean, and this is just so
This
mad.
is insanity. This is actual insanity. I can't believe what we're getting to witness right here. And I rarely say things like this, right? In-game leader, like I try to dissect the strats. Asuna and Nitro on an individual level, ditch the strats. These guys are carrying 100 Thieves through this map right now. And if 100 Thieves steals this map, all the credit must go to those 2 players.
It must. Still working the operator from B long, much as we saw Kusta doing for Gen.G on their defense. When popping those blades, and again, the pressure comes through towards A. Again, we've seen this. This is the default. It's the jump peeking there to try to, you know, be protected against any angles. Wall goes up in response.
I'm so scared for 100 Thieves right now, Dan, because this A site has proven to be very weak.
Oh, Oh, there we go. Win gets the right click. Looking for the second, and he gets it as well. Ethan goes down, and 100 Thieves, they needed Ethan to survive to get a kill, something. Playing retake now is going to be hard. They've got the lockdown from Steel. It feels like that's their best chance here in this one to take this round. Or do they save? I feel like there's so many questions right now for 100 Thieves, Sean.
I think they have to save this lockdown for an actual gun round. They're debating it right now. They need a pick. They need something to open up this round, and it's not coming. Gen G playing so disciplined, and you can see Steel moving away from the site, pretty much insinuating this is going to be a save. 100 Thieves has to save these weapons and take them into the final round.
Oh, and
honestly, though, they might be worse with the weapons. From what we've seen this half, this might be the anti-logic play.
It's so crazy too, because oftentimes, you know, if you can get to play a retake, I feel like, you know, the chances are going to be a lot better. You still could have used the lockdown. Oh god, that's scary. They still could have used the lockdown, right? You could have had more players alive. Ethan could have survived perhaps, but because of the way these contact plays are going, much like with the fake, and they're not expecting to be in retake mode yet, they're getting caught in committed battles where they're losing. I love the drone combo into the updraft for Win to know exactly where to send those knives. And Ethan feels so much pressure to trade there, and it's just so difficult.
It's so difficult. I mean, the Jet dagger Win's so good with the movement. I mentioned it before the game. He's just floating. How can you have good crosshair placement if he's creating a new spot that you can't be aware of? It's brilliant Jet play coming out of Win all series long.
Asana's getting aggressive, and or at least looking to do so, maybe off the back of utility from a teammate. Recon goes out, and of course, if someone shoots that, he can peek. There's various ways he can play with that, but
he's lost this fight a lot, and he's coming back, Dan. Gusta's won this twice now. Does he win it a third time?
Oh, the alarm bot's genius. The drone comes through, though, and that's going to be the action that Asana wants, and the alarm bot's going to send Asana back as well, so somewhat of an even trade there. Such intensity early on as the play comes to a
shallow breathing. Dan, help me get through this. This is getting so tense. You can feel just the round slows down here. The A hit's going to come. 100 Thieves feel it coming. You can see 4 people kind of huddled around this site right now. Ethan with the information all further tells them this is going to be an A hit.
And this would be 100 Thieves eliminated from the tournament if they lose this round. It's all on the line here for 100 Thieves.
30 seconds left.
The situation is looking very grim, but there's not that much time to plant the spike, so they have to start moving forward now for that spike plant. Gen G looking to get it down, and they will. And it's a retake here. Steel has the lockdown for that retake, but they've lost Nitro. They're in a 4 versus 5 on this one. Asana backside doesn't have the showstopper. He'd have to get 2 kills to get it. As he pressures forwards. Oh, he's going to use the wall here. He's going to find the pick onto Sean. And with that, maybe there's a chance. Window on the trade, playing the Pipe's position, dropping off. And there comes the Hunter's Fury as well from Michael. It goes from bad to worse here for 100 Thieves as they start to fall until there is just no more. And it's all Gen G. They eliminate 100 Thieves and take out 100 Thieves 2-0 in convincing fashion on Ascent. And on map 2 on Icebox, the map previously that they've struggled on, they showed a new level. And I'm nothing but immensely impressed by Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, you could harp on, you know, the falters coming from 100 Thieves throughout this series, but this is all about Gen G today. This is the strides they've made as a team in the last month or two. To even qualify here seemed like such a hurdle for the roster. And now that they're in Masters, they're showing what they've got. They just 2-0'd XSET in the lower bracket, and now they 2-0 100 Thieves. Many people's favorite to win the entire event, to knock 100 Thieves out. And this is a colossal win for, you know, the up-and-coming team in Gen G.
It's crazy. Their next opponent will be the winner of Envy and Luminosity. But, of course, as always, to talk much more about that incredible match, it's now over to the analysts.
Well, okay then. Didn't exactly see that one coming. 100 Thieves gets eliminated by Gen G. We were talking about it during that last map. Coming into today, this was probably a match that most people, even ourselves, had low expectations for. Looking at Gen G, they just haven't really hit that stride. They've struggled to find that level of consistency. And we talked about it, Potter, coming into this series, something that was going to matter was going to be Win. Was Win going to be the Win that we want to see, that flashy jet play when he really hits his stride and he could be potentially one of the top 5 players in North America? And he was. 100 Thieves had no solution.
Yeah, he absolutely was. And I mean, just the breathing room that all of Gen G, it was a collective unit, you know? When he had those flashy moments, he had those highlight plays, but the control, I mean, Husta in the middle, winning out that duel versus Asuna multiple times. It really made 100 Thieves feel the pressure. They weren't ever able to get the information that they wanted, and in turn, it just allowed Quinn to freely dominate whichever bomb site he wanted to go to, and it helps that his knives, they were on point. He was not missing many shots here today.
You definitely wanted to give the amount of rounds for 100 Thieves. You need it as much as you can on the attacker side, because as Sean and Dan were mentioning, looking at how Icebox is being played these days, it favors the attacker side a lot. When you're able to pressure so many times towards the A side and force your opponents to play a retake quite often, then technically you should get more rounds here on the attack, and Gen G definitely showed that, but their playstyle was a little bit different. They just played it more meticulous, they played it slow, and they were actually able to catch any type of position where 100 Thieves are at. Look at how many times they won fights towards that mid side, how many times Gusto won fights lurking towards that mid. Again, I think Gen G, with MC as the coach, have been studying this team, have been studying 100 Thieves, and they look good, man. This was a great upset.
By the way, Bach, I just want to throw out there one more time. It's kind of crazy to see the fact that, once again, 100 Thieves they've lost the objective win category. And it's by double this time.
What's crazy to me is a stat you don't actually see on that. When you look at the scoreboard from that first match, or the second map, excuse me, Quinn had 10 first bloods. Double digits. That's kind of wild. The closest person was Nitro, who had 6. Or excuse me, the closest person was Asuna, who had 4. So that just really illustrates that jet diff coming into that series. Like, Win looked so incredibly good against 100 Thieves, and we talked about it, Potter. We talked about, okay, the flash difference. We talked about the jet difference. They don't really have all the pieces that some of these other teams have, and unfortunately, that is a part of their demise.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I just want to harp and compliment Gen G a little bit more here, because as you say, Huynh, he was a part of so many duels across the board, whether it was the first death or the first kill, he's always involved, right? And of course, it's a bonus that he was hitting all of his shots, but that's not always how it happens. Sometimes you miss those shots, and we've seen Huynh miss those shots, but the fact that he's always getting back in there, always buying the space and gathering the intel for this Gen G squad, it just collectively makes them look so successful.
He wasn't missing today, though, and you were asking me at the beginning of this map here, Bach, do you think we're going to see a same type of style, like an aggressive push towards the attacker side for Gen G versus 100 Thieves? And I said, no, the playstyle might be so much different because you have Sean playing as Sage, but there was that very round where Huynh just actually jumped into the site, updrafted in the air, got the knives on the kill onto Nitro, and then went for the second one onto Ethan. So they still found good, and I think he had one on Hiko towards that boiler side too. So him getting those off angles on the updrafts with his knives has been really, really impactful in this map.
Well, looking at that first map, we've got one upset already on the day, but we've got another matchup coming up in just a minute, and it's another elimination match. It's going to be LG versus Envy. One of those teams will be eliminated from the tournament. Do we have potential to see who was coming in as the #1 seed in Envy getting knocked out in a lower bracket match that we didn't think they'd be in, and proving once and for all that Vansili is always wrong? We'll find out after the break.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, as well as Discovery Plus, with a Galaxy S21 Plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best. Only from Verizon.
go.
Apply now at redbullcampusclutch.com.
And welcome back to NA Masters 1 Week 2. After we just saw one team eliminated, we've got another match coming up in just a minute here between LG and Envy to see who's going to be continuing on in the lower bracket to face off against Gen G later on in the tournament. My name is Bach. I'll be your host throughout the show. Joining me on the broadcast, Belly, Potter, and Van Silly. That first match, we were just saying, I don't think a lot of us would have predicted Gen G to pick that series up. But Veli, you felt confident coming into it that they were going to be the kings of that one.
Yeah, no, honestly, I like 100 Thieves a lot. I just feel like when it comes to their comp and the way that they play, there's a lot more that they need to mesh out. But also on the other end, I mean, you got to be crazy to bet against Gen G the way they've been playing. And that aggressive jet play just happened to come up at a time where they needed it most. And it was kind of unfortunate for 100 Thieves because they got away from the jet play. But then both of the games that they lost were due to crazy jet play. So, I mean, that's just the way the dice roll, right?
That is unfortunate there for 100 Thieves. Gen G, a young team, very much on the rise. We've actually seen that as the storyline throughout most of the VCT, is these newer teams or newer rosters really clicking and coming together, looking at teams like LG, like Immortals, who was unfortunately eliminated. But these teams, their stocks are on the rise, and who knows stocks better than the king of stonks for Envy? Riot had a chance to sit down with Mummy to talk to him about his journey as a player. Let's take a look.
When I worked on Wall Street, I was a systems engineer. For a crazy trading day, it's hectic. You know right from the start it's gonna be a crazy trading day because you come in and you already see the alerts are going off. The trading floor was like a hallway down and like into another room. You would hear everyone yelling and screaming, and there's a lot of sound cues, a lot of alerts to look at, and you have to stay glued to your monitors and make sure that you're there to do things and to react. When you're having a heavy trading day, you're dealing with money, and then in a match in Valorant, you want to win. You know, like you still have the same competitive hunger as a trader. He's trying to win. He's trying to make a good trade, make a lot of money for the company. And in Valorant, it's the same. You know, I'm trying to win. I want to make a name for my team. I want my team to be the top. And nothing feels better than winning a big match. You know, we won the last challenges, and it feels great. It feels great to put in the work and be able to win and have that.
You don't have to ask. Oh, and now going the other way, but Mummy entering back with knives of his own finds 3. Now needs to find a couple more. It's down to the last 2. It's down to the last one for Dom. God damn. Over and by his lonesome, lower HP, but they can just stick the spike. It's not toxic form, and they're going to do just that.
That's what a play. Holy cow. There's no real analysis needed other than what Mummy just did.
Growing up in Brooklyn, I had a lot of friends that we just roam the streets, see what trouble we can get into, see where we can have some fun, play some stickball, skateboard around. Everyone was competing, everyone was trying to one-up each other, everyone was trying to figure out who's the best at this, who's the best at that. We're trying to like learn a kickflip before anyone else learns a kickflip, and everyone's trying to like prove themselves. So I felt compelled to be competitive from growing up in Brooklyn. My brother Johnny, he always was into video games. He was always competitive. I never could play because I was 5 at the time, 6, and he's 11, 12, 13, and he's playing with his friends and he's having fun, and I'm watching him sitting on the floor on the carpet, just looking up at the chair, watching him play. And I'm like, wow, this is awesome. I wish I could play these games. And we only had one computer, so as soon as I would get home from school, I would hop on the computer before he would get home, and then I would try to figure out how much time I have left, what could I do, could I mimic what he's doing, and ever since then I've grown to love it. When I first played Counter-Strike and I actually wanted to become the best at it, I was destroying people and I felt like I wanted to make a career out of this, so I always said to myself, I'm gonna go as far as I go until I hit a wall. So I competed until I hit the wall. I was kind of at a crossroads where it's like, all right, do I get a real job? So my brother, once again, John, he also studied computer science, and his first job was on Wall Street, where I began working as well, and I loved it. It was intense, they were always moving, everything was breathing for them. They were always trying to make money. They really didn't have free time. They were just constantly figuring out what they needed to do to improve the infrastructure or to improve the services that they're trading on. Like, just get a step ahead in the game that they're in. Nick was a trader. He was just this big, like, 6'4" guy that was always standing at his desk because he had a standing desk with 6 monitors, and he was just yelling across the room. And I unplugged one of his DisplayPort cables by accident, and he was like, "What happened? My monitor went out. Can you fix it? Anthony, what's going on?" I was like, "Oh shit, Nick, my bad. But it's like those split seconds that you make these mistakes, it's like it can cost the company millions. It was always like an intense environment in that sense. For me, I wasn't really intimidated by it because I was used to it from playing Counter-Strike. I played a competitive game. I was on a team. I understand what it's like to work in a team environment. I understand what it's like to adapt. I understand all this stuff that makes you a premier person in work or a person in that world, in the CS world. And I fit in. They were big into video games. They played everything, and they were just so intrigued by it. They would watch me. The CTO and the CEO would watch me and play my matches, and I was like, "Oh, this is cool, all right." And then sometimes I would get destroyed, and they'd be like, "Oh, it happened. That's not my day." It was just like funny banter for them. Like, they enjoyed it because I guess they had that same competitive mindset, so it just fit hand in hand. Then I got laid off. The company wasn't doing well, and I wasn't a vital asset to the company at that point in time. COVID came out, and it slowed the rate of me looking for a job. I was kind of just like, you know what, maybe let me just hold off, see what else I can do. My friend had texted me, my friend Khalid, and he's like, Valorant's coming out. I was kind of like, wow, this looks awesome. So let me just give it a go. Let me see what I can do with it. I played the game, and I just said to myself, I'm just gonna become a pro at this. I'm not gonna look for another job. I'm just gonna go ahead and give it my all.
Fire up the flames.
With Counter-Strike, I was much younger, and I didn't really give it my fullest because I was still learning about what that means to give it your fullest. So after working on Wall Street and learning from people and learning about myself, I said, hey, let me play Valorant at a level that I think I can compete in. Let me try to teach myself what it means to be a professional. We're always trying to commit the extra hours, stay in the server for an extra couple hours and figure out variations of things and adaptations in certain situations, knowing when to select that pathway in this situation, in that split-second moment, to make that round important, to make it a round win for your team.
Good blind and
off guard, going towards A, and so far, boy opens with the kill. Mommy though.
Get his last guy in time. Android gonna have a lot of work to do. Coach.
Mommy?
Map is so huge.
You don't have to
corners.
Oh! You know I have it. I goddamn have it.
In these important matches, what separates winning and losing is these hectic moments.
He gets some information that one is playing up towards heaven, possibly two. They are up there. Jam gonna push on the side. Mummy gonna take him down. It's Mummy on the jet this time around. You pointed it out.
When you can think through these hectic moments and communicate to your team and hit the shot. That's what's important.
We're more clutch than this jet right here as he swings on through. Mummy will find three.
And that's how I approach the game.
Looking at Mummy, I think the thing that I respect the most about him in that video is he says, I didn't honestly give CS my all. Now, that's something that's hard to admit for a player, to be kind of like, you know what, I kind of half-assed CS and I did okay. But then he pours himself into Valorant and he gets to this level, and that just shows with what hard work you can actually accomplish great things. Looking at his counterpart, though, on the other side, Belly, we've got your boy Dre, who's going to be playing the Omen on the flip side, another player who has done quite well in recent history.
We're not talking about just an Omen player anymore, right? We're talking about a Raze player and a Jet as well. And you know what's special about your boy Dre, and people aren't calling it out, but Sentinels lost a map on Split, and we saw how that went against other teams, but not against Luminosity. Your boy Dre, he's the fire starter on this team, going 15-7 on the attack half to come back while being down 4-8 to win that map ultimately against, what, the best team in the game? Sentinels, right? They have like Jesus on that roster now. That's insane. You look at this roster as a whole, though. They have big strengths and big weaknesses. I think their strengths is the fact that they're underrated, and the fact that Moose is just out of control, right? He can pop off at any time. As long as he hits the showstopper in his zone, next is Thief. But also it's the fact that their map pool is really low. We take a look at other maps like Split. They have a lot of open lanes, a lot of misdirections when it comes to rotations, and that's the only thing that bothers me with Luminosity right now. Other than that, I think that they're solid, man.
Yeah, I think you just mentioned it as well, Veli. These teams played head-to-head twice already, and it split up 1-1. But the match that mattered the most, the one that had them qualify basically to the Masters, it was LG that won. That was off the back of Moose, as you mentioned before, because on Bind, he was the type of player that was able to step it up. There's a potential that going into these maps, Bind could still be in play. And if he could play and step up like he did, along with your boy Dre, then that's going to be an LG win, potentially.
Maps matter. They always matter. Let's see where this series is going to be headed, because that's going to change the way we feel about this as a whole. Looking at the map selection here, Potter, we're going to be starting off on Haven with LG, and then Ascent for Envy's pick. Third map's going to be Bind. This is a map that works out really nicely for Envy. I'd say the pool in general does kind of skew their direction, Potter.
Yeah, it definitely does, because if we think back on the upsets, well, quote unquote upsets that LG had over the last week, it was on Split and it was on Icebox. So the fact that both of those are kind of out of the picture, I would say sets LG back just a little bit, but I gotta say LG are just one of those exciting teams to watch. They've absolutely converted me over this last week. The fact that they have so much flex potential, all these different agents that they're busting out, a Proto on the Raze sometimes. We got your boy Dre debuting on Jet, just shing shing shing, getting all the headshots across the board, right? And I have to highlight a Proto once more. The man's has a 48% headshot percentage.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's crazy.
These stats are mind-blowing stats, and we've seen it, right? We've seen his share of play come out, saving LG time and time again. So this is the series that I was most excited about today.
Definitely, because even Haven leaving that in the map pool, because in the past we've always said, okay, LG bans it, but they left it versus Immortals, and that's where they brought in that surprise Dre playing as Jet. We'll see if Envy could be prepared for that, and you know what? I have to say that they are, because I have Envy to win the whole tournament.
Luminosity, Bach.
Already jumping into the predictions. We might as well go for it. Zavella, you're saying LG? LG's taking this one?
All the way. I've been rocking with LG since they were in Tier 2. This team is going to win. I believe them. I think their playstyle matches Envy so well. The only positive is that they're not scared to be aggressive. So I think they're going to pull this off 2-1.
Potter? Quick.
I've got to go with LG as well. The fearlessness coming out from LG. I think we're going to see it again here today. I'm going with LG.
And Silly, we don't even have to ask you. We know you're picking Envy, so it's totally fine. You're a homer. I think it's going to be LG, but we have to jump into the action to see if we're correct. DDK, Sean, prove us right or prove Van Silly wrong.
Well, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm a CS lover. That's the background. Like Envy's the pick. It's the way to go. I feel like those LG pickers are crazy. What do you think, Sean?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think it's as cut and dry as that. I do side with Envy. Part of me does, but LG is such, an underdog, a dark horse, very similar to Gen G. I have those two teams right next to each other. So would it shock me if LG had a performance exactly like Gen G? Not at all. But I will say this, when I watch LG compared to Gen G has made massive strides at becoming a strategic team. They put in tons of work to anti-shot that win, and Gen G would have to do something similar, which I haven't seen from them yet, but that's not to say it's not possible. I mean, these guys are highly skilled, and they got here for a reason.
All right, well, talk me through the agent selects. Are we seeing anything unusual? Because I know Luminosity tends to play pretty standard on Haven. I don't think there's anything too particularly noteworthy necessarily. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you are absolutely right. LG is one of those teams that they have their comps and they pretty much are going to stick to those comps, right? There are some exceptions where they tinker with Killjoy a little bit on Icebox, but you're always going to see a Proto on, you're always going to see him on Cypher. We're now seeing your boy Dre on Jet. I mean, he said that was his first time playing Jet, really, on that last Haven game, but apparently he's just a talent, right? Like, this guy is incredible. He can pick up an agent because he's so mechanically gifted. An agent like Jet allows him to shine, and I love that they're letting him do this, because it's hard to do this in this game as an in-game leader, to give your star players freedom. You always want to kind of restrict them into strats, and they're not doing that with Thief and your boy Dre on LG, which could, that could hurt them or it could help them a lot in this matchup.
And on the side of things of Envy, looks pretty standard as well, and I don't think there's anything too unusual in terms of the composition. So what is going to be the win condition here for Luminosity? They're definitely the underdog going against Envy. How do they win Haven? What do they need to do right?
I honestly think it's going to be all on Bobby Axelrod. I mean, Mame over there on that Omen. I don't know if you watch the show Billions, but so I really think he needs to have a lot of success on the operator. He gave up the Jet role when they picked up, when Food and Crashies joined this team. He made a huge sacrifice as the opper for the team to step back, become a support player in Omen, but also still op. He still ops a lot on this Omen role, more so than any other Omen in NA. And if he can find success in that role against the loose style of LG, Envy will roll through this matchup.
And here we go. Map 1 between Luminosity and Envy in the lower bracket. The loser is eliminated in this best of 3. We start things off on Haven here with Luminosity on this attack. On the pistol, hitting that A site pretty hard, it looks like, and Finesse playing in the cage, but we're going to get Cypher on Cypher action, and Proto knows the tricks of the trade, and it will be a plant here coming through for the side of Luminosity. Envy on that retake. And Caboose maybe with the timing, but no, it's a Proto who actually finds the timing on him. That's not a good look here for the retake.
No, this retake is quickly becoming less and less likely for Envy. Find themselves in a 3-on-5, 2-on-5, 1-on-5. Everyone's dead, Dan. No,
like a count from Sesame Streets, just missing the at the end of it.
Yeah, I feel like I'm back in the kitchen right now with Ella, teaching her how to count down.
Yeah, just making this a very accessible show, an educational show.
Yeah, that was a great A hit though, coming out of Luminosity, baiting the Jets' movement. You'd see they just sent your boy Dre to break that trip short A, and a Proto with the perfect distance supporting him takes out FNS. Fell perfectly into the bait, and now we're heading into round 2. Envy's gonna full save here.
Revealing area.
So looking at some mid aggression coming through, the typical stuff, the cage, we're going to see that on A lobby a lot, but the walk into B, I mean, this is totally open, and they would be so correct because there's nobody home playing the retake scenario. And normally on a gun round, you'd be like, well, this is very awkward to hold this plant, but because they're against an ecoing team, it actually is a lot easier.
That's a Vandal.
Oh my god. It's
Ooh, they have to guard that weapon.
Yeah. Looking pretty nice on the ground. And Finesse is going to be able to take that control around A main. It's looking a little bit scary. We talked about how difficult it can be to hold this site, and it will go ultimately fairly well. 3 players left standing. The Vandals collected by Thief. So 2-0 for Luminosity.
Yeah, and that might be a little bit of a vision into the future of this matchup, right? Your boy Dre, I'm going to praise him all series long. This guy is insanely talented. Like, we will see him hit ridiculous shots, but he's taking the fight to his opponents all the time, and he can get caught off. Like, playing aggressive in that smoke with a Vandal on an eco round all by yourself, that's a huge risk, right? That could have gone the other way. It didn't burn him there. I like what I'm seeing out of him early, confidence-wise. It's the same thing as Pistol, Dan. They just group outside of A. They wait for this initial control of Envy to subside, and now we're literally doing the same strat.
It's good though. Food was able to pick up the Orbeez on the site as well. Try to help out here. It's going to be difficult though. Crashies! That's a great start though. A quick 2K, and oh my god, they can't get in. That is a huge fail in terms of Luminosity finding any entries, but what a great success. Crashies getting those 2 initial kills. That just kills the momentum into the site, and well, I mean, that's really interesting. Luminosity perhaps will have to be have a few more dimensions to the rounds.
Yeah, maybe that went a little bit different than how we saw it the first time. That was crazy. That went totally opposite of the pistol round. You can see FNS not getting caught on short A doesn't allow, you know, the whole house of cards to come collapsing down in the A site, and Envy just, you know, solidly held their crossfires. LG never got even close to the site. Cam to keep eyes on mid right there from a Proto, so he has vision even though mid window's smoked. You can see he has a lot of knowledge about this mid aggression right now. It's going to make Thief feel pretty comfortable peeking this window in a second. And from the looks of things, we might be gathering for a B hit.
Food has been harvesting those orbs as well. He's now got the run it back available thanks to that. So something to bear in mind as well, as mid is being worked on here by Luminosity. And having Crashies so deep in short is actually huge as well, because the drone's going to come through and he's going to actually fall back out. He is able to take the drone down, but that kind of allows Envy to know that there's not really much going on towards A. So now you can see they're drifting towards B and C, knowing that that's where the round is likely to finish here for Luminosity.
Yeah, Envy has a great read on this round. We've said it before when we watched their Haven, FNS, with the reads on the stacks. He's all over it.
He's looking for the spots for those recons, and he's going to be able to find the kill through the cloud burst. It's looking pretty difficult. Envy have backside control. It's huge. They take down your boy Dre. The duelist is gone out of the picture. Thief, though, is the duelist that it remains. And he's doing a good job here, keeping this round alive for his team. Caboose sitting in the dark cover, playing that close range. A Proto, though, he knows better. And it's trades upon trades. It's now just down to a Proto. He's in the 1v1. No time to work with, though. He's going to be forced to plant the spike. He has no time. It's over. And that was very well played by Envy. The Proto, nothing he can do there in the end.
They made you weak.
Oh, when he came into that dark cover, I thought he would be at such a disadvantage. He just comes in and frags. Was that Caboose? Just the star duelist waiting for the Cypher to come into the dark cover just gets completely outreacted and gunned down. Holy cow! What an insane frag from a Proto to even make that round winnable. Whew. But Envy's not, you know, in a safe territory yet. They lost a lot of members right there. I mean, their economy isn't looking good. So even though only sheriffs are in play other than a Proto, very dangerous round here.
We've got Mummy on that operator, looking for that peak from grass to mid to B. And he, as you mentioned before, Mummy on that Omen operator is going to be a problem. Gets the tag, the leg shot onto Thief, or maybe it was just through the wall. Either way, Thief is down to 5 HP. And looks like Luminosity will collect themselves here, looking to perhaps gain position together. The smoke on C window, but they're actually going to be. And the trip is on Garage, so right now, Envy have a good sense of what's happening. They're giving up the B site because they're happy to retake this if necessary. Caboose spots an opportunity, though, takes down your boy Dre. Spike's getting planted, but Caboose is right there. He's going to take Thief down, and they've got to be careful here, Sean. It's
like I said, we're in 3-on-3, Dan. The Cypher ult comes in. All of the info is now known.
Well, they're going to go to the A site, and here comes Mummy. Is he going to find the cross in time? Oh, he just misses the timing, and that's the Spike now going to go down. Food coming up on the flank from A long. I don't think they're going to have any idea of his position. Completely unaware of Proto. And that's going to be the end of him. And there's no one ready to protect the Spike. And the wall is there for Food. He can wall off, spawn if he wants, and just stick the defuse. Mummy has the cover. Difficult spot for start. If he can get the operator out of the hands of Mummy, that would be a big window. And he's able to take him down. Defuse is coming through. I'm just going to try to make a go of this. Out comes the Sheriff, and they're going to give him the respect. They're going for the swing. Stellar's actually alive still.
I don't see how Stellar managed to get through this, though, Dan. Yeah, very well played from Envy right there. Not giving Stellar the fights that he really needs to win that round. You know, taking jiggles here and there, and then sticking the spike, you know, when it's fully secure and he has jumped away to A-Link. Envy looks like they've managed to settle down and find full control in this game. Mame is becoming a little bit more activated with this op roll. He's going to push short A here, Dan, and potentially shut down the A hit that we've seen Luminosity have some success with.
Three-man setup there on C, so maybe see Food walking down C long. Recon there as well, pretty deep. So that's going to assist Food's push. And you can see that Luminosity have a sense of what that probably means. Food just has position in cubby, not looking to go any further. But that's still great information. It does allow FNS, if he wants to leave C completely. He's got his eyes on Garage as well. But there is a trip there also. So right now, Envy have a lot of control.
Yeah, I really dislike this from LG, but this drone will spot Food. Actually, it gets taken out by FNS. I mean, we've seen this setup a lot in pro play, so they should be aware, but I'm a little disappointed by LG's lack of map control. I mean, they give up mid, they give up A main, and they give up C. Now they're going into so many unknowns. They're just going to have to shoot their way out of this.
Sometimes that's just how they like it. Food, those going to be able to take down your boy Drain. And just as you said, no awareness at all of this position. And huge problem, that lack of info. And Flash comes through. He doesn't have to do anything, just has to survive in that position. They can't push forwards, and they have no time. They're going to this A site, but the trade comes through onto Mummy. There's still players around that can slow things down here. We'll get those nades coming in from Caboose, surely. Though actually, it's a little bit further than I thought. Working the heaven position, but it's crashes, delaying the spike with the ults. And the buy time for rotation.
Though, Dan, that's a big find, making this a 4-on-2. Food proving his star potential. These last two players are just locked in the site. They need to fight their way out.
Very tough position. Backs against the wall. In comes the might of Envy. Stella takes down one, but Caboose easily dispatching the remainder. And there goes the defuse, and Envy looking pretty good. And as you say, Sean, we would have liked to maybe have seen more from Luminosity. They actually made that round look kind of doable despite being in such a terrible kind of early and mid-round position, but ultimately Envy on top.
Yeah, they did. They managed to claw back into it. But I'm not very optimistic on how they spread out across the map. And even on the pistol, they're kind of slow to the A take, and you could see by the third round, Envy has already figured out how to counter that A take. So is LG going to get map control? Because again, they're all in the same spot right now in spawn. No one's putting pressure A, no one's putting pressure C, and this isn't a good look unless they just win every duel.
Standing ahead.
Food continuing to farm that long A orb. And he's never really been denied that, Sean. That's definitely an opportunity for Luminosity, but it's just free value for Envy so far.
Yeah, and he's got the second run it back of the half already. He's on pace to... He might pull off 4 this half. That would be ridiculous if we see 4 run it backs in one half.
Taking down that camp, but the trip is there as well. The trip has been left up in many of these rounds in Garage. And I'm going to see Caboose holding onto this position. The trip's finally... Actually is still in play, it seems, in Garage. So that's really helpful. If they try to rush down Caboose, he can get one, he can fall back, and the trip will catch the second.
Dan, like, there's so many options for Caboose right now in this garage position. His smoke is off. Oh, dear. This is a bad smoke. And another trip from B. They haven't even taken care of this yet.
30 seconds, and they're going to go for the push into the B site. Food again, as you said. Run it back is available. Although he might not get a chance to use it. The dash comes through from your boy Dre with the judge. A Proto finds one onto Finesse. And despite how grim some of these scenarios look and the options for Envy, they're on the back foot pretty heavily right now and have to retake this B site. Caboose opens things up. The showstopper could be pulled out, but your boy Dre with a swing. And it's, he is just owning everybody at the moment. And Mummy has to save this operator. There's no other choice.
That's unreal, Dan. It looked like Envy was set up so well. Your boy Dre opening things up by dashing into Food. It's not like he's doing, the standard, I'm going to take a jet up shot and then dash away and live. No, he's dashing at him. He's dashing at his face with a judge and just takes out the star player, opening up the A link, giving the plant on the A side. I mean, there's so many things that does. It's not just one frag. The opening frag of a round on that attack side does so much. It gave them the space needed for the Sheriffs to find more kills. And, I mean, your boy Dre he came up real big. Yeah, I mean, even once he picked up the Phantom, just taking out the last 2 right there. Huge round from him.
Yeah, just that one action from him with the paranoia on A link. That was everything. Very impressive. Again, we it's funny because the way we're talking about Luminosity, it's so stark. Such a stark contrast to how we were talking about Gen G or 100 Thieves and the way they were setting up things. We're like, Luminosity are already struggling in these areas, but they still find a way to close. So if that's going to be the case, you can't argue with that.
Yeah, super quick long. We wanted to see them fight for this orb. Dre just runs through the smoke with a Reyna Lear, and he fights for it. The drone only spots your boy Dre. Oh no! It spotted Thief!
Oh, that's huge, because then that means that Thief actually moves out of position, and Mummy catches him. What a clutch drone tag right at the end there, and that's an early 5v4. And Luminosity might speed up the pace now. You can see them walking through grass, walking through mid. However...
I mean, look, Dan, they've lost A again. They have no A control, no C control again. They have to go B. They have no choice. There's a trip in garage. There's a guy with a sight down A long.
Although so far no choice has been working out for them. We'll see if it's going to be ringing true here as well. Your boy Trey is going to be into the dark cover in A link, and again is looking for that value there. As Finesse gives his position up as he goes for the frag, the timing is found, but that Proto, he's actually insane. What a beautiful series of kills from him, and your boy Trey is still alive, doing damage. Food though in the mix on B, but they found the way onto the A side with the spike somehow in the chaos because of the path that your boy Dre cleared through that A link position. Dark cover down, post-palm positions, not looking too shabby here.
There.
As Caboose comes through.
There.
Ooh, looks like they might have a good sense of what's happening here. This paint shot's going out. That's going to give some cover, actually, for Food to come out of that position a long. And it's going to work out really nicely, the distraction play. And it's up to your boy Dre. He said he's talented, but Food, he's got buckets of talent himself, and he'll win the day.
Wow. I mean, Envy needed heroics to win that round. A Proto, it's just whipping everywhere in the back of the V site. Takes off 3 heads. Unfortunately for him, one of them was the run it back from Food. So he takes out one player, but it really doesn't count for anything. This is incredible from a Proto.
Yeah, the 180 resets there are beautiful. Great mechanics. I mean, that's what he's known for, too. That's what I mean, he plays Cypher, but he is known for that. And that's an amazing thing to have on your team. A player who's going to be alive late round, who's always able to just do insane things and turn around on its head.
Ooh, this looks like we're gearing up for a C hit, Dan. And Dre probably wants that orb, so that way he can get his daggers. Moose has his ult and insta-droning. So you can see there's Dre getting the daggers. Moose making the trip at the front of C. It's a big info, but Food aggressing. He is taking the fight right now to Luminosity.
Really smart, punishing the default there, Food. Able to get. Oh no! The third kill's insane from Food. He's gonna look for another one as well. He's already got that run it back up online again. I don't know how many that is at this point, Sean, but it's definitely helping out Envy massively. Food will swing for the last. The trade comes through from Crashies, and what a timing Envy found there. That gap in the default, nobody in mid, in the early round timing, the walkout, the classic, works so well.
That was something. That third frag from Food was one of the most ridiculous whips. Oh, that's so fast. He's dealing with the daggers on a Jet, too. That Jet could just easily cut space on him. Takes him out immediately. Switches over to the fourth. Man, Food's playing with a lot of confidence right now. That's something that a lot of people have criticized him for in big games in the past. So for him to play with that kind of aggression shows me that Envy is ready to, make a deep run here.
Just try to Google what is Food sensitivity after that one. You just get lots of allergy tests, so not worth it. Anyway, we'll see if they can keep that up, because right now, Envy are certainly managing to pull ahead here, 6-3 in favor of them, and another slow round from Luminosity on these defaults. Maybe that was something that they're a little bit afraid of now, just this confidence that there may be pushes early in the round from Envy. But as you say, once again, there's so little presence from Luminosity at these early rounds across C, mid, and A long.
They've got nothing. A short. They've got nothing right now. Look where Caboose is. It's allowing the rotate off of C. Look where Crashies is. It's allowing the rotate off of A. I mean, there's just a lack of map pressure, and even if they take out Caboose here, which they probably should, the rotate is so... I mean, it's going to take so long for them to get to the site. They're so far from it.
Food is there as well now. So, he's actually out of position. It's totally up to Caboose. Oh, the half clear, but still it works out. And it's down to Food. He's going to get annihilated on the site. Let's run it back at least. Your boy Dre up on the sides. Now, backside control is not there this time for Envy. If you manage to hold onto backside, it bodes extremely well for the defenders. But this time, they don't have that to work with. Envy trying to go through Garage. A Proto is there to meet it. The lineup is there just for a moment, but Luminosity have so much firepower trained on these positions. They're not giving up anything. And your boy Dre, it feels like he's what we're seeing in the crosshairs of any defending player every single time, swinging out violently. And Luminosity will pick it up. And despite giving up all the map control early on, Sean, if they're still able to just walk to a site and close these rounds, it doesn't really matter that much. And Envy, we might start to see more aggression from them, but there's not that many. Obviously, there's only 2 rounds left in the half now for them to try to punish this slow style.
Yeah, it's interesting because your boy Dre fell to that spot once before, and his approach this time was totally different. He ran past it, creating space for the person behind him, and there's pretty much no world where Caboose walks out of that situation alive. Great play from the duelist on the LG side.
Scary stuff there. Food. Oh, the bait setup though. Crashy is able to take down one. The Paranoia was ready too. So with that play around short, Envy have actually put Luminosity into a position where they kind of have to reset things. You see the drone is forced there to get that info. Is there anybody A short? What do they know? And crashes. He pulls out the Hunter's Fury. What a beautiful read in reaction to the drone, knowing that there might be someone following that in that position, trying to punish the Sova. And he's going to find one. Beautiful work from Envy.
Great job from him. And they get control back of this A long position. You see Food has the choke points, pushing up aggressively. They constantly just take this ground when it's given to them.
It's a huge angle. Food. He's going to find one. Another challenge comes through. The trade's good for LG, but again, so much to be done.
He knows both are by A, and look at the rotate coming in.
30 seconds left.
I don't think they can predict Crashy's angle. Crashy is going to clean up here.
There's just so much to worry about. There's just no time to worry about it as Crashy takes them down with the help of Mummy. And Envy are now 7-4. So it's looking really good. Had some scary situations, but it does seem like Luminosity struggle to create opportunities for themselves, and it feels like a lot of their plays are kind of desperate or without information.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, a lot of viewers are probably wondering, well, you probably don't need map control, right? After watching LG play. Well, the reason why map control is important is for situations like this not to happen, right? Where Food gets that aggressive early information, and by the time you get A, you know, his comm has gravitated 3 people there. And if you get the frag on him, he gets the comm that you're running back. I mean, they'll be all over C by the time you're there. You have to do a lot to win those type of rounds without map control. And Envy just played that perfectly. Very well played by Envy there.
And Crashy's had the recon behind the cage on a lobby as well. Recon saw absolutely nothing, so he's able to assume that there's nobody there. You can see he's now kind of cheating towards the middle of the map, towards B. Leaving A for retake, and I mean that's so far the reads here from Envy are good. They got lots of players around C and B, and we've got the garage take through now from Luminosity. Plenty of time if they wanted to reset anything, but it looks like they want to go for that C split. But this defense looks very difficult to stop.
Yeah, how are they going to get past this crossfire between Mummy and Caboose?
There's a dash through. Caboose is not falling for it. He's letting that go. Letting it just nearsighted. Doesn't care. Very precise there, Caboose, and it's a slaughter here, Sean. And once again, it feels like it came down to just Luminosity not winning the battle with their default on early map control. And Envy took full advantage. Finish off the half, 8-4.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that crossfire would be hard to stop. But once that recon pinged 2 people in the C site, here's what a pro is thinking. Oh, the recon saw 2 people C. If 2 people are C, 1 guy has to be B, 2 people have to be A, maybe one's garage. Regardless, I'm not expecting a 3rd person on C, and I'm definitely not clearing the left corner if I get the info in a pro match that 2 people are backside. So you can see it, the second that happened, it was like the perfect scenario to activate Caboose. Oh man, that's unlucky for LG. Great read though, again from Envy.
And it's a different ball game now. We're on the defending side for Luminosity, so I think that they'll fare a lot better here. But with that said, Envy's defaults are very strong, so it all starts with the pistol, as we always say. And Envy are taking a slow approach for now. Seeing 3 frenzies actually on Envy, which is...
Yeah, similar setup though with the cam in mid for Envy. So FNS throws that cam, and then now Crashies is going to use a drone to clear out all of this close stuff in A. And the Cypher in A Link should hear the drone. So he's hearing the drone, but they're not biting because this is a full retake setup on A for LG, which is a great counter to what Envy's about to do.
Walking through garage. Options for C. Now as they start to walk through, playing the contact, it's going to come down to these fast-moving frenzy fights. Food is the first one in. Your boy Dre stops it though. That initial kill's huge, but the trades are coming through, and side control looks like it's going to Envy here. They've got it. They're going to get a spike planted. They're looking to go for that back plant, which is really good for long.
Spike planted.
Very good plant to defend. Caboose trying to work that garage position again. That's some info.
Ooh, some info. They know one's garage. They hear the Sova spawn. They know exactly what's going on now.
Caboose looking after this position. What comes through, the timing is so critical. We'll be with Caboose this time around, and that's going to be a wrap, I think. There goes the paint shells denying entry for Moose. Got no health left. We'll try to get some extra money out of this one, though. trying to at least deny Mummy entry. Oh, and he's gonna actually take the frag, and if he could have delayed them long enough, maybe he would have even gotten some kills for the from the spike. But either way, will be Envy picking up the pistol.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate for LG because they had the right read. I mean, Envy did exactly what you would want, right? You stack the C side and the pistol. You have 3 people there, similar to what Envy had that last round of the last half. You want them to come C into the stack. But Envy's take was just gorgeous. The flash coming through, paint shells, getting a frag, you know, the Lear, I'm sorry, the Phoenix flash. Everything just looked so polished that the 3 players couldn't find fights. Back to the same old food, farming these orbs, but he'll actually loan this one over to the Rays.
It's a gathering run garage right now. That's mostly where we see Luminosity players, and that's where they would like to make their stand. Of course, they need things to go. They need a bit of fortune here. They need some luck in terms of how Envy move around the map. But Envy are usually quite good at getting information and using their utility to keep themselves safe. And you can see the drone's going to be clearing some of these close positions down long. And if you go down long, you clear
for short. Oh, that's beautiful. So Envy has all of the little things figured out, right? You don't want to go short A blindly on these eco rounds, going up against frenzies, shotguns, you know, all of these things in close range battles you don't want to take. So they send the boombot short A, but LG is not falling for this at all. They're falling right into the stack, Dan.
This is going perfect for Luminosity. You just have to hit the shots at this point. The paranoia, that's going to slow things down as well. And now you're starting to think, oh, there's a chance. There comes the Bucky from your boy Dre. And he's going to have help from this position as well. They might not expect 2 from there. Mummy will take down your boy Dre. Do they clear this now? No, not quite. There's 1 from Thief. Tracer coming through though from Envy, thick and fast. And it's going to go their way for the 10-4 lead. That looks good though for Luminosity. They, as you said, Sean, they read that. They read that it was a fake with the utility around A.
Yeah. That was so scary, so scary. When the Bucky just plucks your duelist out right before the strat ever starts, and then you get paranoid, and then the recon comes. You can imagine what's going into those attackers. They're like, oh my god, that's at least 3 players at this site. All of those shenanigans at A, they didn't fall for it. Oh my goodness. But they have no map control. So they have to go forward. They have no choice because it's better to go forward into the known than go back into the unknown to clear all those angles out on the flank. Whew, that could have gone the other way.
Yeah, that's such a good point. And time is against you too. The less the time, the less properly you can, the less safe things can be for you. And I mean, Luminosity, they may have to play, I feel like, judging by the first half, they might have to play that stacking game, that game where they're not challenging as much, because it doesn't seem like they're as equipped to do that against Envy. And that's totally okay. That's a style of play that you can definitely go with. But maybe we'll talk more about that later as we see this bonus situation here for Envy. They've got a lot of Spectres, 4 Spectres in play. The Frenzy and Crashes as well. So not investing really anything extra into this one.
It's really not that good of a buy of Luminosity. You look at Cellar, no TPs, no Lears on Thief. You know, not much utility. The Cypher actually has full utility down already. So even though it says 0, he did full buy. But this isn't the best opening round. I mean, even the Cypher has a Guardian. You know, like this is not a great situation for LG. Again, the same setup at A for Envy. The drone long, the boombot short. You can hear it happening, and it's drawn your boy Dre to the A site. That is not the correct move. But it's so easy to be deceived.
Yeah, you don't want to find some way to confirm whether that's fake or not, but they just don't have the luxury to do it, so they have to gamble a little bit. And now Envy will make their way through Garage. Food is leading the way as always, trying to clear all these positions on the entry. And oh, Caboose has found his way onto that backside with the showstopper. He's slowing things down here for the defenders, and they're all stuck outside of the site. A huge gate now that has to be passed, and Caboose is the gatesman. He's got Food there for assistance as well. Oh, they might be able to get through this. There goes the trade, and just like that, only crashes against 3. Picks up the Spectre. This is going to be extremely difficult. These players are fairly healthy, and your boy Dre with the angle, and he's going to take down Crashies. So Luminosity, despite how rough that round kind of looked in many respects, and how little information they had, they come out on top with 3 players left alive.
Yeah, that was a great round for LG to, managed to start their comeback to get back in this game. And the one thing that I would really like to draw attention to is when Food was throwing that firewall, which is a great play once he gets it down, LG is swinging. They're very aggressive. That's what they do best. That's their style. So if they didn't swing past that firewall, I would be concerned. I would say they're shelling up. They're not in their, they're not doing their game plan. Regardless of the score, I like what I'm seeing out of LG because it shows me that they have the confidence to beat Envy playing their style.
Yeah, totally agree. Play through to a long here to challenge, and your boy Trey's gonna have to fall back. He does have the daggers out, but he's lost Moose. And with that pick, even if Envy wanted to full send it to A, they can actually reset with this advantage. They can play the clock a little bit.
So you can see the boombot causes Dre to retreat off of short A. He was playing that judge, and the close angle is a very powerful angle for a judge. But the boombot, he knows it's going to push him back. He has to give it up. He's going back to long. I think he's going to think about re-aggressing here.
I think that's a good move because especially having impacted this portion of the round, given that they were a man down, it seems necessary. They need something, and your boy Dre is looking to deliver. He's the guy that can make something happen, but there's 2 players long. He just did not expect that at all. Seeing short completely clear, it seemed as though his mind was expecting a completely different position for Envy, and they abuse the information play. Food takes down Stella, and now the site is completely given up. The spike's being planted, and it doesn't feel like Luminosity have anything to go and retake with.
Oh, so scary for LG now too, because they won that last round with 3 alive. Their economy can't be that great. They're gonna have to save these 2 weapons if they have any chance of coming back into this game. So it's very important that these 2 players live throughout this 5-on-2.
There's so much time to hunt them down as well, and for Envy, there's not really that much risk. I'm not sure what their economy is like, but I'm certain that they can invest at least a couple players to find these frags. At least they've got some of the trips to rely on, but
yeah, while the hunt continues, the little CS trick is if 2 of your players die, 2 of the remaining players that live can drop them weapons. But if 3 players die, I mean, it's not like 3 players can live. You don't have 6 players on the team. So you can usually afford to, throw 2 people to the wolves and hunt those frags. But it is a little different in Valorant because when you hunt those frags in Valorant, you're not just, giving up frags. You're giving up ult orbs. So
yeah.
You have to be careful. You have to be very careful. It really depends on who you're hunting, where they are in getting their ult. There's a lot of things that go into play. And you can see Envy actually gave them respect and didn't hunt them.
We get a 3-man setup towards long. Luminosity looking to fight for a lobby control. It might work out for them, but the pace is actually fairly quick here from Envy towards Garage. With the long play, it actually might commit them in.
So aggressive.
Oh, this is brilliant. That's so smart from Moose. He knows his angles. He knows exactly what's going on. They're all in Garage at Proto. Able to find Crashies as he swings the window. And Luminosity, they read this play just quickly enough. They reacted just quickly enough to get the advantage in numbers. But they have to play that retake game now.
The aggression, Dan. The aggression. They're coming into spawn.
Envy not allowing them to set up here. There's a curveball to allow them to kind of cover the retreat. Thief is on the flank. If Thief gets distraction, if his teammates run distraction, he might be able to get some free kills, but Mummy has a great sense of what's going on here. Dashing into Moose. Your boy Dre is still alive in this 2-on-2. Retreating once again, trying to play the spike now. This is great work from Envy to try to win this round. The jump peeking comes through as well. Just the bait, setting Mummy up as he moves forward. The stick is coming. Mummy has to run for it, and the challenge from your boy Dre is strong. It's good. Finishes off the round. Luminosity, it's crazy, Sean, because I just keep getting the sense like they're behind, but they find ways to win.
Yeah, that's the Jet Dash. The Jet Dash gifted LG that round. Caboose is in, what would this be called? Like the S tier, God tier off angle. I have never seen that angle retaking the C site. So he was going to get that frag on any agent but the get out of jail free Jet Dash. The Jet sees him and dashes away, and all of a sudden you're in an off angle in the middle of the open. Your angle is no longer even good. It goes from being the best off angle possible to an awful spot.
Your boy Dre, he's doing it again with a dash, able to take down one, reset for the next, but the question is, has he done enough? The push continues, and Thief, there's another duelist behind that one. And they are just taking the fight straight to Envy. This is an absolute brawl, but Crashies, there's nothing he can do. It's a very fast response, but Luminosity, they shut it down. And just like you said, Sean, when Luminosity are kind of losing in various elements of the game, whether it's information or position or map control, these kinds of things, but when it comes down to them finding spots to play their style, to get the swings in, to have the challenges, to have some setups, they're doing a great job. They're looking fantastic.
Yeah, they're so good when the rounds break down and like the chaos happens and the pure teamwork of comms and just working off of each other on the fly. I think LG is a better team in that scenario. But Envy in these early rounds is getting so many little edges that it's hard to see, it's hard to be optimistic about LG because for the first minute of every round they're losing and then for the last minute they're winning. It's very weird. It's polarizing.
This setup from Luminosity looks very good to deal with what Envy have in this eco situation. They're looking to, well, it seemed like they were looking to get a C split going. But I don't know what made them call that off, but it was very good. Because they were about to walk into a 3-man setup, which I don't think they would ever be able to deal with. So resetting into a B play. Beef at the back of the site. Showstoppers available. This is a very winnable round for Envy, who's looking for a player backside.
Look at that one way. Oh my goodness, that's insane. That one way, the Omen one way, terrifies the C-Link player. That C-Link player just sat there, couldn't support Thief, got a free plant, and they have a Showstopper to guard the defuse there, and paint shells.
Yeah, it's looking like this will be very difficult.
Oh no.
So he's trying to get on top of the structure there. And
a Sova ult, and a Shock Dart. Dan, this is going to be a long time for this defuse going to happen.
Oh, it's getting even worse now because the flank comes through from Finesse. Oh, he can't finish it off with the Frenzy. And Luminosity getting all of the frags. There goes the Hunter's Fury. You're talking about the delay. You're talking about the power of the ultimates, but it's just crashes.
They missed it. It's over. Unreal. Unreal. I looked at the utility.
This is worth celebrating.
I don't get it, Dan. I don't get they're all 5 alive. What has happened? Oh my goodness. It looked like Envy had all the perfect utility to play that post plant. And then when FNS just falls flat on that flank, you blink and they're all dead. Everyone's dead. Crashy's ulting. And it couldn't have played out better for LG because that was a wasted Sova ult, which is one of the most important pieces of utility in this entire game in my eyes.
Cover going out.
Envy 11-8 now, and they are not too far away from winning Haven and taking this first map in this best of 3. Again, loser of this series, this best of 3 series, will be eliminated from the tournament, from Masters.
Again, there's a one-way on the left side of the site. The Boombot going A-Link. How do you even contest it? I love this little look from Envy.
Joke's over.
Oh, I have to look better than the last one. And they don't have the ults to rely on, so maybe that'll make the difference. They'll actually try to focus on the fights instead. Food is finding himself at least a proto caboose there. Through with the Showstopper, clearing A-Link, but Thief with that lurk through Garage is also going to be causing problems. There's not... Well, there's still a defense here on the side. These dark covers are extremely annoying. Envy there, able to defend this very nicely. And Luminosity, they can't break it. They cannot find a way inside.
That was such a 200 IQ hit from Envy. FNS might not have, had the prettiest round aim-wise, but that strategy coming in, right? With the Omen one way on the left side of B, the Boombot going right side. I mean, you can imagine how difficult that would be to hold for one player on the B side. If you're close, they're going to trade you out. If you're far, you're behind a one-way, or a Boombot's going to chase you down. There's not many options. And then they pop 2 ults on the post plant. They pop a run it back and the Showstopper. They create tons of space in both A-Link and C-Link. That was beautiful from Envy. That was a gorgeous B take.
And now 1 round away from winning this map. Haven. Again, getting that C-Long control. I like the aggressive dark cover on A lobby coming in from Luminosity there. It's always a good one to suggest, or at least commit more utility for the attackers to have to clear A lobby again after that, because you don't know what could have crept up behind that dark cover. So you can see the drone has to come out straight away.
Ooh, your boy Dre is actually playing Heaven on a retake setup. This is very interesting. Oh, the drones logging. That's brutal actually. And the Omen all gets sent back. Oh, this is pretty much all on your boy Dre to hold this site right now, Dan.
And he looks like he might want to try to get into a more aggressive position. He has the dash available to get that kind of forward opening pick. Envy are looking like they want to commit to this. They don't have any presence anywhere else on the map. There's 40 seconds left. They're going to the A site. There is a Hunter's Fury available on Moose. We'll have to see if that comes into play in this one. Oh, your boy Dre's in trouble. Dash straight into the paint shells, and he's gone. A distant memory now, as Luminosity are going to struggle to retake. When does the Hunter's Fury come out? There it is. The lineup's coming through, and he's going to try to stop, delay the plant, and he's going to be able to do so. He takes down... Oh, he gets a second off of the Hunter's Fury, and Thief is lurking above in Heaven. And just like that, a 3 versus 4 hold is required from Envy. It's going to be tough. There's no utility to do it, but Caboose is ready for it. Able to get the paint shells back online again as he looks to hold the site.
Dan, they have no paranoia anymore.
He's holding the dark cover too, Caboose. He can end the round right here as he goes through for the challenge.
Oh!
That's insane from Caboose for the ace! To get map 1 in the bag. Envy in style. They get it done with the Star Duelist. You wouldn't want to see it any other way, Sean.
That was insane. That second frag on the guy running through the smoke, the whip on him. I mean, Caboose didn't look in form early in that game. That was incredible. Some of the clips from Caboose and Food throughout that map, I mean, that's just, I don't even want to say duelist diff, because your boy Dre and Thief put up numbers as well. It looked like they're playing with confidence, but I mean, how do you beat that? How do you beat that, Dan?
It's insane, man. It looks like he has an aimbot. I'm not saying that he does. Of course he doesn't. It looks so mechanical. It's just beautiful. It's such a beautiful game there from Envy overall. I think Luminosity definitely showed that they weren't as prepared in terms of the way they were defaulting. They were losing the information game pretty reliably, but they did show that at any stage, even if they go into rounds with disadvantages, that they're very dangerous. So going into the next map, Sean, I feel very excited for the prospects for Luminosity to be able to find a way to run it back.
Yeah, what is our next map? Is Ascent, right? Is that what our next map is in this series? It's all a blur. We're in our second series.
Yeah, I think so. I have to double check now as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be Ascent. Okay. So do you feel like that's going to be a better fit? Because I feel like it will be.
It's so hard to say. I mean, Envy is such a strategic team. I think we have to wait. I have some things I want to say about Luminosity, but I'm going to let the analysts go first, then we can come back.
Yeah, quick break, and we'll see you guys soon.
The first map goes the way of Envy off the incredible performance from Caboose, really highlighted there at the tail end as well with an insane aim transfer, spray transfer ace over on the A site to shut things out. But all things said, it did kind of feel like that was their map in general, Belly. It didn't really feel like LG was doing so hot. They started to come alive a little bit towards the tail end, but it was just too little too late.
All right, you know what? I'm tired of muting myself, man. But yeah, this map just.
We gotta
seemed
change
like
that bingo card to have like
I
the mute
know,
mic on
man.
belly instead of.
Yo, Potter passed it on to me. The thing is, Envy manipulated Luminosity so bad when Luminosity was on defense. It was kind of a joke, right? So the Envy special, in my opinion, is whenever they push a site, and you see it a lot on Bind, right? They would get 1 to 2 kills and then quickly rotate out of there to keep you on your feet. Now, the fake that happened on this map in particular, it wasn't just a rotation. It was the fact that when they would get 2 kills, like on A long or whatnot, they would back up and have Sova drone another part of the map to make LG think the push is going there. That was filthy right there, by the way.
My.
But LG bid on it every time. And I was thinking to myself, how can LG counter that? Well, they tried it. They would push Dre up sewers and try to send people deep for that information. But the only thing was, Envy was accounting for that. They were able to get the kills and the information in order to secure those pushes. And there was just no counter available for Luminosity right there. So Envy did a hell of a job, man.
I think the only counters that LG had were like the off timings that they were able to get, right? When I think it was your boy Dre that was able to sneak through FNS that was playing towards Gong. He makes it through the smoke. He gets a couple of kills towards the A side, and that's it. They take the site. So when it came for map control, it was definitely on Envy side. And I gotta say, the combo of Food and Crashies. Food came back. He wants revenge after being tossed over like a ragdoll versus FaZe last week. And he had like, what, 4, I think, run it back in that first half? And it was him and Crashies controlling the long side all the time. He's getting kills. He's farming the orbs. As soon as he gets it, they put him towards the C side so he could run it back and hold the C side with his teammates. They just played things very well for Envy to not allow Luminosity to get any of that map control or even get a lot getting into the sites.
Potter, looking specifically towards the tail end of the game, we had 2 rounds in a row where we saw an incredibly strong take towards the B site, so much so that I think Sean and yourself were looking at the one-way smoke that was utilized by Envy, and we're like, okay, I see what you're doing here.
That's nice.
It was that B site play, and we saw them do it twice. What was the thinking there?
Yeah, twice in a row. And you know, usually as a squad, after you get kind of handled the first time around, you do a strategy, you kind of shy away from it. You bring out the game plan B, the game plan C, but Finesse understood exactly the win conditions, what went wrong, and hit it right back again. That one-way smoke, it just makes your seedling players so nervous to even take any sort of an angle. And when you're the spike planter at B, that's your biggest weak point. So I love the fact that Finesse immediately identified what went wrong, went back right at it, and dominated the second time around that they revisited that B bomb site. And I gotta say, that was really Envy in full control, not only in that round, but we mentioned it, man, Food, the fact that Van Silly called out, he had 4 run it backs on the Phoenix agent. Like, that is just unnecessary. But that was kind of the aggression that Food was having, and he was getting rewarded for it time after time.
You almost said it. I heard it.
I did.
You almost said it. You caught yourself. You caught
Yes.
yourself. But looking at this next map, we're going to be moving into Ascent. It's a little bit scary because LG has struggled more recently. When you actually look at their history, in the most recent history, that is, Veli, it's been a map that they've lost over and over again. Just looking at the statistics here, lost to Sentinels, lost to 100 Thieves, lost to FaZe, beat TSM, lost to XSET, lost to Immortals, lost to 100 Thieves. That's their last 7 matches. They are not having much luck on the map more recently.
And I don't think they're going to have luck here. Yes, I predicted Luminosity to win, but looking at the different play styles that these 2 teams have, Envy is going to fight fire with fire. There's a setup that Envy does that I think is going to win. FNS, he uses his camera mid a lot, but it's for a specific reason. It's going to be to call out anybody there for Food to go and attack. Now, LG, they love to pressure middle a lot, especially with their main players, Moose and Thief. So I think that Food is just going to outgun him again, man.
Well, the casters are standing by, and the action is almost ready. The players are jumping into the server. Let's see if LG can fight back and force a third map. It's all yours.
Thank you, Bog. Thank you very much. Sean, I still like reeling from that ace. I don't know what to do with myself. Caboose just doing just unthinkable things on that ace side. And that does not bode well going into this last map, because that's one of the edges you want to see going in the way of Luminosity, is that those individuals in those clutch moments. That's got to be an area where they kind of pull ahead to really, I think, be competitive against Envy here. And going into Ascent, it is a map that's very much based around map control and so on. But it is a map that Luminosity, I feel like, historically have done a really great job on and found a lot of comfort on. So you feel like there should be a better look for Luminosity.
Yeah, it should definitely be a better look. You would think so. And when Luminosity had tons of success, you know, a few months back at this point, they were dominant on this map. But lately, I mean, Bach alluded to it. I'm going to run you through some of the recent games on Ascent, Dan. 13-8 lost to Sentinels. 13-1 lost to 100 Thieves. 13-8 lost to FaZe. 13-9 win against TSM. That's kind of good. 13-7 lost to Xset. 13-11 lost to Immortals. 13-6 lost to 100 Thieves. Like, they are just getting owned every time they play this map. So they had some time. They had a few days here to reconfigure their play coming into this map. And we definitely need to see a different look at them out of them, because Envy is so well drilled on Ascent. This is a map that lends itself to that slow default, the slow burn, you know, where they're pulling people around the map and they're looking for picks on the extremities. They're getting control of A main and B main, and then they're working back through mid and doing a split. You know, if they can get that kind of ground in this matchup, LG will have such a hard time closing out this map.
It's going to be a huge struggle. I feel like I completely agree.
Yeah.
But it is, you know, these teams have had quite a while to prepare. I would imagine it should be pretty obvious for Luminosity how the veto would have gone. So one would hope that they will bring something into this game, much like we saw out of Gen G. Gen G clearly prepared very well when they went up against 100 Thieves, and they were able to really defy the statistics. They were able to set, you know, maybe a new trend can begin with the work that they did, because statistics only tells us about the past. It doesn't tell us necessarily about the future. It just gives us a good idea. And so I'm hoping, you know, I'm really hoping that there is a silver lining there for them, because, you know, going into this, Envy, if I'm Envy, I'm thinking to myself, let's just play our game, a standard game that we're comfortable in, and we know we can win the early game. We know we can win that mid round and that information battle, and we know we can close from those positions. We don't have to do anything special. So because of that, I feel like that does help Luminosity a little bit.
Yeah, let's go on a limb here, Dan, while we have a second. What do you think are like 3 win conditions for LG right now? Like, what do they need to happen if they want to win this map?
They need to be able to disrupt the defaults. They can't just allow Envy to just get free defaults. It needs to come at a cost of a player or something. They need to force adaptation. Okay, well that's all I have, because the game we're into the match, it seems the pistol has started.
The HUD's a little bit messed up. No big deal. We're on a pistol round. It's still 5-on-5. Your boy Dre is playing very aggressive here at A main with that one way down. Envy is fighting for it. I mean, they have, you know, Mame on that Omen hiding in the corner, playing off of the raise. If your boy Dre aggresses in any way, this crossfire will definitely take him out. So it's a good little trap they've set. And now FNS and Crashies roll to the B side. This is what I was talking about before the game started. They're going to get B main control now. They're going to really, really make things hard for LG. LG is going to have to guess which site is it, right? Because there's people in B main, there's people in A main, and even Foods lurk mid. They have full map control. This is a scary round for LG.
I do feel like
Look
LG
at the rotate, Dan.
are
All
good at
5 are
playing
going
this
to be.
style.
Oh, that's not good.
It's definitely not ideal. But they just have to hit some of these shots. Oh, that seemed like it was going to go in your boy Dre's favor, but it doesn't in the end. Moving forward, just some poking and prodding there from the Raptors position. Not yielding any kills. Caboose is going to send that Spoonbot straight down. It's going to cause some problems. Thief has found his way in for a trade, at least. So there is something going in the way of Luminosity here, but the spike will eventually be planted. And not much ground to work with for Luminosity on this retake. Food has a very good position. He's ready with the curveball too. That's so painful. The timing is beautiful. They have to fall back. It just wastes more and more time.
Now the dark cover comes for the door. Actually, for Heaven. These guys are just going to have to frag out coming from Heaven.
They're looking to do just that, though. They go for the drops, and it's a trade. It's looking pretty good. Boost with a nice connection onto Crashies. Now it's down to Mummy. Oh!
Whoa!
Okay, Stella, he's got a chance now. He's got to really hit this kill off at the first peak, but it's not even coming to him. It's just he just needs a little bit of leg. That's basically it. And the pain shell's coming in as well. Completely denies him an ability to do anything here, and Caboose even gets the kill to charge up that ultimate. Just that little bit more.
The old CS Jiggle Peak coming in from Caboose. Making things so hard, right? You're just jump spotting. You're not trying to frag, you know, the guy in the site in the one-on-one. You're just trying to make him very uncomfortable. You're trying to see if he's on the spike. You're trying to get an exact location of him. What is he up to? Is he pushing me right now when he tapped the spike? Is he sticking it? Is he in an off angle further in the distance? You're not sure. So you're just trying to like figure out some information, any information with those Jiggle Peaks. And Caboose played that perfectly.
So now we move into the anti-eco. And again, Envy is a team that they know how to do this. Again, this is one of those things from CS, which I think it took some years in CS for teams to really start to understand how to best approach it, because you want to be able to find information. You want to be able to find out like where the players are. On the other side, you want to see if you can bait rotations. You want to find the holes. You want to avoid the stacks. Like there's lots of nuance to doing that, and Envy is a team that's going to be very familiar with this.
Yeah, and you can see Caboose is going towards A main. He has that boom bot. He's probably going to aggressively fight for this A main control. Meanwhile, at B, you see Food. So they separated these two duelists out, and I can tell from how Envy's approaching, you know, where they are up in these barriers, the duelists are going to fight for those extremities. So Food is going to fight for B main, likely with a flash, maybe a recon from Crashies to aid him in that. He's definitely going to get help from Crashies or FNS. And meanwhile at A, Mume is going to help Caboose get A main control. I think they're going to spot out... Oh, Dre actually sold the shotgun. So this is kind of like a full eco here coming out of Luminosity with the exception of the Sheriffs.
Always like to see the Sheriff on a Proto. And your boy Dre as well, the other one. Makes sense.
There you go. They got both lobby controls already. We're just several seconds into this round. They have A main, B main, and Crashies is already gearing up to take mid. You can see they've left B main, but placed an alarm bot there. So just in case there's a counter aggression in B main, Envy will be alerted. LG is trying to collapse on mid.
Timing is actually really good because it's at the same moment that Envy are looking to push into B through B main. So there will be a fast response there. It just depends on how long Proto can hold on by himself. Shouldn't be for too long, honestly. He's just stuck there. Oh, he gets a headshot with the Sheriff. And I don't think he can get anything else. The paranoid comes through to deny him, but it was a good effort. It's really the best you could expect. And the spike will be planted there. That is given to Food.
They give it to the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Like, every I is dotted, every T is crossed in this game for Envy. It's so different from what we saw versus FaZe. They really have intention with every little piece of utility. The ult orb's going to Food. Sometimes they go to Caboose, depending on what they have in store. You can see what they're going for, though.
In comes the paint shells, and it will be difficult to find a way. There is a paranoia on Cellar still, but I don't think he wants to burn it. And indeed, Envy able to lock it down and just, I think, you know, we highlighted it as the round sort of went through its different phases, just all of the different efforts that Envy, you know, did, or efforts they made, sorry, to make it safe.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you, but this round with all these Spectres and where Food is at, our entire round is likely going to be revolved around getting Food and ult orb. So he's heading over to B. I think he's the most important player in this early round because they're going to fight tooth and nail for B main. They're going to get it because there's just a Cypher there. They're also going to try to fight for A main. And he is going to get that orb in like 1 second.
Luminosity, you know, they do take cat control, so it's the poor man's A main control because you'd rather probably have A main, but
poor man's A main. I like that, Dan.
But if you can have something, you at least can take that control. If you lose A main, the other team invests there, we will probably be able to take cat control, but it is definitely not too difficult for the attackers if they really want to get you out of those positions on cat as well.
Yeah, I love this look from FNS, by the way, putting that alarm bot in B main after you aggress. So they got the ult on Food, like I mentioned previously. They smoked A main pretty aggressively, so they have A main. And LG is just guessing right now. I mean, I wish I could tell you they have some kind of deep strategy, but they have no map control. They're just guessing. So you can see that Envy's prodding out the map right now. They put the turret down. They're sending the drone in. They're smoking market. They're really trying to sell this B hit, but it's actually an A hit.
Joke's over. You're dead.
And there it is. You're talking about it. They're running back from Food to enter onto the side. That's insane. He's just so good, isn't he? Instantly taking down the defenders of the A side, and it doesn't leave very much left in the tank here for Luminosity. Beef caught out a little bit there, but still recovers.
Take flight.
A 3v3 on the retake. Alt advantage with Envy, though. If necessary, the showstopper is there. But they may not... Oh, hello!
Oh.
Moose! Let's go. Able to find another edge. 3 versus 2 now. There's one more player in hell, and they should have a good sense of it. The TP comes through. He's able to escape around Jen somehow, and he's going to find a frag out of it to reset the situation. The trade comes through from Thief, leaving Food, coming from Rafters. They're going to realize it. There's the lineup for the hot hands, and it's good, but will it do enough damage in time? Looks like it will pull him off of the spike defuse, but it's coming back in. There's nothing that Food can do to stop it, and the round will go to Luminosity. What an insane retake.
That is an incredible retake off the back of that frag from Moose. I mean, he was pretty silent, if I'm being honest, on Haven. He's one of their star players normally. They need him to become activated. And what better time than to shut down this bonus round from Envy? Because if they won this, it would have been a nightmare of a half for LG. It's a huge round. Bring it back 2-1. The full buys come out for both teams here. Oh, but Dre is only on a shotgun, Dan.
Yeah, but he looks like he wants to go aggressive A main. I wanted to make a point about some of this early round control, but we might go into that later because we do have a very aggressive looking Envy in that B main.
Caboose could definitely enter this with a showstopper, just satcheling in. And there's 2 people nested in the site. He could have tons of impact based on the location of these players.
Cratchy sends a drone up into the site. There goes the satchel and the showstopper to find Moose and landing, almost taking down a Proto as well. Still alive though, but the trade is there, and now they have the side control. And I feel like this retake is going to be significantly more difficult, more troublesome.
Spectre. Yeah, Spectre, no paranoia, Judge. No boombot on the raise. Things are looking really difficult here for LG, but Stellar, if he finds a pick, changes everything.
Ooh, curveball coming through, but no peek with that. Food knows he can't handle that situation. Falls back. Boy, Dre, it's a tough one. Oh, he finds value with the Judge. And Heath with the showstopper. The trace come through. It's down to Stella now against Finesse. Tapping the bomb, forcing Finesse forward, forcing the swing. And he gets it again, Luminosity. Sean, if we go back and we do a snapshot of what they had going into this retake, you just feel like it's like a 5% retake or something.
Yeah. I mean, you're dealing with a Killjoy in a post plant. You're dealing with a Sova who has recons. You're dealing with Mame who has smokes. You're dealing with Food who still had his molly and a flash. Like, think about the utility they had to get through with those 3 players with a Judge and a Spectre, and they made it happen. That's a devastating blow for Envy's mental, in my opinion. To lose to that retake, that's a painful one for Envy.
Yeah, and Envy, like they understand that the way that the B setups work. That whole round was designed with the showstopper, like using all the ults and so on, to specifically deal with what Luminosity do on the B site. And we can talk more about that later because we do have the result here, which is a crippled economy.
Mad Lads about to get Food both orbs this round. No, FNS has to get this one B for his lockdown, right? Surely. Share. Okay.
There we go. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they just double orbing Food every round because there's no control from Luminosity. So
yeah, Luminosity seems like they're okay with giving him those orbs.
I mean, it seems suboptimal, but again, like Luminosity are finding ways to win these rounds. So Envy, we talked about the clutch factor, how important that would be leading into this game, and so far Luminosity are showing that is an advantage for them.
Both duels get past the paint shell.
Oh! He nails 3! That's insane. He's trying to copy Caboose, and I think he's done a really good job of it from that last game. And that's just going to leave Crashies left alone here. And that's it. That's over. I don't even understand how these players are this good, Sean. It's a little scary.
I don't
Just as you set it up too. Well,
they are so mechanically skilled. It's literally like they're playing aim lab and they just don't feel pressure and they're just so focused on their aim. It's unreal to watch the mechanics of some of these players in these high pressure situations. And he has some of the best aimers in NA storming at him. Food and Caboose got past the paint shells. They're on both sides of him, and he's dueling his way out of that scenario.
Envy like winning the rounds all the way up to like the last 10% of the round, and then they falter because of the clutch coming through, mechanics coming through. And once again, we'll see both challenge on A and B main.
Yeah, and look, would you look at Dre? He's hiding. Oh, he's in big trouble. Or is he? He just comes back out and takes the duel. He gets out. I thought he was going to get paint shelled, but he's so quick to the fight. Oh my goodness.
And they reset the situation. It's a 5 versus 4. Or rather a 4 versus 5, I should say, from Envy's perspective on the attack. And you can see that, you know, if you give it a bit of space, Luminosity have that advantage. They're going to fall back, and we get a fake coming through. And that's a smart play against Luminosity because they don't have info at all. So
yeah, it should draw the ult out of Moose, and there it is. Moose is going to take out that Killjoy ult. This is an A hit, and Food is again having success in the run it back. Double entry twice now. This is in his molly too. Trying to knife his teammate. This man is just like, whatever, I'm just kidding.
That's a big kill to find as well. That's no luck now. That means they know that the 2 remaining players on the site, they're getting tags with the recon as well, so they have info. Again, Luminosity, in fact, I should say Luminosity look like they are going to win this retake from the get-go. Normally it looks like they're at a disadvantage, but they're looking strong now. Another tag coming through. That's the drone. Mummy with the paranoia though. That's huge. That allows Food to get a free kill. And there's the flash ready as well. The timing is
broken. They know both must come heaven, Dan. Look at the flash.
And there it is. They line up the Mummy and Envy close down. They close down a round. This is an insane matchup so far because it doesn't feel like Luminosity should be competitive, but they are so very competitive and so very dangerous.
Exactly. I mean, it doesn't feel like they should be in this game. They're giving up the orbs, they're giving up A main, they're giving up B main. You know, they're in deficits in post-plant scenarios. They're not breaking the door there on the retake, so the 2 defenders in the site can recognize, you know, everyone must come from heaven. Everyone must come from heaven. Now, that's not... Luminosity's just missing a couple things in these rounds, and they would be way ahead.
Oh, I love this. Your boy Dre there pulls out the knives. He's going aggressive. Arbus to cover his position. That's not going to work out. Jump peeking the top mid will deal with him. And then the orb pickup again. Honestly, I feel like there's a record happening. Envy collecting the most orbs in a game for a single team in a matchup. Because none of these orbs are being challenged, or it doesn't ever seem like it's in question that they'll pick up all of the orbs that they want.
Yeah, I will say it is very hard for the defenders on Ascent to get either orb, B main or A main. But it's also usually hard for the attackers because the defenders put an immense amount of pressure on them. So, this is this is sketchy.
The judge, I bet on the judge every time in this scenario.
Same.
Every time. The judge is always good for it. Out come the knives, and he'll just get sprayed through as Finesse runs on through. But they've locked down the choke point. There's no entry. There's nothing gained for losing those 2 players. Absolutely nothing. Oh, I love this though, Mummy. He's gonna try to make this work. From the shadows comes in, and there's a post plant somehow now because of the Omen ultimate. It's gonna require a lot.
He gives a smoke for Crashies. Crashies has his goal.
Player standing.
They'll go straight through though, and Proto has no issue taking them both down. So it was a good attempt. I really like the try to just figure out a way to win the round there with the ult, but it's kind of crazy, Sean. But it feels like Luminosity are about to take over the match. Do you get that feeling as well?
I mean, I'm getting that vibe as well, Dan. I will say Crashies has that Sova ult, but yeah, it's weird because even though strategically Envy looks so good, LG does all of the things better that I find meta right now. But whether that be shotgunning, having a jet, creating space, the chaotic moments where someone uses a movement ability. They're doing all of those things better than Envy, which are kind of like the intangibles of this specific meta. It's so interesting, this matchup.
Actually fighting for main control, and your boy Dre, was close to get that one. Oh, Beef, though, somehow gets all 3 kills, and that's just wiping out the eco completely. Very little going into this round for Envy. And looking like it's looking like a clean round for Luminosity, and that's going to build up their bank quite nicely. And so here we are, Sean. What needs to change for Envy? Because you feel like, again, they're getting all of the edge.
Yeah. I don't know, Dan. I don't know what they do to get to the next gear, right? They're already getting all the orbs. They're already having their duelist be activated. They're already setting their duelist up for success. Crashies is already doing good on the lurk. FNS is already getting B main control. So I don't know. I really don't know what the answer is for Envy right now, other than to secure their post rounds a little bit better. It's not the initial battles that typically don't go their way, but this will be different. This is a heavy fight for A main control from LG. It looks like for once in this game, they're going to actively fight for this very hard.
The showstopper's up though, Sean. So if we see resistance from Envy, I feel like
Envy gave it to them. So Dre's going to go to Y, and this is a cat hit, which is the first time I think we've seen Envy try something like this. The recon clears out close.
All comes through from Crashies. Trying to find those A defenders, clearing out space for his teammates, taking tree control, but this is going to be a scary situation. The recon comes through. Food is pretty close. He wants to punish this one very quickly as the snatches come through as well. And Luminosity looking pretty good on this hold. They gave up a lot of space, and Envy is sending it all the way through. Oh, your boy Dre with the timing there, finding one, and somehow Finesse is alive still. But not for too much longer, it seems. Crashies, last man standing. And they know exactly where he is. Spikes down on the ground. This shouldn't be winnable here for Crashies. They line up though, and it's just small chance to get 2 kills, but the trade is in. And it's Luminosity 6-3 now, and a small part of me wonders that they didn't take A main control Envy because they knew that the showstopper was out, or available at least.
Yeah, maybe so. The individual plays from LG though coming up big. Your boy Dre just 200 IQ, dodging the drone, killing the guys on Cat instead of pushing into the Sova. He's taking the low-hanging fruit right there. And honestly, I think he probably gets the 2K without the Cypher ult messing up, the hit, like the aim kind of look on his screen, the Cypher outline. Wow, so well played from him and Moose.
Yeah, really impressive so far. Luminosity, they just keep on surprising you. Dude has crept into market though. He's gonna. Oh, this could be huge. He's definitely found a timing with this one. Oh, Moose has Thieves back though. Great cover. This eco is not going to do too much from Envy.
Enemy remaining.
And just like that, it's pretty much over. It's the best look possible for Envy in this first half. Trying to be 5 rounds.
Yeah. Wow. LG has come back into this game, and they look like the favorites at this point in this map. Easily they look like the favorites. I mean, I don't think this is a super defender-sided map when I watch it at the top level of pro play in NA. So where they find themselves right now is up 7-3. At the worst case scenario, it's a 7-5, and that's a huge win. Like that's crazy. LG with a great comeback into this half.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to just see how it's happening too, because it's just, again, I used the word surprising. I think it's a good one. And mid play comes out from Luminosity. They're mixing things up. We asked what Envy needs to do differently, but Luminosity, that mid aggression, we haven't seen that before. And Caboose is going to go straight in with a showstopper to meet it. Looking quite difficult now for both teams. The lurk is caught by Stellar. Finesse was trying to gain ground. He was expecting to have more free space there to move into B, but with that kill, that changes everything. But as I say that, Mummy finds
they can't
one
help
also.
themselves, Dan. They can't help themselves.
They can't.
The trade's coming back and forth, but Stellar is making a play. He is making a massive play to cut B main right now, get all of that info, and that's really eye-opening for someone like a Proto who's back middle right now. He also has the cam at A. So think about all of the info right now that LG has with Stellar there, the cam at A. They pretty much know exactly where Envy has to be.
Great angle too. Easy frag from Stellar. And that's going to be awful now for Mummy. He doesn't. Oh, he's going to be the
ult. He can go A, Dan.
30 seconds
Do it.
left.
But the that
Stellar
was so crazy.
preemptively ulted before.
Yeah.
That could have been one of the most colossal fails. From an, he would have literally TP'd out of the site in a 1-on-2. It would have been epic. It would have been a fail of epic proportions if we saw that happen. But we don't.
I really wish we would have. That would have been.
You are
just
evil.
so
You are
funny.
evil for
It
wanting that, Daniel.
When I saw the TP, I'm like, oh my god, it's gonna happen, isn't it? But either way, we're into the next one, and Luminosity 8-3. They might get a 9-3 here. They've got your boy Trey on that operator. It is a 4-buy here for Envy. They're going for a B play. Heavy focus here. There goes the shock dart to try to destroy that lockdown. Although actually,
shells do not break it. These guys are gonna get detained.
uh-oh, that's a problem. Do they get punished though? That's the question. Out goes Food with the run it back, trying to find value in spawn. Mike is haunted. It's a full retake, and we know just quite how strong Luminosity have been on these retakes so far, and they don't have any ults really to work with. Crashies has that defensive Hunter's Fury, sending it up spawn. It's a great angle for it. Also into market. It's such a difficult ultimate to deal with. Food in this position, so dangerous as well. This is looking so difficult for Luminosity. I can't say it enough, but in comes the split through market, through spawn, trying to find the frags, trying to work their way into the site. Envy now.
He's stuck that ult. He's market flanking. Mummy with the ult to flank market.
And it's looking pretty good here for Envy. Mummy able to take down everybody. Boost is the last man standing, but that's going to be the end of the half. Envy scraping together one more round to finish that first half with 4 total. That's not a good look, but it might be enough.
I mean, I couldn't have thought of a better word. They really were scraping those rounds out. Every round just seemed like such a struggle. But when we watch LG win their rounds, you know, it almost looks kind of effortless, if I'm being honest. They're kind of just, you know, casually coming in and just playing off of each other so well, playing with confidence, aggressively swinging like this. You know, the rounds for LG just go so much smoother when I'm watching them on this map. And that scares me a little bit right now because they're playing simple, and, you know, the whole KISS saying, Dan. Keep it simple.
Exactly.
Yes.
And it's so funny too, because as you say, like, they look more confident and like they have a better flow, but they've been working with way more disadvantages.
Yes.
So there's this massive cognitive dissonance with that. That's so fascinating. We get an A main aggression.
Envy pushed to Gelato, and these guys going up catwalk heard that. So look at the reaction. They're just going mid through the smoke. What a read.
However, there is a 2-man setup on that B side.
Yeah, I'm scared for Cypher and Sova. But the push was spotted out. So they recognize that Envy has pushed A. But did they realize someone's in their spawn?
Take flight.
Reset into a heavy B main. Doing bot for info there, coming in from the boost on the defense. Oh my god, we're gonna get shock dart. Yeah, that's a great shock dart coming through on the caboose, and the attack comes through onto the B side, but the defenders are still largely alive here for Envy. Finally, caboose will go down at least, but there we go. Your boy Dre able to clear out the site now. Envy having to fire from spawn. They've got also Mummy coming in from B main.
A paranoia, Dan. A paranoia. And look where they are. They're clustered together in the most common spot to send a paranoia. Here. Oh dear. This paranoia is going to be lethal.
Envy waiting
Everything
for
is
the
going to
moment.
be on the back of the paranoia recon combo. There's a smoke. There's the recon. There's the paranoia.
And Food comes through with crashes, and it's just looking immaculate. Just as you said, waiting for those abilities to come off cooldown, sending them in, coordinated push. Fantastic play.
The food. I mean, everything just seems like it has a reason when you're watching Envy, right? You just knew what was going to happen, right? How could they make the best use out of these 3 agents? Well, I would be smoking the back of the site, paranoing through. If the guys are all paranoid, they can't break the recon, so I'll probably shoot one of those too. Yeah, that seems optimal. Let's do that. Envy looks so drilled.
And this is how it starts. This is how the combat begins. Especially on the defender side, it takes a lot of pressure off to not have to face the attackers when they are able to dictate the pace from the get-go. And instead, We're going to see some aggression towards A main, coming in from Luminosity. Pain Shells to deny any denial of the ultimate orb, which your boy Dre will pick up. And be
that's
forced to retake A main, and they're going to get it.
That's beautiful. That's exactly what I was talking about last half when there's re-aggression for that A main orb. The paranoia, the Molotov. Now Food's jiggle peeking. All right. He sees that they've come back in A main. He's calling it to his teammates. He is hanging around for a little bit long here, Dan.
It's Food, and we must trust him.
It's true. He is hungry.
Reset coming through from Luminosity, trying to find their way onto a pick. They do have a couple of sheriffs, as we've seen before. Thief on the Ghost. And your boy Dre might find a pick. I mean, there are some angles to work with around Catwalk, for sure, but Envy playing extremely passive setups. They know time is working in their favor right now, and especially with that dark cover on B main, it doesn't give, like, they're shepherding Luminosity up mid.
I mean,
effectively.
they have the alarm bot mid, so they know no one's mid. They have the turret holding B main. They have the dark cover B main, so no one can really come B. This A side, though, is really weak right now. Really, really weak. They're susceptible to the split.
Door be broken. Oh, I was just about to say they need an insane entry, and your boy Dre delivers. But Crashy is backside still with the Spectre. Takes down your boy Dre. There's the second one as well. Oh, Crashy's is going absolutely ham in the sight. And now it's just Stella. He's got nothing. It's a good attempt. Crashy's though. He did what he needed to do to keep everything under control.
Yeah, that got really scary when your boy Dre hits that one shot right there, you know, and it's a 5-on-1 in the A site for about 5 seconds. You really feel like LG is going to steal it and just run away with the game. But Crashies comes up with the most heroic round I've seen out of him, in the last week probably, because he's had some crazy rounds. But they needed that. They really needed that 3K on NB to keep the comeback possible. And now they're going to try to get this bonus round we keep talking about. Are they going to be able to weather the gun differential here?
E main control goes to Envy. Using that one way. One just Fury out from Crashies. Almost using that for information if players are going up Catwalk in the timing, but right now Envy are playing with very little info. As you say, Sean, before, that they have that alarm bot in mid, and they've got A main control, so they're giving up Catwalk and Tree for free.
Yeah, but on the other side of the coin, I mean, LG has nothing. I mean, they haven't activated this alarm bot mid, they haven't taken cat control, they haven't taken A main control, they haven't taken B main control, and there's only 55 seconds in the round. They just broke that alarm bot. There's 3 people on the B side, a turret, and 2 Molotovs. This will be a hard take.
See what they can do with it, though. They've really surprised us many times. Maybe this will be one more of those. Your boy Dre, we follow him, looking for the entries, but it's finesse. My goodness, with that Spectre as well. They're making it look like they're working with Phantoms right now. This trace come through from Luminosity, but it's down to Stella. He's at a man disadvantage as he swings into this B site. He's got to find 2 players. He is against the blocker as he starts to encircle these bomb side boxes, and now it's just one left.
No spike.
Oh no. He has to get to the spike. You're right. You're totally right. Food is there to God. He's caught in the open, but still with the Sheriff, he makes it good for Envy as they pick up one more round, and they're about to equalize with Luminosity as they trail just 1.
What an insane 2K coming up from the in-game leader. FNS finally coming up big for the team, holding down that stairs position with a Spectre, nonetheless, at a heavy disadvantage. For him to find 2 frags there, that's a big round for Envy, and you can see what it means for LG. They're saving here. We could be looking at an 8-8 game. I can't believe we're here. It seems like every time I think a team's going to win, the other team starts winning.
It's a tough look for Luminosity. Looking to find their feet and their momentum now. Walk up Catwalk. It has been the weak spot in many of these Envy setups. By design, of course. Envy know that that's their weak spot too, so they have contingency plans. And here comes a drone, so just check it, and it's going to spot a couple players. Big win for Envy, but also maybe a chance here for Thief. He's in a forward position. Actually starts to get out of there, realizes he gets split on. Mummy able to defend through the smoke. And Foodie's lurking in wine, and they didn't realize your boy Dre's going to have to do something insane here, but Finesse is going to calm it all down once again. 8 to 8.
Finesse coming in big right here. I mean, that's a hard kill to get. A Jet's just floating in the middle of grass. You cannot guess that angle. That's you can't have the right crosshair placement on that Jet floating through the air with her daggers out. That's impossible. So the fact that FNS got that frag, settling in now, we're at 8-8. Both teams on a full buy. We have some big ults building for both teams. And this is where LG really has to show us something special, Dan.
And I think that they recognize that. They've taken a tactical timeout to figure it out, one would assume. Get everybody on the same page. What would you be talking about in a tactical timeout here for Luminosity?
Well, LG definitely plays a different style than the style I would probably run. So that's the thing. I'm not sure. I think they're probably going to try to get fights into their duelist hands, right? So whether that be somehow activating your boy Dre, right? With a cat smoke, a drone out of this tiles position, and having Dre just, I don't know, walk up towards market or something, walk into middle and just actively look for kills, because it looks like their style is more revolving around letting their duelists shine than Envy style of, coordinating this massive synergistic push together, combining abilities.
The defenders, they switched up the Killjoy utility. They're running a different setup too, Sean.
Oh yeah, Defense dumped everything on Catwalk. Yeah, Dre is just walking up mid behind this drone. He's literally just walking right into market right now. The difference in styles is so apparent between these teams. He's gonna keep going. He's gonna keep going. Ooh.
Breaking the door. They're gonna reset back off of this. They've suggested B play. That would normally, I feel like that would normally pull a rotation. But right now, it's actually pulling an info play from the B players who feel all the pressure.
FNS is looking spawn from grass, but this push from Food. Yeah, you can't read that. You have to be worried about the dart. Great re-aggression on market from Envy. And they're in a 5-on-4, a clean 5-on-4, Dan.
Envy are putting Luminosity in some difficult positions here. It seems like Luminosity don't know what to do when they're kind of pausing in the mid round there, but moving back into a split on this B side. They've got to deal with Crash. He's just got to be good, but not even looking the right way. It's a good trade from Thief, and he's able to collect this. Oh, there we go. He's able to collect the spike as he makes his way through now, but they need side control still, and the rotation is already there. It's behind them. It's in market. It's in spawn, and it's Food at the back of the site to make matters worse. And he's able to come back into it, although the punish is in. And Proto, he can't find it. He can't find it, not this time. And Envy take the lead, and it doesn't look like they are going to drop any momentum at all. And Sean, I feel like we're starting to see some of the limitations for Luminosity calling in the mid-round.
Oh my goodness. I mean, limitations maybe. I think they had a good play to try to get Dre activated, but Envy is just all over everything right now. Tactically, they're just way ahead right now in this matchup, and it's making things really, really hard for the aimers on LG. There's just not a lot of openings. And Food just, I don't even understand. Every time he pops this run it back, he's just getting 2 frags. I've never seen anything like this.
Luminosity just waiting out the same aim play.
Look at the difference. Last half when Caboose would drop that boombot, they would get a main. Meanwhile, it requires a boombot and a drone, and they still don't have a main control. Just got it, but think about what they had to spend to get it. And they have no map control, no one's B. And look at the rotate from Envy. They're pushing off Cat, they're playing aggressive.
No more charges left.
Oh man, LG feels real tunneled right now.
Again, it feels like they are going to be forced to play the tune of Envy. On the defense, there comes the dash through though, and the paranoias as well. Side control is there now for Luminosity, but they have to hold on to it. They've got to get the spike planted. Hunter from Moose is going to create some additional space. Boy, Dre, the Judge. This is such a good spot for the Judge. It feels good right now for Luminosity, but the lockdown's available for the Finesse. That's surely going to be stuck down at some point soon. Here we go. And a retake can commence.
Look at the flank from Caboose, Dan. Look at the flank from Caboose.
Oh, the timing is not good at Proto able to trade, but it's so desperate. They've got to challenge the lockdown, but there's no way for them to do it, Sean. It's just impossible. And it's going to come down to Stella's flank, but you can see that they are somewhat cognizant. Walking past Finesse, but maybe not. Finesse will catch Stella 10-8 now. That's every round in this second half, I think.
Yeah, I love that round. I love that round because you are aware of what's going on by the lockdown, but Envy is so well drilled that they had Caboose on the flank. I mean, he has so much good utility to just destroy people if they just decide to, you know, survive inside of Wine. That would be a huge mistake if LG did that. Really, their only choice was pushing the lockdown. Based on Envy's positioning, that's just very well done from Envy.
Envy well and truly in the driver's seat now. Coming closer and closer to eliminating Luminosity in this best of 3.
Again, Drake's just going to walk up into market again. They're just trying to get this star duelist his fights. But it's so hard with the utility from Envy. Look how annoying it is with his drone. It's going to tag him twice. Oh, that's so annoying.
And moving that Killjoy utility around again, it feels like there's just so many unknown elements all the time. If you're Luminosity, it feels just so hard to predict what's happening. We'll get this mid-control again, and it is something that's being effectively given to them. You might see regressions as we have in the past, but generally it's being given to them. And they're going to rotate back into some CAD control now with that forward market control. They might be able to do some damage with Moose, who's been left in this position.
I mean, the problem is then is they have no A main control. So who's going to get Mame out of that Wine position? Who? Oh, they're going to come right into Food. What an amazing wall.
30 seconds left.
Oh.
That's pretty big. Food, though, he's just unstoppable. 3 kills quickly. In fact, people are dying so fast. There's no way to commentate that. That's impossible. Moose coming through, and it's so unfortunate for Moose because it feels as though his position didn't have impact. Ultimately, that deep market position. Unable for him to find much with that.
Wow. I mean, we said last half, the score didn't, honestly, it didn't really reflect what we were casting and what we were saying. And I think we're finally getting the catch up, right? It's catching up, right? Everything we were saying last half is kind of, now the rounds are actually ending how we would expect them to end. Now that Envy's on defense and they have the positional advantage of making LG make the first contact. LG looks lost. I mean, Envy looks strategically like the better team. Their duelists are on fire. The only thing that's really missing when I watch Envy right now is Mame being super activated on the op like he sometimes is. FNS and Crash, he's finding value. But the duelists, Food and Caboose. I mean, this is a star performance from both of their duelists.
Proto's going to take that B main control, or at least that's what he's doing right now. And Luminosity haven't been that confident around A main. Able to walk through the tree. Oh, Proto goes a little bit deep there, and Killer comes in through to the A side at least, but Mummy's there also with the operator, so it's going to be hard to deal with him. But lots of ways to survive. It's a good angle. Doesn't have to overcommit as well. Gets a kill, that's all he needed to get. Able to get send forth the dark cover. That's going to block off A main, so they have to play on site to help each other. Plant comes through.
Paranoia for the planner. This guy's dead, dude.
Oh, they're all getting absolutely destroyed at this point. I felt like they needed that clutch. They needed that clutch to go their way, and it's 12 rounds now. Match point, series point for Envy, and Luminosity are facing elimination here at Masters.
And it's not looking good. I mean, I'm not going to... I don't know what the formula is right now for LG to get these last 4 to even get it to OT. I mean, they're just dry walking up places. You can clearly see the difference in preparation between these two teams in this matchup, in my opinion. And Envy, there's almost no world where Envy isn't winning this series in my eyes right now, because they are clearly the more drilled team.
Yeah, totally agree.
So this is very difficult if you're an LG fan right now watching this. That recon though, double ping FNS, but they're going into the stack. There's 3 people here. It's ulting out A. So Food senses, oh, they're going to continue to push. No. Okay, so Proto now has the A main.
That's a great pickup from Moose. 5 versus 4 here for Luminosity. Food in a deep position on Catwalk. I feel like Food could just ruin their day. He could ruin their entire tournament here, because here he goes with the swing. The trade's in there. That's a good response from Luminosity. They don't lose too much there. Mummy on the side though. He's the next obstacle with that operator. Great angle. The flick comes through. He TPs off the side.
Oh, that's
Genius.
so fast.
Good boost now. Watson in with the showstopper. There's not many places to go. He's probably going to get a connection if he sends that anywhere. And he finds the Proto. That's the A main player dealt with. 2 versus 2 now here. Caboose looks for his opportunity. Mummy's still on that operator, trying to work the rafters position. Caboose walks in the flank. Working that gen. There goes the trade one time. Oh, it's going to be down to these paint shots. It's going to force the swing. And Stella is good at the end of it. Scary, scary stuff.
I mean, did you see a world where Mame got out of that alive? I pretty much mained Omen for a long time, and I was like, ooh, he's in big trouble right now. I feel like he's gonna die to A main any second. He gets that kill, and he's so fast. He's so fast to ult away.
The instant ult, yeah.
God, that was so impressive.
It's so beautiful because he knows all that he has to do is guarantee that he lives after he gets a kill, and that he's done the best possible thing. It's just so awesome to see that.
Oh, the instant shock dart makes Moose get out of his drone. Crash, he's trading 100 credits for 300 credits and some HP right there between Sovas. Huge win from Envy. The wall makes LG doubt that there could be a guy Wine. I mean, this is wild. The Paranoid though gets both.
Oh, this is looking a little bit awkward here for your boy Dre. He's supposed to get the entry there with the ult TP as well, but it's actually going to go both ways. These kills, finally, it starts to swing into the favor of Luminosity. And Mummy on the retake with that operator. He has a paranoia, but there's no lockdown here. Finesse is going to swing through with a Phantom. Do they realize about the camp player? Maybe they have a sense of it? If you're a Proto here, surely you have to wait longer. This would be catastrophic if he peaks too early. Oh, he just goes for the swing. I can't believe it. Sean with the Guardian, he picks it up. Mummy actually whiffs that shot, and Finesse is sent packing, but I have to say the timing of the swing on the Proto, that maybe he felt like he wanted to confirm whether they were saving or not. I'm not sure.
Oh, that was just one of those scenarios where he's lucky Mame was there for a long time, because Mame probably got sick and boardable in the angle. He started to calm, like thinking about the next play, and once he starts thinking about the next play, the wide ring happens, FNS falls. And now I don't know. I think Envy might not have money, Dan. So we're sitting at 12-8 wondering how it could happen. And here we are at 12-10. And it's kind of happening.
Just enough money.
Just enough money for one more buy. But here's the thing. This is a buy. And next round, if LG wins this, I actually think the correct play for Envy right here, even though they have money, is to light buy. And the reason being is because their ults are in such a way where if they do a light buy here, they could get a full buy next round and have a ton of ults. And it's just, they would be at such a heavy advantage in that particular round that should be the play. Now, it's hard to make that decision because you can buy here, and I mean, the other option would be to have like a kind of a hobbled buy here. You have no ults. And then next round, you would just buy down. You would have probably a bunch of Spectres, but you would have ults to go with those Spectres and stuff. So it could go either way.
Oh, man. I totally agree with you, actually, that I would prefer to see the light buy, because what you were saying about generating the ults, they could have a showstopper and or a run it back, and they could guarantee a lockdown too. So, well, we'll see the early fight towards B main.
Oh, there's a gap here.
Oh
no. Do they expect this gap?
Oh my god, this is scary. Oh, and he's right there. Both of them. Caboose gets two. Your boy Dre gets two back with the knives. And with that said, it's a 3-on-3, Sean. With over a minute to play with, this is an IGL's dream, surely.
Yeah, and the smokes are alive on attack. That's the first thing I look at in these scenarios, right? They have smokes. Okay, they can hit either site. That is now open. If that smoke agent were to fall in that skirmish, it would be catastrophic. But now they have options. They can go anywhere.
Boy Dre still with the knives as well. His HP is very low, but Oh, this is so scary. Finesse has that cap position. They're all going to be playing from sight. The Luminosity defenders on this.
Look at the drone.
Of this
again. I think the drone is the most important piece of utility right now. I mean, we're in a 3-on-3, and he has a recon drone. They're going to know where 2 people are on this retake. Minimum.
Cover going out.
Paranoia available as well. So once the drone gets that info, Paranoia will, or rather, it will be clearer whether.
It didn't get the tag.
There goes the swing from Finesse. He gets a tag on 1 player. Finesse drops 2. It's down to your boy Dre. He's going to find 1. He's got no HP, and he's going to get taken out. And the retake is good. Envy are good. They're going to avoid any future shenanigans. They will eliminate Luminosity from the tournament, and they themselves will move forward into the next round, lower round 3, and where they will face Gen G.
Ooh. That game was a nail biter. Honestly, I can't even believe it got that close, though. It looked like Envy was so solid. So I think Envy really needs to go to the drawing board here, because similar vibes versus FaZe, right? Positioning, it felt like they were in good spots, and then they just get shot out of the server. So maybe it's an approach thing, maybe it's a mid-round thing. But if Envy wants to make a deep run in this tournament, like a lot of fans think they will, they're going to need to clean up those aspects of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of their game that looks so good already. I think, as you were highlighting, we saw such a stark contrast in how well they play the information game. All of the different defensive setups that they had, they were always in a position where there was too much to account for when it was coming to Luminosity's attack. They didn't know what was going on a lot of the time, so they had to just rely on their skill. And so that feels like such a consistent approach. And with that said, that's going to be what really gives them the win here against Luminosity. And we'll be sending it back over to the analysts.
Dang it! Vansilli's right. Vansilli wins the prediction game as he still rides high on that Envy course, and we all
that or the Red Bull, I don't know.
Yeah, that too. Could be both. But it's a big game from Envy. They pick up the 2-0. LG tried to keep it close in that second map, but they did struggle at times. It felt a little bit awkward for them, but it also felt awkward as well for Envy. Potter looking at Envy, we saw a switch from FNS, from Cypher to Killjoy. At times it felt a little off.
Yeah, it definitely did so. But I mean, it's good to see that Finesse was able to find his groove, especially on the defender side. He had all those gimmicky little setups. He had the traps, and he was utilizing that Killjoy ult to almost perfection. There was a bit of a head-scratching round where Moose coulda, woulda, shoulda saved his Hunter's Fury to be able to knock that one out. But, you know, LG, they absolutely had a valiant effort here. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to put up more of a fight. I think they did go through the works of throwing everything they had on that attacker side, trying to find an answer. The effort was there. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to find the openings.
I do
I
like.
just felt that.
Go ahead.
I just want to say the setup for FNS and company of Envy looked pretty good against LG there on the defense too. Just to chime in with Potter, because of the utility that was being used to find that information, and you see on those retakes when they take it back from Envy, they always had owl drones, they always had recon darts as well, so they didn't have to spend that much out of crashies to be able to get that information versus LG.
Looking at that match as well, there was obviously one play that stands above the rest, and that's going to be our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. It's going all the way back to map 1, right at the tail end, and it was Caboose who picked up a massive ace. Now, the first 2 kills, they're okay, but it was the last 3 that were truly impressive. There's the nade on site. He catches one headshot angle up in heaven.
Bach.
And
Bach,
then
Bach,
this is where it gets dirty.
Did you think he was going to get this? Did you think he was actually going to get these kills, though?
No,
this one?
no.
Yes, but that one?
Oh my.
I would pay everything in my wallet to have that reflex speed. I don't know. That's kind of crazy, man.
Even that shot alone, just the shot on heaven, is a tough shot to hit. That angle can be difficult, but the sweep back from Caboose, the aim transfer is on point. You can see here looking at the second map in the series, 8-7 in frag wins, 4-3 in objective wins. So it really wasn't that crazy, although the math isn't checking out there because 8 + 4. But, well, maybe there's another win. I guess letting time expire counts, and it doesn't really show up on here.
That's true.
I guess,
is there? I don't know.
I guess I'm not sure how that one would get statistically calculated into this one. Food popped off, Vansilli. Had a fantastic game.
Yeah, I think he had a fantastic series overall, right? And
Yeah.
he still looked very good, continuing what he did from the first map. Hopefully this continues on for Envy because, like I said, it looks like he wants revenge there versus what they've gotten versus FaZe last weekend.
Now, taking a look at the bracket in just a minute, we'll see where these teams end up. Again, it does mean that, unfortunately, LG is eliminated. And now we've got a lower bracket matchup. It's going to be Envy, actually, versus Gen G, the team who won our earlier matchup of the day, fighting for their chance to continue on in the tournament. So this is our top 4 currently. FaZe versus Sentinels is coming up in just a minute. Gen G versus Envy will take place later this weekend. Very interesting set of matches. Didn't expect to see Gen G this far. Thought that Envy would probably be at the top end of this bracket. Honestly, kind of thought that FaZe might be eliminated at this point, just because they haven't really had fantastic tournament runs in the past, as they've had some historical issues when it comes to the playoff period and having deep pushes. But more recently, everything's changed. Everything's shifted, and this new FaZe roster looks so much better than they once did. But we are going to go ahead and throw things to a break because I know the game you guys want to see. You've been spamming it in chat all day long, and you're just about to get it. It's Sentinels versus FaZe, and it's a chance to see who's going to be moving on into the grand finals. You won't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Hi. Thank you guys for watching VCT Masters.
I guess we're still here.
It's been really fun so far, so shout out to the chat.
I wanted to say, I didn't have a chance to say it much because we were waiting for that break, but real quick, maybe I have a chance to say it. They were playing passive. It worked out because they let them come into their side, but I think we're ready for that break.
I'm going to say it's my fault, but we will throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll see the game you guys want to see. Stay tuned. while we may be fans of players for what they do in the server, these players, their lives have ups and downs, whether it's competitively speaking or in their own personal experiences in life. And no player understands that more than Shazam, who suffered an unfortunate loss just prior to First Strike. We had a chance to sit down with Shazam and talk to him about what that was like. Let's take a look.
My dad was definitely my biggest role model, but it's been the most tough on my mom. We just made sure to be there for her and to let her know, like, you know, me and my brother are always going to take care of her. And so me and my brother took over everything back home. We're just handling everything that my dad used to take care of that we didn't even know. Some days are better, but some days are also tough because you just miss him or think, like, you know, it'll be easier if he was around. I got into video games through my brother and my dad. My dad kind of supported both of our gaming habits, so he would buy us like the consoles. We didn't really start computer gaming until my dad had gotten Star Wars Rogue Squadron, I think, and he got a joystick. That was my first memory of playing like games on the computer, as far back as I can go. This game came out, like a little bonus game called Counter-Strike Source, and that was my introduction to like computer FPSs. Eventually I convinced my dad to buy me like a microphone headset so I could play with other people online, and that was like the start of my, I guess, journey in competitive gaming. My parents always supported my gaming, but the only thing they said was as long as I got good grades in school. But also, they obviously, from health reasons or whatever, they didn't want me playing like 10 hours a day nonstop every day. So what I do is like I would play during the day, and then when my dad would get back from work, I would hop off and like eat dinner with the family, and then pretend like I wasn't playing all day. Be like, okay, I think I'm gonna play games now, and then hop back on, and then he'd go to bed, and I'll hop off and say goodnight or whatever, and then late at night I'll hop back on again and play some more. 100% he knew. He definitely called me out on it years later. But I think at the end of the day, parents just want to see you happy. They made time to like enjoy like family time and together. Like we were really close family. Looking back, it seems like everything my parents did was just to make sure that we were happy and just enjoying life. Gaming was always just a hobby. Playing competitive leagues online and stuff was just a hobby until my junior year of college. The weekend before my finals, we went to a LAN tournament and we ended up upsetting Cloud9, which was like the only salary team at the time.
Can he go get it? He does! But does he have time? He's got the kid, he's on the bomb! And I'm not sure it's gonna be enough, it's not! Oh my goodness, on an absolute late play! Denial with the upset of the tournament are gonna take out C9.
That following day, they asked me to join their team. And that was like a huge life decision because I would have to leave school. And in my mind, I had already made up that I was gonna try to do this because this is like what I worked towards for years. So I was really nervous when I called my parents, and I was so scared. I remember my voice was shaking, and like I was like bracing myself for like, you know, like what, like it was always, gaming is fine as long as you do school. But as soon as these two are gonna conflict, I was very worried. And out of nowhere, my dad was like, "Go for it." He said, you know, in life there are other ways to make money. School will always be there if you want to go back, but this, you know, this is a unique opportunity, and you should go for it. If you do it, but you should put your all into it as well. And that caught me off guard. Since I started traveling, you know, they were very excited to watch me, you know, even with my transition to Valorant. From the very beginning, they got into Valorant as well and started watching and supporting.
Shazam is feeling it. He's got no tailwind. You have to hit this shot, and he's gonna collapse! There's number 2 and 3!
Sentinels, the ability for them to make it to the main event of First Strike is just one map.
During the qualifications of First Strike, I found out that my family had gotten COVID, all of them, and they like self-quarantined in the house in separate rooms. It was a Friday morning that I was told that they took my dad to the hospital because his oxygen levels were low. So they took him real early that morning, and he's on a ventilator, and he's doing fine. And I remember later that evening, I FaceTimed my dad. He was on the hospital bed. He had the mask on at the ventilator, I think, supporting his oxygen. And he was telling me, oh, he's like, he's fine. Like, he's ready to get out. He'll probably be home tomorrow. Then after that FaceTime call later that night at like 4 a.m., my brother called me that, and my dad went into cardiac arrest that night, and they had to move him to the ICU. And that I should probably get on the first flight home. So immediately after that phone call, I booked a flight. My family was still sick with COVID. So I ended up staying at a family friend's house, and I would go every day to my parents' house, and then I would just sit in the driveway like 10 feet away from them while they were sitting in the garage. And we set up heaters because it's really cold outside, and we would just chat all day, just talk, comfort my mom, especially, it was really tough for her. And we spent the week just every day. I would just go back and sleep at the family friend's house, and then come back and just sit in the driveway all day and just get updates on my dad's condition. We would get good news, and then some worse news, and then it looked like his body was recovering, and things were getting better. It was gonna be a long process. They said that, sometimes people are in there for a month while they recover, and it takes time, but he was like heavily sedated, so we didn't know fully. We couldn't talk to him or anything. My mom and my brother especially wanted me to do this, so I made the decision to play. They really wanted me to play because we worked up, a long qualification process for this, and it's like, the biggest tournament of the year. So I hopped on a flight back to Austin. It was a 4-hour flight, and I remember right when I got off the flight and I hopped in my Uber back to my apartment, my brother called me and said that my dad didn't make it. Obviously it hit me right there, but I also just felt terrible that I wasn't there for like my mom and my brother when they did get this news out of nowhere that he didn't make it, so I wasn't there to be with them. But I remember just going back to my apartment and FaceTiming them and like breaking down and then booking the next flight immediately back home. So I just hopped back on another flight back home to be with my family. And then by that time they had the quarantine period was over, so I could at least be with my family, my brother, my mom. And then the day after the funeral, I flew back to Austin to just play First Strike. I flew back the right before First Strike, the day before the day of First Strike, and we went in. Obviously the guys were all really supportive, and they said, let's just try our best, and what happens, let's just get through this, and then I'm just gonna fly back home.
For everybody want to see Shazam on that big screen, then I'm ready. Just keep.
There's a lot committed to this round for Sentinels right here.
Oh, chuck it, just give it to me.
They know he's in. All right, so they know how one's being played. This could actually be a spam in, but he's going to take the shot towards Luka. Does he stop planning? No. Shazam's going to plan. Has about 10 HP to his name. It's just going to be a topping classic. But Shazam gets the 3K, and now it's the 2v1. Ruckus goes down. Shazam comes up. You.
I know that my dad would have wanted me to play. Like, he was always the one that supported me through my esports career, and I know for sure that if he could have told me in this situation if I should play, like he would have wanted me to go play and like not let my team down. I'm glad that I decided to play.
Sentinels, they gave us a fight, but 100 Thieves are the team to come out on top.
Everyone I interacted with during that time period said that I was in shock. I wasn't even sure if I processed it at the time, and I definitely think so. It wasn't until I went back home that it really sunk in and started to affect me a lot. You feel kind of alone. You feel like it's the last thing you could possibly imagine. You never imagine like losing a parent or someone really close to you. Like, you can't even comprehend it, and so you feel like people don't. At least in the moment, people didn't understand like exactly what I'm going through.
Just keep going strong.
are. I kind of feel you have they're going to be able to take this round up. No way!
You are kidding me.
I made a tweet about my dad and saying that he was the most selfless person that I ever knew. I got so many DMs from people, at least 1,000, from fans, from other players I've played with or against, from people that work in the industry, just in general. Through that, I realized, like, you know, this is a part of life, and so many people have gone through similar things, whether it was with COVID or, you know, just losing a loved one to something else, and that definitely made me feel like I wasn't alone and people understood, and it just helped a ton.
And Shazam running in the back of the site. They have to get in. They have to take him out. He gets 2. Looking for a 3rd. Here's their charge, and he's gonna find boost.
Waves of emotion.
My dad would do everything for us, would never ask for anything from us. Whether it was birthday or anything, whether I wanted to get him something nice or give him anything, he would always say no, and then, you know, say, or do this for your mom. My dad seemed to always be for everyone else and do for everyone else, and make sure that everyone else was okay and didn't have to worry. And so he was definitely the most selfless person that I ever knew. I try to be just like him, whether it's work, teammates, friends. You know, people would ask me, like, how are you always so happy all the time or smiling a lot and stuff? And it's literally like how my dad was. Like, I got it all from my dad. Yeah.
Always will.
Well, Shazam, I don't know if you're watching or if you'll ever see this, but just know the Valorant community is a family, and we've all got your back. We appreciate you and respect your ability to sit down and speak with us candidly about your experiences and just what it takes to power through something like that. So a lot of love for you and for the family as well. Looking specifically at this matchup, as Alex is going to make me cry now because he's crying. I can't do it. People start crying around me, man. It's hard, but it is an emotional piece, and there is that bond between us. It doesn't matter what team you root for. We all want the same thing, and we all just love and support each other because that's what makes esports so awesome. Taking a look at the maps that we're going to see throughout this series, kind of get an idea of where we're going to be going in this matchup. To kick things off, we're going to be jumping straight into Icebox, selected by FaZe Clan. No surprise there, as FaZe has been very proficient on the map in the past. We'll be moving on over to Haven. Also not a surprise, a map that definitely favors Sentinels and their strengths. And then we'll be going on over to Ascent. So that's the map territory we're going to see as we get ready to jump into this series. It's one that you guys have all been waiting to see, the battle between Sentinels and FaZe Clan. But we've already got our casters standing by, and we are just about ready to jump into the action. We've brought in Rivington and Doug to bring home the show. Take it away.
When we were here a couple of days ago, I sat here, and Riv, I looked at you, and Cameron, I looked at you too, and I said, I can't think of a match that I've been more excited for, right? And then 4 days happened. And we're right back where we started. Yep. I mean, like a battle of the gods, 2 Titans juggernauts, all finally eating at a moment like this. Grand finals on the line. Maybe get me in this game right now. Riv, talk to me. How you feeling?
It's amazing to see these two mentalities from the games they've come from, played in the past, and now they're here, both with tactical FPS experience, some extra experience in between in the Overwatch for FaZe, but they still come in amazingly strong. And they've been underestimated a bit in the past 2 tournaments, and now no one is underestimating them as they fly through the upper bracket undefeated so far and have just been making an impact and sending a message. Sentinels, though, a lot of people think that is the team. Shazam is the one to dissect their opponents and be able to take anyone down right now.
We talked about this so much prior to going on the broadcast, but the storylines between these 2 teams and how they like to play and what it's taken for them to get here just fits so neatly, right? Like, you can't write a better story. It doesn't get any better than this. Yep. We talked about Sentinels, And while they look like they can be flashy, and obviously you've got the TenZ effect, and there are moments when TenZ just takes over the game, right? But Shazam, his ability, as you mentioned, to IGL to dissect what teams are doing, you can tell he's such an intelligent player, the way he thinks about the game and the way he preps for teams. In my opinion, while Sick had an incredible series, while TenZ had an incredible series, I think Sha doesn't get enough love for his ability to read 100 Thieves the way he did. And, you know, one of the counters, and Riv, I know you've got something else teed up for us here, but one of the counters when it comes to aggression like that is read them, right? If they did that with 100 Thieves, can they do that with FaZe?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw FaZe. I saw a lot of people say that FaZe has changed their play style. But if we think back to some of the Nerd Streets in Winter or any of the Nerd Streets or previous challengers, Baby Bay's always been going forward. There's always been a little bit of support behind that. But it seems so much more structured now, especially with the addition of Trippy. And once you get structure around all that power and they can orchestrate together, you see Breach for Zachary a lot. We're going to get him here on the Omen. FaZe has become almost unstoppable with how they've played, their confidence in opening shots and being behind their team as they move through. So that's been amazing to watch from them in updating their Smeeg play style, as they say, and moving forward here in Masters. Sentinels coming up with the crew that they usually run here on the Icebox, and interesting to see this first. It's Icebox, Haven, Ascent. This is going to be FaZe Clan's pick here as we get on to Icebox.
You know, add a little IQ behind the Smeeg, and it seems like that's the winning recipe right now, right? Like, that's what's cooking for FaZe. Now, Riv, as the resident Galaxy brain of this pair, right? You're the brains. Well, you're probably the looks, too, so we'll let that one go. Tell me this. You've got a team that likes to play really fast, right? That likes to play with aggression, that likes to run it down your throat. If you're on the other side of that, what's one of the things that you can do to help counter that, right? To help stop that? What's one of the tools at Sentinel's disposal here?
You get the operator out as soon as possible. Hold hard angles. Shazam's already on the Jet. They're going to have Sick on the Sova coming around this time. So seeing that, Shazam might be saving for quite a few rounds. It'll be the tell for the operator buy if we do see him on light econ going through, maybe a Bulldog on the way up, or keeping a Spectre for a high amount of rounds. So we'll keep an eye on what he's going to do. TenZ back on the Reyna. Last time we saw TenZ on Reyna and they got on offensive side, remember how he ran through A and just got a 4K with his Frenzy, basically living in defender spawn? That's going to be something else to stop. So we'll have to see what he can do. I mean, I'm so excited for this because I think Sentinels will go for that operator, which means FaZe is either going to have to work around that with utility and still just play their game, or they're going to change it up and we're going to see a different FaZe here on attack that works those angles. We've seen them up before. They're not bad at it. And we just get an up for up game where people get picked off, you get a little more sweaty play, and we're hitting sites with only a few members on each team.
FaZe on the attack, posted up towards A, on the pistol here, and you already see Sentinels take some of that space away. Look at how far up TenZ has gotten across the middle of the map. A bit more timid early on from FaZe as they start to push forward. Now they've gotten to the bracket spot, and this is normally where things get hot. Doms, however, stuffs it. He's already got 3. The paranoia is there as well. Great response. Woo! As things very quickly, Rave, as soon as they started, they come to a screeching halt. Marv left alone.
FaZe going with the aggression to start it off. Sentinels already had 2 to the site. Drone up mid, coming up with TenZ immediately. TenZ, like I said, loves pushing on those pistol rounds, so he was almost around A, coming around the flank. You can see on the mini map as this fight was going down, and you had Sick over there on the Sage not Sick, sorry, but you had the Sage over there on B, getting prepared to slow anything and just back off for utility if they were getting pushed. So great first round. You know, those can decide a lot in Valorant, with it being that 12-round half. So we'll have to see what they can continue to do here. Sentinels up 1.
Looks like a bit of a deja vu, a little rinse and repeat. You see both Sentinels and FaZe are playing a very similar look. They're going to full send A, and again, it's Doms who's there to get 1, and he gets a 2nd. I mean, it's like we're watching the same round, Riv.
Yeah, without a push this time, a little more respect on what could be happening around the map, but look at how the transition here comes over now for Dapper. He takes the mid, he makes sure nobody can rotate out. The push comes through, Sick hears the reload, a 3K for him. And as it should be, the round gets cleaned up for Shazam and Squad on Sentinels, as it was a bit of an eco here. Let's see what FaZe will have coming out with the Vandals and Phantoms this time. 4,900 there for Shazam. Looks like he will be able to purchase the Operator as they go through the money roll. And we'll see where he decides to start working this first. Looks like it will possibly be a high A pick from Nest, and then he'll move over mid or just kind of back up to the catwalk behind him.
And Riv, he's going to get a chance at making that bad boy sing right off the bat. You see FaZe once again going to A. They're going to smoke out the middle. Shot already out for one. Drops down. Not connecting on the first shot, but repositioning for the second. And if you're FaZe here, understanding there's an Operator on the other side, man, that peak shot's just so good with it.
He went to peek again, but seeing Spike was down, that's a lot of pressure. They're going to back up. And now Spike having to be recovered. Tens wants to work off of this. Easy dismiss for him. And it looks like they're feeling pretty good again, Doug.
And he gets the pick too, right? And that's what we were talking about earlier, where Tens just kind of takes over, right? And it's so difficult to deal with something like that. But now we see here, FaZe, they're down one, but they still have some options. They still have a little more than 50 seconds on the clock. But will they decide to continue to push in, knowing there's an Operator here? From Shazam, there he is. Info grabbed. Great swing by Zombs. At the same time, he's going to continue to push the matter, and Tens does at the same time a bracket. As members of FaZe continue to drop, Rockets left alone in a 1v4. You can pack this bad boy up and send it away.
Whoa. Felt the wind on that hop shot as it came through the wall, hit with a little debris there. Sick grabs one on the Phantom, taking down Raucus, and it seems like, the way that FaZe has played on Icebox is towards the angles of A. They feel like those work towards them, they hold them a little better, they get the model, if you will, where you're farther away, and their peaks are confident, but Sentinel seems to be able to close it down. It doesn't matter if FaZe is droning in right now. And FaZe has been hitting these sites fast, it seems. They have no Sentinel to stay back and make sure that there's no flank, no Cypher, no Killjoy. So a lot of these are all done by where the team is. Now we'll get FaZe split out for round 4 here. Sheriff's around as they try to get some laser shots. Tens is going to start off on Zachary, though.
Now, there are a couple of Sheriffs, so 4 Sheriffs remaining on the side of FaZe, but Riv, when you're in a situation like this, just continuing to drop, when you're in a situation like this, where you've got, man, Dapper just took so much away. How much impact does something like this have on the first half, where you win the pistol, you win the following round, and then you win the bonus as well?
I mean, a lot of times this will help you win the rounds coming in for defense. And this is good because Icebox can be a very swing momentum map, right? If you're able to get in A and instantly choke out the other team, you basically own that. It's as hard as it is to post plant retake as it is taking it. But Sentinels aren't letting that happen. They're coming up huge. So to set this buffer up right now allows them to be much more free on the second half. Also, the Operator in Shazam's hands just seems to have them at such a comfortable level. They're not having to over-rotate. They can comfortably push, find what space they can take that gives them the intel, and back up, or just adding the pressure by being there.
All right, now keep an eye on Corey here. He's got a rifle and he's got a showstopper. We know how fast they like to play, but speaking of playing fast, Shazam pushing all the way up. Already a very aggressive spot with the Operator. See if he connects on anything yet.
Shazam hearing that drone, wanted to back off a bit. Gets the team to shoot that out for him. Oh, he's in a tricky spot. This is going to be a hit and run for him if he tries to get there. Easily taken out if they start to rush you. And we're seeing FaZe with a bit of hesitation now. Not as quick as they usually are. Maybe grabbing that util, rightfully so, and then waiting for Corey to be able to get that showstopper once they can identify what they're working with. That dart hitting the ceiling.
I like this from FaZe. Riv, and this is where we see the IQ behind the sneak cut noise. Right? Like, just totally go dead silent, make them think twice about where you might be playing, and then you go with the showstopper. Corey launches it out, doesn't get one. The pressure has to continue, right? They have to continue to move forward. And Zombs again, Riv just continues to hold them back. He's unfazed by what's being thrown his way. Dapper's getting in on it as well. Numbers advantage continuing to pile in favor of Sentinels as it's a firing squad on the A site. Sentinels continue to tick.
Sentinels just have FaZe's number there. We saw that Zoms was posted up, got Marved as Marv. You could see Marv trying to throw the wall out at the moment so they could get a plant down in that corner of the site that leaves open. But he gets shot in the face. Zoms stays there. The rest of the team starts flooding in. Zoms shoots someone else in the face. He's so good at grabbing those multiple kills from the same position. It's the timing he puts in between his peaks would make anyone think, I have to check a different spot. This guy's move. And then Zoms takes over the spot again. Now, Zoms Nation's going to be happy about these rounds coming in here at the protection of the A site. But here we go, Doug. They're going to switch it up towards B.
And I mean, it's the right time for something like this, right? If you've been conditioning them that you want to go away, find yourself on a pistol, nothing's really working, go ahead and spice things up a bit. The interesting thing is we just saw Baby Bay get the Blade Storm from the ult orb. So now we've got something cooking. Corey also has a rifle dropped off from Dapper after losing an initial gunfight. So now it's not gun advantage, but FaZe is certainly better off than they were just a few seconds ago.
Baby Bay being a rat right now. But yeah, they have to change it up, right? The lurk has been coming in from Sentinel, so it's good for Baby Bay to look for that precedent now. He may be able to find something off the mid-rotation here. And it could be seeing Zoms in just a moment. The B hit's going to take in. Corey goes high there, and not many people could help him out with the amount of smokes coming in, so a little disjointed as Tens picks up the first one.
And then keep an eye on Baby Bay. We mentioned him earlier, starting to work across the middle of the map. Zoms might be the first to get contact. That's a big kill. Blade Storm offline. Raucus trades things back down to a 3v3. The spike has not made its way onto the site. The wall was up. They made an attempt, but that's about as far as they got. Now with 20 seconds left, you don't really have time to flip things, so you've got to commit. And Shaw can just tee off on him there. Tens gets one as well. Raucus left alone. He doesn't have the spike. He has a Hunter's Fury, but he's running out of time as well here.
Raucus, he's the one to be able to do it. Not enough time to plant. Oh, they hit on him. He still gets the 300. And it looks like that's what he's going to focus on here. So it looks bad for FaZe. 6-0 is definitely a scoreline you start to worry about, but it's also a chance for the map to turn around. Let's look at what FaZe can do. Ult's coming up here from the shadows. You have a res. Corey and Baby Bay just kind of went out with theirs going down without much return. But you also have the Hunter's Fury. So if you can get to that position again they just had and do it in the FaZe way, because again Dapper is slowing at B or he's somehow at A slowing there as well, you have all of that post plant possible. And we know FaZe can set up quite quick. They just have not been getting the post plant done.
Aggro again by Shazam as he takes space away with the operator. I think another thing quickly to note, Baby Bay has publicly said they moved away from using the operator on attack. He's bringing it into this round. They've already lost Zachary.
Let's go.
Numbers advantage in favor of Sentinels, and it just continues to get worse. I mean, Riv just like a methodical dissecting. Baby Bay with that op trades one back.
Shazam still has his operator. Looking in the back of A as he trades with Baby Bay there. The shot goes off and they try to find him with the Hunter's Fury. Raucus opens up. He unfortunately does not find anything. So an ultimate going down there for FaZe. 50 seconds left on this round. And Marv could be the play here if he can move around far enough.
Yeah, it's all noise, Riv. The Hunter's Fury, the jiggle peek onto Shazam to make him think it's there. That's where they think the hit is. Look at how they're posted up on A. Right? They have to respect what they've seen. And
they
that's
can't
why
wait
they
for
can't
too
walk
much,
away.
though, Doug.
Yeah, you're right.
They got to be happy with what they have right now, the space they've taken.
Left.
And you already see the remaining members of FaZe pull off. They're going to rotate to B. Marved is already there. He should be able to get the spike down. The thing for Sentinels is they have 3 ults, right? They have full rifles, and they should be able to approach this together. There's the first one. Sick with the Hunter's Fury. Not going to tag anything up.
Right here.
Are they going to split this? A little help there from Shazam. Now they're going to go 2 and 2.
Oh boy.
Into the kitchen goes 2. That's a good trade going for FaZe's side here. It's going to be the 2v2 though, as they have post plant. The spike is down, so that's what Sentinels have to worry about as well. Ten's able to find Raucus in the open. And now the 2v1.
Marv left alone. The spike continues to tick away, but Tens again goes huge. And look, Riv, that looked dicey for a moment, right? You see Baby Bay getting a couple of picks, making things look interesting. But again, Sentinels just continue to answer the call. They had the numbers advantage. They retake the site beautifully. Very well played.
Sentinels being able to pick up those frags from a decent distance before even having to commit to the site there. FaZe getting a little antsy in the situation. As these rounds come up, you can see Raucus trying to move his position. So on it, just timing on that one. And I think with obviously Raucus falls, goes down, Marv is kind of like, well, we were playing off a contact situation, so Marv is out. So unfortunate there how Sentinels came in. FaZe does not seem to be able to gain too much ground right now. They are going to be back on a bit of a bye here, and we'll see what they can do. Baby Bay looks to be focusing an orb. You can see the classic in his hands, and they'll be grabbing that ultimate for him.
But again, I think the question will be, with that in the hands of Baby Bay, what can he do with it?
Hopefully a lot. Yeah, they have to start making an impact here. Like I said, they're undefeated coming into this, and Icebox is one of the maps they can feel comfortable on and close the gaps, make it hurt for the other team, and get a padding of rounds. Here they're working against that. We haven't seen FaZe work from behind in quite a while, Doug. This one starts off with Shazam and Corey trading it back and forth.
Shazam continuing to be automatic. Look at how Zoms is playing back on A, ensuring that there are no shenanigans or late pushes onto the site. But that should open things up for FaZe, but of course, Shazam again continues to pick them apart. Now they're going to pull off, but I mean, Corey's taken some of the middle of the map, but they don't really know what's happening elsewhere.
And it's starting to be that operator, the textbook, how to battle aggression, fast peaks, wide peaks, operator. Zoms, it's like, you know what, I do it with the Vandal anyways, is there's another 3K for Shazam. Just Raucus left to see what he can do here.
Now, Riv, when you started this match, I asked you a question, and I said, hey, Riv, how do you stop an aggressive team? What do you do? And you said, you op, baby. You op all day. Shazam doesn't seem like he's missing right now with the op.
And that sends a message even more, because you second guess your peaks. You jiggle peek even more, setting up Shazam, and he's not in a mode to fire on the jiggle peek, the jump peek. He'll hold. His shot is on right now, and his reaction time, as I can't word, his reaction time is so quick that he's just waiting. He knows when the right shot is going to be. So you first have to find where Shazam is. That's FaZe's first goal. Avoid that situation or blast it to all hell with every bit of utility you have, which is already is still honestly a risky investment, because all he does is dash away.
Right.
As soon as he hears the beep, 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 and a few things coming his way, Shazam's out of there. He's smarter than that. So you just got to find where he is, figure out how to play around it, and hopefully you don't find 10s right now either, because he's popping off. Zoms is popping off. So I don't know. You know what? I don't have a good answer for you right now.
So here's a little something interesting. FaZe on a pistol, but they intentionally prioritize Marv getting the Vandal. So you can tell they want to try to create a little havoc and get a couple of kills, potentially get a res online, or at least get it online faster than they normally would otherwise. So far, hasn't panned out. You see him playing across the middle of the map, making sure nobody's pushing their way in while they try to get some space on A.
This push from Dapper, saying, nope, we know you're on a save. You are not going to grab this orb that easy. You're fighting for it. So he creates a ton of pressure down long B. Spike is dropped here, so FaZe does want to source out what's going on. They're now thinking about, okay, we need to start at least doing econ damage. We need to start doing X, get ourselves forward, start gaining ground, play a little more intel game instead of the Smeeg game. So we may see FaZe changing it up here from that style that's gotten them so far in VCT.
There it is. All the way into the belly of the beast. That Vandal singing early on. He's going to get one kill. The wall's going to go up. That means A is hit. Keep an eye on Baby Bay on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, FaZe have gotten onto the site. Raucus should be able to get the spike down entirely uncontested. Meanwhile, Sentinels walk in and go, oh, we have to wait this wall out. Again, Baby Bay, Riv.
Moving around. He'll have the flank for a moment. Nobody's looking just yet. How long does he hold? I think he's the info grabber for now. He's like, hey, all in sight. Corey's able to drop Dapper. What an eco coming in for FaZe. Wow. The Thrifty. And they switch it up completely. The slow walk, noise is cut. They obviously know Dapper's pushed up a bit, playing the orb to stop the eco round from being a good return with ultimates being grabbed everywhere. And they just have Marv walk mid. And you pointed it out, Doug. Marv was focused with that Vandal on that save. And he came up huge to drop Zoms first, who had a big impact every round here from Catwalk A.
Right, so they took the space away, they were able to crack that thing open, and then it was the wall, right? Like the wall cutting off that early rotation to get onto A really allowed FaZe a bit of room to breathe onto the site. Now they're back on guns. Baby Bay once again with the operator, looking down B long, not going to get challenged by anyone quite yet. As Shazam in the forecast looking like he's going to get a bit more action than Baby Bay is.
So let's see how Sentinels plays this one, because this is the first time we're seeing FaZe actually split it up. The drone did see Zachary, but he's going to try to play to the left side of that now and fake out what Sick was seeing. Love this play by FaZe. They're really starting to toy with what that rotation window might look like from Sentinels here. And right now, Sentinels does have a bit of a stack towards A. Obviously, we see Sick play underneath that tunnel real quick. But what a positioning so far by the team to grab so much ground already and start making Sentinels think a bit different of what may be coming each round.
Yep. FaZe really subscribing to the slow and steady wins the race this time around. The last 2 rounds, while the last one was successful, still left to be determined on this one. It's a totally different approach. For playing this game. They're just going to paranoia in. They're going to go up across the middle. And FaZe is expecting it. Rock is good for 3. The showstopper as well. Just leaves Dapper alone in a 1v4. The thing is, FaZe has a couple of members that are weak, so it's possible. But the spike continues to tick away. There's really not nothing. You see Baby Bay with the operator craning that out. Try to give him a little fake. Not biting on anything.
Love it.
Dapper has lost this round. So for FaZe, Riv, that's twice now, right? Slow things down, change the game, and so far they're 2 for 2 on this approach.
And that read was something else. To have a few right there in mid, knowing it was going to be a pretty decent flank from Sentinels instead of 2 under and 3 snowman. They called such a good flank coming in there. Look at Raucus here. Taking him down. You see the showstopper come through as well. Thank you very much from Corey. That was such a good read from FaZe.
It was excellent. And again, it wasn't just the slow, right? It was the quietly work your way onto B and then expect, right? Read where Sentinels are going to play back, where they're going to try to fight back, have that covered. Very well played. Operator once again in the hands of Baby Bay, along with Shazam. He also has that Blade Sword in tow, and it seems like very similar to what we've seen out of FaZe the last couple of rounds early on.
Yep. Okay, I'm interested to see that. I was going to say, where's Marv compared to Baby Bay here? Because they do have the res. Okay, now he starts going over to him and say, hey, I may need that. Corey looks like he's going to need that res to start. 10 starts off the round well. And you can see they're running in there to see if they can get this back. Rock is holding that defensive forward position, and the res is up.
Whoa. Okay, so one of the things that really impressed me from Sentinels against 100 Thieves was how quick they were willing to flip the map, right? On defense, they see something, and they're quick to the trigger, right?
Yeah.
Look at how they got that pick. You already saw them rotate over to B. Meanwhile, FaZe cut noise. It just looks like they're going to be a bit slower to the play. Oh, what a shot from Corey.
That's what FaZe needs. Shazam has been hitting those left and right. Dapper tries to trade it back, and he does get the best of Corey. It looks like it's going to be that B take as the walls start going up.
There you go, Baby Bay dashing onto the site. The paranoia comes out. Meanwhile, there's a fight happening on A as well as chaos ensues on the site. Dapper pushing his way through the smoke. 10's good for 3. FaZe fall apart. Sentinels get to 9.
Last round in the
The
half.
A fight with the B take, all the mind games going on right now. They knew that. I think they knew they were toying with each other due to like recent utility, or maybe some sound made there. But Zom's able to get the better of Sick. I'm sorry, Raucus. I just keep looking back and forth to teams, but 9-2. Last round of our first half here. Doug, it has been quite a game coming in from Sentinels. FaZe getting some very much needed rounds here on the splits they've been able to do to Sentinels as they work the rounds a little slower than usual. Here it looks like they're going to test B to start, and there's that ever so tried and true slow and stop on the orb from Dapper.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different look here, though, because this is far more intentional from FaZe on where they want to go. They're going to invest the Hunter's Fury out of Raucus. Marv is going to be the tip of the spear as he takes out Dapper, but Baby Bay as well. Riv, this is way more effective than what we've seen out of them in the past.
Yep. Using that choke with the V-Long to be able to get your Hunter's Fury down phase, moving forward. Baby Bay feeling a lot more confident here. We're adding a touch of Smeek to the strats now. And it looks like they really want to grab this round. 3 rounds will incredibly help the team if they are to lose pistol on the next half. You have a little room to work with. It never feels good, but it can definitely make the difference in Valorant. To touch on the spike, dog. This is gonna be it.
Bladestorm, oh, it's good. Rocket trades it out. A 1v2 for Zoms. Zoms falls phase. They adapt.
That's
Rib.
huge.
They adapt at the last. I mean, it really it couldn't have come any later, but they adapt enough to get the last 3 rounds of the half, and that's a big response, like you said.
So let's see what happens coming in here. Now defensive side coming in for FaZe. Great hold on A over and over from Sentinels as FaZe started to find their groove when they got Sentinels in that rotation window, as they say. Here, calling this one out was perfect, and I think it's the first time we really saw FaZe able to kind of stop one of those retakes if Sentinels had to. As I said before, Sentinels didn't have to play retake much. They were just holding the site. Let's see how it switches here coming into the second half, Doug. It's going to be tough for FaZe.
Yeah, you don't see much posted up as far as early aggression coming out of FaZe. No cheeky paranoia into a dash or anything like that. They are going to quietly take some space away, slowly but surely. You see them posture up towards the middle of the map at 10s on the Reyna. Reynas can be so devastating on pistols, Riv.
Yeah. Remember, I noted 10s with the Frenzy getting the 4K last time. They decided to go Ghost on this one. Feeling a little more confident to take the shots from long. And it does look like they're deathballing, which is at long range going to be much more effective with the Ghost than trying to pick somebody off with a Frenzy. And you can't scope in with it. Pushes here, dog, and 10's getting aggressive.
I mean, that's textbook 10s right there, right? You see them shooting the wall down, and then you tee up. Get ready to go ahead and hit him with the sucker punch right in the jaw. Exactly what he does. Pushes his way through. Gets the kill. And then look at the remaining members of Baby Bay, though. A little swagger, a little spice. Corey getting one as well. It's a 3v3, but the thing is, the members of FaZe are so weak, right? Corey's alone. A great response from Sentinels. They take the site, they take what they want, and they get the round win.
Oh, that combination of utility by FaZe was so chef's kiss. The nade comes around, the distraction of the nade displacing Sentinels is when Baby Bay flew onto yellow. But it was all groundwork coming in from Sentinels. They were able to find those frags within the smokes. Love to see that though from FaZe. That's textbook FaZe if you were looking for that. Just diving in. Great utility usage and playing off these all-star plays. That was awesome to see. Sentinels, however, though, still have their number, and they have come to play today. 10-3, Doug. We're going into round 14 here. Looks like another B hit to start.
Pistols across the board for FaZe. Meanwhile, 10s has a Bulldog. A couple of SMGs scattered in there on the side of Sentinels. And as you said, Riv, it looks like it's going to be B again. Now, I like the patience from Zoms, making sure really Baby Bay isn't on the flank as Dapper gets the spike down.
Shazam, oh my god! Shazam just feeling it right now in a vibe. 10s is going to answer. Corey, he says, I can do that as well. Beautiful sheriff shot from him as he steps forward to look for another one. Fearless looks to get another, and he just misses on that. Dapper,
you know, FaZe are known for being the ones who thrive in the chaos, right? Like,
absolutely.
You've got your entrances, you've got your utility stacks, and then you look at certain members of FaZe and you say, all right, you got to be a gamer here, right? Like, you just got to do it, whatever it looks like, and that's where they shine in the chaos. But here we see, and a couple of times this map, Riv, Sentinels are the ones owning that space.
Here.
They're doing a great job of not letting FaZe play their game. I mean, maybe FaZe came in trying to play a different game today, and Sentinels was still ready for that. There's a part of us that it continues to talk about Shazam and how he kind of dissects his opponents. And in the way he does it isn't just to say they do X pound round 6. He's able to figure out, due to the precedent of how the flow of the game is going, when that strat might occur, which makes him so effective as we start off quick with 2 and another B hit, Doug.
Garv just anchoring things down so beautifully. Of course, as I say that, he drops, but he's dealt a significant amount of damage as he took 2 away. And that buys time for members of FaZe to rotate over. Now Sick is left alone. He taps, he swings, gets 3, drops things down to a 1v1. Baby Bay spotted him. Well, Baby Bay just, ate that bullet right in the jaw. Just another 26 health here. That's going to give the advantage. That's going to give the space to Sick. And he's going to have the Hunter's Fury Rip, so he can play off here. And if he chooses to use it in a position where he feels like he has no choice, great. But the advantage that he has right now is so big that he could really forego it. Baby Bay, how do you choose to play this out? Slowly.
Baby Bay has full util, and he only has 5 bullets. This could actually be the situation where it doesn't go right. Great job by Sick to play it slow. The Red Bull clutch 4K, and he unloads a frenzy of ghosts.
So again, those are moments, Riv, where against all conventional wisdom, right? You've seen FaZe in moments like that, and you go, well, this round is chalked. And then they do something that works out, right? Like they pull it off, but it doesn't seem like today they're able to convert on those moments that they historically do.
Into the unknown. That is true. We have seen a few things kind of falling to the wayside that usually, even in the situations where Baby Bay is up with the daggers, we always see these frags left and right, and you're surprised to see, that up coming first. It's usually him dashing forward once again to get even more now in a sticky situation. Doug, and he goes down, but Zachary trades that quick kill.
He's down. Members of FaZe starting to rotate over. Zachary's still in a great spot, but Tens turns around.
No charges.
Takes care of them. A numbers advantage still in favor of Sentinels. As they mull over how they want to play this, they've made a considerable amount of noise B. They did
the info Zams is getting
damage too. Yeah, you're right. He's just going to mosey his way up towards A. But the thing is, how quickly do they act on that, right? Because FaZe understanding this can easily flip back.
And showing that right there, Sick kind of makes everybody stay that was at B. Within 15 seconds, you'll start to reconsider what's going on. There's a rotation already from Corey.
Sentinels here are being very cautious, right? Being very careful about how they take the site, checking every single angle. Spike is going to go down. The thing for FaZe is you've got a retake attempt coming from a couple of different angles. So for Sentinels, you have to weather that storm in a couple of different spots.
Yeah.
But again, there's a notable amount of gun advantage. Corey just with the Bulldogs with that first pick going in favor of Marv already. Oh, and a second one as well onto Tens. Paranoia comes out. Rockets is on the flank. That's what I was talking about. Pinching in from different spots is so difficult to deal with. Zom's not able to get the second. Corey takes care of him. They're going to get the defuse, and they're going to get to 4.
Keep themselves alive here on the first map. FaZe is picked too. Feeling good like they feeling like they would be good on Icebox. They're going to be able to work with some ultimates coming in here next round in the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury. And we'll see if the Blade Storm gives them any trouble. Zoms is close to being on deck to that from the shadows, which could be big info, but same for Zachary. And we'll see how they focus all Torbs coming into round 17.
Rifles across the board for both teams. Shazam being the one exception with the Blade Storm as they stack up towards A again. And much like we've seen most of the rounds, we're not seeing this this early aggression and taking space away from FaZe down B long or the middle of the map. They're really playing back.
Yeah. Trying to get those shots on. It's tough against Sentinels right now. Raucus wants to open up, doing a little bit of damage. Feels good. Both teams have Sage, though, so that gets nullified pretty fast. And we'll see how much they push up. Again, Sentinels don't have a Sentinel on the team either that's going to allow them to have traps, to have the Killjoy bot. So they have to be a little bit more careful as well, same as we said for FaZe, and that makes the slower strats be a little bit more scary.
And you see how Sentinels kind of forced to respect the flank, right? After time has gone on, they step back, make sure there's nothing going on. Shazam does get given away. Baby Bay making that sting, and as soon as that res comes out, they follow. But Corey responds with a showstopper of his own as he continues to dance around the site. The paranoia is going to come out from Sentinels, as they try to get onto the site. Wall goes up. Corey has to back up. And Sick drops. That's a big kill. Numbers advantage in favor of FaZe. Corey's weak, though. Dapper with an excellent response. A 2v2. Zombs just doesn't have any armor, and Dapper's going to drop as well. Zombs left alone in a 1v2. Drops it down to a 1v1. Zombs in a position here to put FaZe away, but Zachary goes up top and drops him down.
The audacity! All I hear is Indiana Jones music every time that happens. Zachary with the play. Special Ops Zachary coming in. Omen diff on the round that matters. Oh my word, Doug. Those are the plays you love to see coming into upper bracket finals here. 20 seconds before they're getting into this one again. We'll see what Sentinels decides to do. They may be a bit back and forth on dropping weapons here to others on the team. As they've kind of, been running these through. This is our last one. We're going to get it. They're obviously still playing smart, but now they've gotten a little bit of econ trouble to work with, and that may be a good crisis for FaZe.
Rifle in the hands of Tens and Zombs, and Tens being very Tens as he takes the middle of the map, tries to work his way up tube, realizing there's a giant ice wall there that's going to be impeding any progress. So for now, a bit of a default look as teams try to feel each other out, see what they can get cooking.
Let's see if they're actually going to peek this. I don't think FaZe will. A little play by Tens here. You can see him and Dapper just waiting to see if they'll be antsy enough to peek down. So real slow play by Sentinels, making sure that nobody pushes up around their sides and grabs too much information. FaZe doing a good job, though, of holding a bit more forward angle on A. You can see Corey pushed up just the pipes there, seeing if he can hear anything, which is also big. You get distance, you can also hear some footsteps or sounds back, spike being dropped. So any position you can gain is good. Tens opening up again as he's able to walk up through mid.
Middle of the map has been exposed. Corey with an excellent response. The Spike still hasn't made it down, and that's the problem here with the split effort, is that things go sideways. The Spike's in a situation where it's really hard to get to, but it's just down to Baby Bay. Excellent response from Zombs, from Sentinels, as Baby Bay tries to keep the map alive. He doesn't have Blade Storm.
Yeah.
He does have, he has a Phantom, so he's got a chance here, but this has to be, I talked earlier about how when there are moments where you need him to just be a gamer. This is it. Baby Bay, good for one. Dashing forward, looking to get, I love that fake.
They're both on the same side. All right, they're splitting up to get the contact fire here. This is a little better.
Oh, the tension. Baby Bay just on the swing. The timing's not there. Tens takes him out. Third one on the round. 13-5 on Icebox. What a statement by Sentinels.
Absolutely. Just what I expected from Sentinels, not in the win, but tactical play. Holding strong angles, getting the operator ASAP into Shazam's hands, and making sure the fast play of FaZe was shut down in a it didn't affect the game.
And that was what we saw a lot in the first half, and we even saw Baby Bay and FaZe try to adjust, right? You saw Baby Bay using the operator. You saw FaZe as a team start to show something different, where they would cut noise and try to feel stuff out and then make plays. And while it started to work, the second half really kind of went all back in favor of Sentinels.
Yeah, you see that with FaZe's explosive style of play, they're also getting ults a lot. So then they can, and not that they need an ult every round, but every other round you're stringing another one together because Corey's going ham, because Baby Bay is on frags, and you continue to say, okay, Blade Storm this round, focus orbs for Corey, we can create pressure that way. And they take positions like that, but not being able to get to the orb because of Dapper on B really hurt them as coming from attack side as they started the half. And then not really being able to find the frags that would put them back in the FaZe Smeeg position, I think just made us not see that FaZe on first, that we know on first map.
It historically seems to favor FaZe, but it was all Sentinels. They're sitting mighty nice after one map in the books. We're going to cut to a break. When we return, Analyst Desk going to chitter-chatter the way through things and get us back into the second game, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Wind, show me where to go.